Hey, what's up? It's Cute What If. This side. Today we will be seeing what if Deku escaped League's prison. Before we move ahead with the FIC, leave a like and subscribe to the channel for future what ifs like this. Deku woke up to a pounding headache, his eyes struggling to adjust to the pitch-black surroundings. His arm throbbed painfully, a reminder that he had been lying on it awkwardly. Confusion washed over him as he tried to comprehend his situation. As his vision cleared, he could make out the outline of a door and realized he was lying on a rough stone floor. He sat up, the coldness of the room seeping into him. Leaning against the wall, he attempted to recall how he ended up in this unsettling place. He had been walking to his mother's house for the weekend after she called, eager to spend time together. But then what happened? He felt a wave of unease wash over him. Just as he was about to rise and check if the door was unlocked, it creaked open. Light flooded the room, momentarily blinding him. He could hear a figure entering, though he couldn't see them clearly at first. The figure spoke, a cackling voice that sent shivers down his spine. It was scratchy and unsettling, as if the man rarely used his voice. As his eyes adjusted, Deku saw a man with pale blue, disheveled hair and cracked skin. Instinctively, he felt a deep sense of discomfort. Deku hesitated, hoping this was all a misunderstanding. Perhaps he had passed out on his way to his mother's place, and someone had found him and brought him inside. He wished he had been left outside instead. The man sneered, dismissing Deku's concerns. He set a small candle down in the corner, and the room plunged back into darkness, save for the dim flickering light. As the man approached, Deku instinctively backed into a corner, trying to distance himself from the advancing figure. He pleaded for the man to stop, his voice trembling with fear. The man reached out, running his fingers lightly down Deku's cheek, causing him to shiver in disgust. Deku warned the man to back away, claiming he would use his quirk if necessary. But before he could react, the man caught him in a chokehold, leaving him gasping for air. The man taunted him, warning that even the slightest touch could lead to dire consequences. Deku shook his head, terrified. The man then instructed him to hold out his arm, his voice dripping with a sickly sweetness. Struggling to breathe, Deku complied, lifting his arm. The man locked a small metal band around his wrist, releasing his grip on Deku's throat and stepping back. As soon as the man was an arm's length away, Deku prepared to unleash his quirk, but the man only smirked, revealing the truth about the band. It neutralized his powers, rendering him defenseless. Horror filled Deku's face as he realized the gravity of his situation. Desperate to remove the band, he lunged for the key, but the man swiftly jabbed a needle into his neck. Paralysis washed over Deku, and he collapsed to the floor, helpless. The man held the key in his fist, then opened his palm, letting its ashy remains fall to the ground. Panic surged through Deku as the reality of his predicament sank in. Fear coursed through him, overwhelming his thoughts. The man taunted him, claiming he needed to be punished for trying to use his quirk. He mentioned having watched Deku at the sports festival, noting how he had injured himself each time he used his powers. The man suggested they break a few fingers together as a lesson. Deku pleaded for mercy, his words slurred and barely audible. He watched in horror as the man picked up his hand, examining his fingers with a twisted delight. With a joyful exclamation, the man bent Deku's pointer finger backward until a sharp snap echoed in the room. Pain erupted through Deku as tears streamed down his face, and he begged the man to stop. The man then grabbed his middle finger, slowly bending it further, only to pause, relishing in the moment. He asked if Deku had learned his lesson about threatening him with his quirk. Deku desperately affirmed that he would stop. The man, however, informed him that his punishment was not over. He reminded Deku of his failed attempt to attack him and warned that a greater punishment awaited. With a sinister tone, he expressed his anticipation for the fun he would have, leaving Deku confused and terrified about what was to come. "I thought this was a punishment. Why would I feel good?" My question was answered as he rolled me onto my stomach and placed all 5 fingers on my back, causing my shirt to disintegrate. My eyes widened in realization at what he was doing as he moved his hand down, causing my pants to vanish as well. Panic surged through me, and I pleaded internally, desperate for him to stop. I felt completely immobilized, my body relaxed yet unresponsive, while my mind raced. I began to wail, overwhelmed with fear and helplessness. He warned me about talking back, but I continued to cry out, willing my body to move, to escape the throbbing pain in my finger. Time passed, and I woke up in a small puddle, surprised to find my boxers still on, albeit stained. Shifting to an upright position hurt, but I was relieved to regain control over my movements. I attempted to realign my finger, but the pain reminded me that it had begun to heal overnight. I decided against risking further injury. I flinched at the creaking of the door as it opened, dread filling me. I had just woken up, and now I faced another figure, just as intimidating if not more so than the last. His skin resembled patchwork, covered in large purple patches that looked like burnt skin, with edges that appeared stapled. A small blue flame flickered from the palm of his hand, illuminating his face. He complained about the horrible smell in the room, his deep voice lacking the creepiness of the previous person. He declared he would sterilize everything with his fire, starting with me. I stammered, asking who he was, but his sneer only filled me with dread. Tears filled my eyes as I pleaded for mercy. By the time he left the room, my chest bore hand-shaped burns that were red and blistering. Dried tears streaked my face as I curled up in the corner, longing to go home and see my mother. Hours later, the door opened again, and I was met with yet another person who bounded into the room, humming happily. There was Toga, cheerfully announcing her presence. Toma had told her she wasn't allowed to stab anyone today. Instead, she could only offer bread and water. She mused about how delightful it would be to try out her new serrated blade on someone, imagining how beautiful the scene would be. The thought made the protagonist feel queasy, and they stared at her in terror. Toga continued to describe their blood in detail, making the protagonist's stomach churn. Overwhelmed, they began to dry heave, wishing for the ordeal to end. Toga left a slice of bread and a cup of water on the floor before skipping out of the room, still talking to herself about blood. Despite their hunger, the protagonist felt no desire to eat. 2 days later, the protagonist realized they had to escape. Just the day before, at least they thought it was yesterday, Toga had inflicted shallow cuts along their stomach and made them taste their own blood. The man with blue hair had broken 2 of their fingers for speaking out of turn, while another with purple patches had tied them up and used them as a punching bag, causing 2 ribs to snap. They had blacked out during the beating, and when they woke up, they found themselves untied and alone, sitting in silence for hours. The fear of being left to die crept in. A few hours later, the sound of the door opening startled them, and they winced at the pain in their ribs. They looked toward the door and saw Uraraka. Hope surged within them at the sight. Was she there to rescue them? They managed a weak smile, attempting to prop themselves up. Uraraka remarked on their appearance, and the protagonist chuckled uncertainly, acknowledging the truth in her words. She continued, pointing out their weakness and how heroes had to come to their aid. Confusion washed over the protagonist. This wasn't the Uraraka they knew. They felt a pang of guilt for letting themselves be captured. Uraraka's words stung as she expressed disbelief at their friendship, calling them pathetic and questioning how anyone could have a crush on someone so useless. The protagonist pleaded for her to stop, tears welling in their eyes, struggling to understand why she was being so cruel. She circled them, judging their appearance, making hurtful comments about their green hair and height, claiming no girl would want to date someone like them. Desperate, the protagonist shouted for her to go away, covering their ears. Uraraka leaned in closer, whispering that she was the most real thing in their life, tugging painfully at their tangled hair. After her torment, she left, but the protagonist couldn't stop crying, her words echoing in their mind. Uraraka began to visit regularly, often accompanied by Todoroki, who had also struck them a few times. Both were relentless in their cruelty, leaving the protagonist feeling utterly defeated. The protagonist felt a sense of disbelief about the situation, questioning the reality of the harsh words directed at them. They were waiting anxiously for the next person to enter the room. As if on cue, a man with blue hair burst through the door, his expression filled with anger, which caused concern. Normally, he appeared happy to see the protagonist, but today was different. He ordered them to lie on their stomach, and despite the pain, they complied, lowering themselves to the ground. The man stepped on their back, pressing them into the rough concrete, causing a muffled sound of distress to escape. The protagonist braced for what was to come as he tore away the remnants of their clothing. Weeks passed, and the blue-haired man hastily pulled up his pants, giving the protagonist an unexpected opportunity. He never locked the door during their time together, and now was their chance to escape. With trembling limbs, they got onto their hands and knees, struggling to crawl toward the door. Standing was impossible in their current state, so this was their best option. The man noticed their movements and shouted, demanding to know where they thought they were going. Panic surged through the protagonist. They had to escape. No one was coming to save them. They had to rely on themselves. The man taunted them, reminding them of the consequences of disobedience, knowing they were all too aware of what that meant. The injuries to their left hand were severe, with broken fingers and bones, leaving it disfigured and painful, making sleep nearly impossible. To their surprise, instead of grabbing their injured hand, the man placed his boot on their calf. Dread filled the protagonist as he began to apply pressure. They bit their tongue to suppress a cry as pain shot through their leg. Collapsing to the ground, they refused to give up. They dragged themselves forward, the rough floor scraping against their wounds and their broken leg trailing behind. The man watched, mocking their struggle. The protagonist felt lightheaded, unsure if it was due to blood loss, hunger, or exhaustion. Just as they were halfway across the room, the man stomped down on their arm, causing a cry to escape their lips, a sound foreign after so long in silence. They didn't want to give in to despair. Suddenly, the door burst open, and the blue-haired man was thrown against the wall. The protagonists struggled to keep their eyes open, their vision blurred and fading. They caught a glimpse of a familiar figure and heard a soothing voice, a sense of comfort washing over them. It was Shinso. He reassured them that they were safe now. As someone reached out to touch them, the protagonist flinched, instinctively trying to retreat, but their energy was spent. They wanted to distance themselves from the man on the floor and just be alone. A warm presence enveloped them, and as consciousness slipped away, that was the last thing they remembered. Meanwhile, Shinso had been troubled by the news of Izuku Midoriya's disappearance. Whispers among the teachers suggested he might have been kidnapped. The rumors were confirmed when students arrived at UA to find photos of Midoriya, unconscious and injured, plastered throughout the school. The unsettling image was a shock to everyone. Teachers were instructed to remain silent about the situation, but it was clear they were aware of more than they let on. Shinso gathered information from Aizawa, who had been training him in an empty gym after school. Aizawa was involved in the investigation and had been tight-lipped about the details. As Shinso made his way to the gym for another training session, thoughts of Midoriya weighed heavily on his mind. His insomnia had worsened, fueled by worry for the green-haired boy. They weren't close, but Midoriya had once complimented Shinso's quirk, which had made him feel appreciated. No one should endure such suffering, and Shinso hoped the heroes would find him soon. Upon entering the gym, Aizawa greeted him, holding a file. He informed Shinso that practice was cancelled. They were heading to a hero agency for a meeting about Midoriya's case, and Shinso would be joining the investigation. Excitement surged through him as he realized he was about to embark on his first mission. Aizawa expressed concern about the media attention surrounding the case, knowing it could bring unwanted scrutiny. Despite his discomfort with the press, Shinso felt determined to make a name for himself as a pro-hero, ready to fight against the stigma surrounding those with villainous quirks. No child should have to endure what I experienced when my classmates at previous schools discovered my quirk. The excitement coursed through me as I realized I was about to help save someone I knew. Aizawa handed me the file and walked toward a car that had just arrived. He urged me to hurry, reminding me that we would be late if I lingered. He instructed me to read the file in the car and emphasized that no one outside of this meeting was to hear anything about the case. I eagerly agreed, thrilled at the prospect of going out in the field. While the hero courses often engaged in such activities, my general education class had never had the opportunity. As I opened the file, I was confronted with distressing images that made me feel nauseous. Aizawa, noticing my reaction, explained that they had received more recent photos, but only a select few professionals involved in the case had seen them. The images depicted a dire situation, one that made my heart race with concern. In one photo, the victim was restrained, and there were signs of distress. A small line of dried blood was visible, heightening my anxiety. I shook my head to clear my thoughts and focused on the case file. Unfortunately, I found little new information. The League of Villains was identified as responsible for the kidnapping, marked by a symbol on the victim's hip. The thought sent chills down my spine. I glanced up to see Aizawa deep in thought, his expression tense. I asked him if he was all right, sensing his worry. He assured me he was fine but admitted that, as one of his students, he felt a degree of concern. His response lacked conviction, and I pressed further, suggesting he cared about Midoriya. After a moment of silence, he acknowledged that Midoriya was a good kid, too innocent for the harsh realities of the world. I recalled Midoriya's bright smile and unwavering positivity. He had always accepted me despite my quirk, and I genuinely hoped he was safe. 10 weeks later, despite being in my favorite class, I struggled to concentrate. All I could think about was Midoriya's case. We had received a new photo that morning, the first in over 3 weeks. He looked like he was barely holding on, and the accompanying message read, "Time is running out." The lack of a signature only added to my frustration. We had searched for the villain's base twice, only to come up empty-handed. The urgency of the situation weighed heavily on me. If we didn't find him soon, I feared for his life. A sudden knock on the classroom door jolted me from my thoughts. Aizawa entered, looking serious and stressed. He informed the teacher that he needed to take me out of class for the case, and I could sense the urgency in his voice. My classmates, unaware of my involvement, began to murmur as I gathered my things and left the room. As we rushed toward the school exit, Aizawa filled me in on the latest developments. They had identified a new location and sent a drone to investigate. The footage showed a known member of the League entering an alleyway, marking this as the most promising lead yet. There was discussion about waiting until nightfall to execute a rescue, but given the alarming photo we received, they decided immediate action was necessary. We were headed to the Hero Agency to finalize our plan before proceeding. Adrenaline surged through me as I worried about Midoriya and the possibility of failure. What if I couldn't save him? Aizawa seemed to notice my anxiety and placed a reassuring hand on my knee, reminding me that everything would be okay and that I would do great. The meeting felt like an eternity as I contemplated Midoriya's fate. We were en route to the League's base, and my anger simmered at the thought of those who had harmed him. How could anyone be so cruel? We approached the base quietly, with police providing backup. All Might led the charge, and when the signal was given, he created an opening in the wall beside the door. In an instant, 4 low-level villains appeared, but All Might swiftly took them down before we could even react. More villains flooded into the room at the sound of the blast, and Shinso and Aizawa sneaked around to the back. The other heroes were there to distract the villains and defeat them while they searched for Midoriya. They found a locked back door, but Aizawa managed to kick it down, and they entered a maze of windowless rooms and hallways illuminated by bright bluish light bulbs. They encountered a few more villains, each easy to take down, but none of the rooms so far showed any sign of Midoriya. They discovered a staircase leading down and took it, coming face to face with a small hallway that had a reinforced door at the end. Shinso and Aizawa exchanged glances, and Aizawa nodded. Just as Shinso was about to step toward the door, he heard several pairs of footsteps approaching, and multiple villains appeared at the top of the steps. A distressed cry echoed from the direction of the door. Shinso urged Aizawa to go get Midoriya while he took on the villains. Without hesitation, he ran to the door and flung it open. The sight horrified him. Midoriya appeared to be reaching desperately for the door, while a man loomed above him, ready to stomp on his arm. Instinctively, Shinso shot his capture weapon at the man, sending him crashing against the wall. The man went limp, and Shinso knew he was out cold. He rushed to Midoriya's side, reassuring him that he was safe now. Midoriya's eyes flickered in and out of focus, blinking slowly. Upon seeing the man on the floor, he began to struggle to get away. Shinso gently touched Midoriya's shoulder, the only uninjured spot he could find. Midoriya flinched at the contact but did not seem to be panicking, so Shinso kept his hand there. Carefully, he moved Midoriya into his lap, worried about causing further harm. Midoriya stopped struggling and looked at Shinso with half-lidded eyes, though it seemed he did not fully recognize him yet. Shinso assured him they would get him out of there. He removed his jacket and wrapped it around Midoriya, noting the coldness of the room and Midoriya's lack of clothing. He stood with Midoriya in his arms and quickly left the room, glancing down at Midoriya's face and matted green curls. Aizawa was waiting for him, looking a bit winded. He confirmed that Shinso had Midoriya, and upon seeing his eyes closed and body limp, asked if he was still breathing. Shinso replied that he was, but he wasn't sure how long that would last. Aizawa urged him to hurry, stating that the other heroes would handle the rest, and took off jogging toward the exit. As they ran toward the ambulance that had been called in advance, Shinso felt Midoriya shift in his arms and looked down to see him curling into his chest. Midoriya's uninjured hand grasped Shinso's t-shirt loosely. Shinso attributed his blush to the cold weather and his lack of a jacket, which was currently covering Midoriya. 2 hours later, a doctor informed them that multiple medical professionals were on staff, using their quirks for medical purposes, and they were doing their best. Midoriya wouldn't be alive without their efforts. Shinso, feeling desperate, asked if Midoriya would be okay. The doctor explained that Midoriya was still asleep but stable. They had done everything they could, but some remaining damage could not be fixed with a quirk. Shinso's heart sank as he learned about the muscle atrophy and the need for physical therapy to help Midoriya walk again. The doctor mentioned the possibility of Midoriya losing the use of his right hand due to extensive damage. He would have multiple scars, and while they could provide cream to help, it wouldn't completely remove them. Some injuries were over a month old and had already begun to heal, leaving the most significant scars. They also discovered that the metal band on Midoriya's wrist had a quirk-canceling mechanism, which they had not yet been able to remove. One hand covered Shinso's mouth as the doctor finished speaking. The extent of Midoriya's injuries was concerning. He wondered what it would mean for Midoriya's future if he couldn't use his hand. Midoriya's dream of becoming a hero seemed at risk, and Shinso couldn't shake the feeling of guilt, worrying that he might have made things worse when he carried him out of the base. The woman sitting next to him, who resembled Midoriya, suddenly burst into tears. Shinso realized she must be Midoriya's mother. The doctor tried to comfort her, reminding her that they should be thankful Midoriya was alive, thanks to Shinso's efforts. Suddenly, she flung herself onto Shinso, sobbing and hugging him tightly. She expressed her gratitude, saying he had saved her son and that she owed him her life. Shinso tried to comfort her, insisting that she didn't owe him anything and that he was just trying to help. However, she continued to lament about her son, saying he would have died without Shinso's intervention. Minutes later, her crying subsided, but she continued to mumble to herself about how she never should have let him join the hero course, fearing for his safety. Look what happened to him. After a while, it starts to get annoying. She means well, and she's just being a protective mother, but questioning whether she should have let him follow his dream feels misplaced. The observer spoke to her gently, acknowledging the mother's concern. The son cared deeply about being a hero. He had walked into that school knowing the risks, and she had allowed him to pursue his passion, fully aware of the potential consequences. To begin doubting those decisions now, when her son needed her support the most, would be a significant mistake. He would want to know that she believed in him despite everything that had happened, and he needed reassurance that he could recover, not that he should abandon his dream after one setback. After the words were spoken, there was a moment of worry that the observer might have been too harsh on the mother, who had nearly lost her child. Instead of crying harder or becoming offended, she wiped her tears and took a deep breath. "You're right, thank you," she replied, still holding back tears but appearing more composed. "I never really looked at it that way. I can't dictate his life. I can only hope that he's careful and that nothing like this happens again, right?" She managed a weak smile. The observer hadn't expected her to be so agreeable and simply smiled back. A comfortable silence settled over the room, though the anxiety about her son lingered among all three of them. A doctor emerged from the room, looking wide-eyed and disheveled, before straightening his jacket and approaching them. "You are here for Midoriya, correct?" Aizawa and the observer nodded silently while his mother responded affirmatively. He woke up. Can I see him? The mother's stress was evident, perhaps more than the observer had realized. We had to put him back under, but if you would still like to see him, you can follow me. Miss Midoriya stood up quickly, eager to follow, but the observer was curious about why he had to be put back to sleep. Aizawa seemed to share the same concern as he stopped the doctor. Wait, why was he put back under? The doctor's eyes widened, and he adjusted his glasses. Oh yes. When he woke up, he went into a panic and began tugging at his bandages and hair. We couldn't calm him down, and his heart rate was spiking, so for his safety, we had to sedate him. It wasn't a strong dosage, but given the events of the day, he will likely sleep through the night. It might help if someone familiar is there when he wakes up, but visitors cannot stay overnight. You would need to come back early in the morning. I'm a pro-hero, Aizawa stated. The doctor seemed surprised before responding. Well, in that case, heroes are permitted to stay overnight if they have a valid reason. Given his condition, it would be wise to have someone in the room overnight in case something happens and he wakes up. Aizawa nodded curtly, then turned his gaze to the observer. Would my apprentice be able to join me? I'm not sure. I can make a few calls, but I can't promise anything, the doctor replied. Aizawa nodded again. The observer glanced at Miss Midoriya, who was nervously fidgeting with her hands, looking between the doctor and Aizawa. She bore a striking resemblance to her son. Well, if that is all, I can take you to his room now, miss, the doctor said. Later, Midoriya's mother left the room with a sad smile, waving goodbye to Aizawa and me as she exited the hospital. The doctor from earlier pulled out his phone and made a call. After a brief conversation, he held the phone away from his mouth and addressed us. He expressed regret, stating that Midoriya could not stay overnight and that allowing us to remain was already bending the rules. I felt disappointment wash over me, preparing to say goodbye to Aizawa and call my mother to inform her I was on my way home. To my surprise, Aizawa spoke first, directing his request to the doctor. He asked if he could speak to the person on the other end of the line. The doctor handed him the phone, and Aizawa moved to the far side of the waiting room. Though I couldn't hear his words, he soon returned and handed the phone back to the doctor. After exchanging a few more words, the doctor hung up and looked at Aizawa with disbelief. He informed us that both Aizawa and Midoriya could stay overnight and mentioned a cafe across the street if we needed anything to eat or drink. He awkwardly wished us a good night before leaving in a hurry. Curiosity piqued, I looked at Aizawa, who had a knowing glint in his eye, and I could have sworn I saw a hint of a smirk. He suggested we go get some coffee. Shinso's perspective shifted as we entered Midoriya's room for the first time, coffee and snacks in hand. A sense of worry washed over me as I prepared to see him. Although the doctors had assured us that most of his injuries were healed, I still braced myself for a distressing sight. After giving Midoriya a quick visual assessment, Aizawa settled into a chair in the corner of the room, taking a sip of his coffee. I took the chair next to Midoriya's bed. He wore a hospital gown, a blanket draped over him. A small bandage adorned his face, and his lip was bruised. Bandages wrapped around his neck, disappearing beneath the gown. The outline of his body beneath the blanket appeared thin and frail, reminding me of how light he had felt when I carried him earlier that day. I recalled re-entering the building with our coffee when the doctor handed Aizawa a packet detailing Midoriya's injuries. I had caught a glimpse of the first page, which was far more extensive than I had anticipated. Although I couldn't read it, I noticed a mention of his wrists being raw and damaged, likely from being restrained. The image of him tied to the ceiling flashed in my mind, and I realized this must have happened on multiple occasions. Looking down at his wrists now, I saw more bandages. I felt a wave of guilt wash over me. I wished I had found him sooner. I made myself comfortable in the stiff chair and pulled out my phone to break the silence. A few hours later, Aizawa finally spoke, reflecting on Midoriya's physical injuries and the psychological damage he might have endured. He explained that he had asked me to stay overnight because Midoriya would likely feel more at ease with me than anyone else. In his eyes, I was the one who had saved him, having witnessed me confront his tormentor. I was the last person he saw before losing consciousness, and I had not been hostile. Aizawa reassured me that I could help Midoriya recover, but I felt a surge of panic. I whispered that I had no training in mental support and that I didn't want to mess things up. Aizawa's belief in me, however, eased my anxiety just a little. Suddenly, I noticed the bedsheets shift, and I turned to see Midoriya. A small whimper escaped him, and tears streamed down his face as he flinched in his sleep. I glanced at Aizawa, who looked concerned. He stood and approached the bed, speaking softly to Midoriya, assuring him that he was safe and could return to sleep. This scene repeated several times over the next hour, with Midoriya mumbling phrases like, "Make it stop," and "I just want to go home." Aizawa, visibly stressed, pinched the bridge of his nose, muttering to himself about what had happened to Midoriya. I felt helpless watching him struggle. I wished I could hold Midoriya and offer him comfort, picturing him clutching my shirt like he had when I walked him to the ambulance. He seemed so small and warm, and I couldn't help but feel a surge of protectiveness. I shook my head, realizing I was getting lost in my thoughts about this boy who had endured so much. I should be more concerned about his well-being than some imagined scenario where they are dating. Holding him like that while he is conscious feels completely out of the question. Judging by his reaction when a hand was placed on his shoulder, he would not respond well to being embraced. There is a strong hope that Aizawa is right, and that there is a way to help him. Deku woke up from a dream about a man with patches on his face, a memory that left him feeling burned. Instinctively, his hands flew up to protect his face. When he opened his eyes, he expected to see the familiar darkness of his room but felt something entirely different beneath him. He was on a bed, not the uneven stone he was used to. Panic surged through him as he noticed a door, a television, and a man sitting nearby. It looked like Aizawa, and dread filled him. Tears welled in his eyes, a feeling he had grown accustomed to. Forgetting he was on the bed, he scrambled backward, desperate to escape. As he moved, his hand slipped off the edge of the bed, and he braced for a fall, but a firm grip caught his arm. The hand was large and warm, not the blue-haired man who had tormented him, and he didn't struggle. Submitting felt like the only way to lessen the punishment. He just wanted everything to stop. He didn't want to hurt anymore. He was pulled forward, and every instinct told him to shield himself from an impending blow. A soft, comforting voice broke through his fear, telling him he was safe. Reluctantly, he looked up, unsure if he would be punished for meeting the man's gaze. It was Shinso, the one he had seen before. Had he saved him? Was that why he was no longer in that room? Or was this another cruel trick? Shinso reassured him, promising he wouldn't be hurt. The sincerity in his voice offered a glimmer of comfort, and despite his doubts, Deku craved that warmth. He grasped Shinso's shirt and laid his head against his chest, feeling the gentle embrace. Tears streamed down his face as he remembered what it felt like to be safe. He managed to whisper his gratitude before his eyes began to close again. When he woke up next, he felt a familiar hand holding his own. Looking over, he saw Shinso asleep beside him. Relief washed over him. He hadn't been abandoned. However, when he spotted Aizawa in the room, anxiety surged again. If Shinso was real, then Aizawa must be too. As if sensing his gaze, Aizawa opened his eyes and looked directly at him. The intensity of Aizawa's stare made Deku flinch, instinctively curling closer to the sleeping Shinso. To his surprise, Aizawa's expression softened, and he offered a small smile. He quietly acknowledged Deku's awakening and asked how he felt. Deku remained silent, wary of any potential trickery, especially since his throat was sore. As Aizawa stood, Deku instinctively shuffled away on the bed, waking Shinso, who blinked at him in confusion. A stranger entered the room, causing Deku to scoot away, nearly falling off the bed. He had forgotten he was not on the floor. The newcomer introduced himself, stating he was there to check on Deku's injuries and change his bandages. He asked Aizawa and Shinso to leave for a few minutes. As the man approached the bed, panic set in for Deku. He clung to Shinso's arm, terrified that this man would hurt him. Memories of his captors flooded back, and he felt his throat tighten at the thought of being alone with someone who might mean him harm. The man reached out a hand, and for a moment, it resembled the blue-haired man's hand, sending a wave of fear through Deku. He remembered the threat of suffocation and the helplessness that followed. Desperate, he pleaded not to be left alone, bursting into tears as he clung tighter to Shinso. The comforting voice of Shinso soothed him, assuring him he wouldn't leave and that he was safe. There were no bad guys here. Deku nodded silently, wanting to comply but feeling frozen in fear. Shinso encouraged him to express his feelings aloud, and though hesitant, he began to speak. Suddenly, he felt a wave of calm wash over him, reminiscent of the time he had been incapacitated. As the doctor began his examination, Deku felt an unexpected sense of warmth and comfort, as if wrapped in a cozy blanket. The fear that had consumed him faded, and for a moment, all his worries seemed to vanish. When the man eventually left the room, Deku felt a jolt of awareness. He looked at Shinso, who appeared concerned, and he tilted his head in confusion. Had something bad happened? Did the man say something wrong? Then it hit him: Shinso had used his quirk on him. Despite the uncertainty of what had transpired, Deku recognized that it had felt good. He could trust Shinso, he had been helping him. As he shifted closer, he found Shinso's hand resting lightly on top of his. Feeling safe, he wrapped his arms around Shinso once more, finding solace in his presence. With his face pressed against Shinso's shoulder, Deku glanced across the room at Aizawa. The man's expression was softer than he remembered, and his tone reflected that warmth. He asked if I remembered him and the rest of Class 1A. I glanced at Shinso, realizing I didn't need permission to respond, so I nodded silently. He visibly relaxed at my answer, and I wondered why. They didn't really know what had happened to me. For all Aizawa knew, my memory could have been wiped. He then inquired about how I felt about returning to the dorms. I started to nod but quickly shook my head. Uraraka and Todoroki were probably there, and I clung tighter to Shinso. Aizawa looked confused, not understanding my reluctance. He asked if I felt comfortable sharing why I didn't want to go back. I glanced at Shinso, who looked down at me with concern. I mumbled that they had hurt me. Aizawa's confusion deepened as he asked if I meant my classmates, specifically Bakugo. I shook my head. When it became clear I wasn't going to elaborate, he sighed and suggested I stay with Shinso in the general education dorms. I looked up at Shinso, who appeared surprised and rubbed the back of his neck in embarrassment. I wondered if it was okay for me to stay with him and hoped I wouldn't annoy him. Realizing I had tightened my grip on his arm, I awkwardly loosened it. Aizawa interpreted my silence as agreement. Shinso informed me that we were allowed to leave the hospital since I was no longer in critical condition and there wasn't much more they could do for me. Aizawa stepped out for a moment to sign some forms. I grasped Shinso's hand as he helped me stand. My hand had healed, but I found I couldn't move my fingers. Panic set in, but Shinso quickly calmed me, encouraging me to look at him and take deep breaths. I tried standing again, relying solely on Shinso for support. Once I was fully off the bed, my legs felt achy and trembled. I attempted to take a step forward but stumbled into Shinso's chest. I apologized softly, but he didn't seem to mind as he gently set me back down on the bed, a faint blush on his cheeks. He assured me it was all right and suggested getting a wheelchair so I wouldn't have to stand. I nodded and, after a moment of hesitation, quietly agreed. Shinso moved to the small closet in the room, and I whimpered slightly at the loss of contact. He seemed to sense my discomfort but continued speaking in his calming voice, reassuring me that he wouldn't leave my side. I managed a small nod to show I was okay. He returned with a wheelchair and helped me into it, maintaining a soothing tone throughout. His tired smile was kind and comforting. I whispered my thanks as he pushed me closer to the door. Aizawa re-entered the room cautiously, and as the door opened, I heard a cacophony of voices in the hallway, making it hard to focus. I shifted in my wheelchair, feeling uneasy. Aizawa asked if I was ready to leave, acknowledging the crowd outside but assuring me that I was safe. I nodded silently, though my mind was filled with doubt. With Shinso by my side, I felt a bit more secure. As we exited slowly behind Aizawa, I flinched when someone brushed past us in the hallway. It was just a doctor, and I reminded myself that I was safe. Upon entering the waiting room, I was met with a chaotic scene. A baby cried, and a receptionist tried to calm an upset person at her desk. The man raised his voice, and I instinctively pressed my palms over my ears, pulling my knees to my chest. Tears welled in my eyes as I squeezed them shut. I repeated to myself that I was safe, but then a hand touched my cheek and I froze. I couldn't go back to that place. I thought it was over. When I opened my teary eyes, I found myself gazing into lilac ones. In that moment, everything else faded away. Nothing mattered but his eyes, which took my breath away. He assured me that I was all right, and I nodded absent-mindedly. He withdrew his hand, and I felt the warmth leave with it. He returned to pushing my wheelchair, and I closed my eyes tightly, focusing on the image of his eyes in my mind. Once we arrived at UA, I learned it was a Thursday and that the school day would soon end, explaining the lack of people outside. Being outdoors felt refreshing, and the air was pleasant. Aizawa asked how I felt about visiting my class, mentioning how much they missed me. He assured me there was no rush and that we could wait until tomorrow if I preferred. I thought of Uraraka and Todoroki and asked if we could wait. Aizawa agreed, and we headed to Shinso's dorm. The general education dorms were almost identical to Class 1A's, though a bit messy. It was almost a relief that the rooms smelled more like leftover takeout than bleach and artificial lemon. Aizawa mentioned that he had a teacher grab a couple of pairs of clothes and a toothbrush from my dorm and move them to Shinso's dorm, so I should be good for a few days. I quietly expressed my gratitude, my throat still hurting despite having been given a cup of water before we left. We entered the elevator and went up to the second floor. Shinso's room was at the end of the hallway, and when we stepped inside, I noticed his cheeks were slightly flushed. The reason became clear when I spotted a poster of Aizawa on his wall and a figurine on his desk. Those were rare finds, and I couldn't help but feel a bit of excitement. It was nothing like my All Might-themed room, but I remembered how awkward it had been the first time my idol entered my space. Looking around the room, I saw it was quite minimalistic, featuring a bed, desk, wastebasket, a beanbag in the corner, and a closet. Everything was neat and tidy, except for the desk, which was cluttered with papers, empty coffee cups, a few pencils, an uncapped highlighter, and a desk lamp. Papers were scattered on the floor around the desk, including a folder labeled Confidential, with some documents sticking out. That folder was likely my case. The closet door was slightly ajar, revealing a green scarf with the name Deku on it. I felt a wave of embarrassment wash over me as I looked down at my lap. I hadn't even known they had merchandise for me, but it was nice to know I had a supporter. It was kind of cute too. Shinso nervously mentioned that his room was a bit of a mess but encouraged me to make myself at home and to let him know if I needed anything. I thanked him quietly. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed down the hall, questioning what Aizawa was doing in front of Shinso's dorm. I flinched slightly, and I sensed that Shinso noticed the movement of my wheelchair. Aizawa, unfazed, walked down the hall, ignoring the boy who I recognized as one of Shinso's classmates who had cheered for him at the sports festival. Shinso decided to respond, telling the boy to go to his room and stop sticking his nose in other people's business. After a moment of silence, a door shut, and Shinso turned back to me with a triumphant smile. He asked if I was hungry since we hadn't had breakfast or lunch, and he thought someone had ordered takeout downstairs. I mumbled that food sounded good. Shinso offered that I could stay in his room while he brought the food up or come with him downstairs. I hesitated, thinking about the possibility of being left alone and the fear that something bad might happen. I whimpered, asking him not to leave me. He assured me he wouldn't and that I could come with him, his tone comforting. Feeling embarrassed, I nodded slightly, realizing I was overthinking things. He was probably tired of me, and I assumed Aizawa was making him take care of me as part of his training. I thought I should try to make his job easier by talking less and not bothering him with my problems. After all, Uraraka had said I was somewhat useless for not being able to save myself, so I wanted to be less of a burden. Shinso wheeled me out of the room and down the hallway into the elevator. When we reached the first floor, a group of kids from the general education course noticed me, the formerly missing student in a wheelchair. I felt out of place as they exclaimed about my presence, some commenting on how I looked sickly and asking what it was like to be tortured. The crowd approached me, towering over me as I sat in my wheelchair. Tears began to roll down my face as I felt overwhelmed, fearing they would hurt me. But then Shinso stepped in front of me, blocking anyone from getting closer. He firmly told them to give me some space, and I watched as his classmates fell silent and stepped back. Feeling a bit calmer, I lowered my trembling hands from my face. When Shinso turned around, his expression softened with concern, and he asked if I was all right. I nodded, wiping my eyes and apologizing for my reaction. He reassured me that I had done nothing wrong. Shinso pushed my wheelchair the rest of the way to the kitchen area, making sure I was always within arm's reach as he gathered silverware, bowls, cups, and food from the takeout containers in the fridge. He opened one of the containers and asked if Katsudon was okay. I could tell he noticed my excitement as my eyes lit up, and I nodded eagerly. After months of only having bread, the thought of my favorite food felt like a dream. He also mentioned making tea with honey since my throat seemed sore. I thanked him, wishing I could help as I glanced nervously around the common area. Two girls entered the kitchen, chatting noisily, and I instinctively leaned away from them. They didn't acknowledge us as they grabbed a bag of potato chips and left. Shinso asked if I could hold the food since he was pushing the wheelchair. I nodded and reached out, but when he set a bowl in my hands, I almost dropped it, forgetting about my left hand. He caught it just in time and, before I could apologize, he reassured me that it was okay and that he would grab a tray to set it in my lap. I nodded again, feeling grateful for his kindness. Deku felt like a nuisance, causing problems wherever he went. He managed to eat most of the food in the bowl, but he drank all the tea Shinso made, which was soothing for his throat. Shinso suggested a shower, but since Deku struggled to stand, they decided a bath would be easier. Shinso retrieved some clothes from Deku's bag and filled the bathtub. Once in the bathroom, Deku insisted he could manage on his own, but as soon as the door closed, anxiety washed over him and tears began to fall. Hearing him, Shinso quickly opened the door to check on him. Deku hesitated, asking if Shinso could leave the door open while he bathed. Shinso offered to stay, but Deku assured him he would be fine, feeling embarrassed as he covered his face with his hands. Grateful for Shinso's departure, Deku focused on undressing with one hand, managing to remove his hospital gown and Shinso's school jacket. He carefully moved to sit on the edge of the bathtub, dipping his feet into the warm water. A satisfied groan escaped him as he fully submerged himself, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief. He savored the warmth before submerging his hair and grabbing Shinso's shampoo, which smelled delightful, a mix of cedar wood and citrus. The scent brought a blush to his cheeks as he thought about Shinso. Bathing with one hand proved to be a challenge, but he managed. The thought of asking Shinso for help felt too embarrassing, especially with the scars he was trying to avoid seeing. He scrubbed his body vigorously, wanting to erase any trace of the past. Despite his efforts, the memories lingered, haunting him even as he finished his bath. As the water cooled, he knew it was time to get out. Dressing was another hurdle. He successfully put on his all-might pajama pants, but the t-shirt got stuck halfway over his head. Panic set in as he realized he couldn't see and felt trapped. He struggled, feeling as if he were being restrained, the fabric pressing against his throat. He fought against the rising fear, reminding himself it was just a shirt. In that moment he felt a presence, strong yet gentle, holding him close. The voice reassured him, calming his racing heart. Once he managed to free himself from the shirt, he felt exposed and scrambled for a towel to cover himself. Shinso understood his discomfort and suggested a tank top that would be easier to put on. Shinso left the room again, keeping the door open. Deku managed to put on the tank top without much trouble but jumped at a loud knock on Shinso's dorm door. A voice from outside questioned the commotion, but Shinso dismissed it, closing the door firmly. Deku looked at his arms, needing to reapply the bandages, and reached for the roll on the counter. Just then, Shinso returned, offering to help him with the wraps. He gestured for her to extend her arm toward him, and after a moment of hesitation, she complied. She watched in wonder as he handled her with care, clearly knowing what he was doing. He shared that he had been bullied as a child because of his quirk. His parents often worked late, leaving him to fend for himself. He chuckled lightly as he explained that he had refused to let his parents help him during those tough times, learning to patch himself up instead. He felt it was important not to rely on anyone, fearing they might betray him. She quickly reassured him that it wasn't dumb. She revealed that she had also faced bullying in her youth, as her quirk had manifested late, leading others to pick on her for being quirkless. Her mother had always taken care of her injuries, but she mumbled the last part, feeling vulnerable. He looked up at her and smiled softly before returning his attention to her arm, finishing the bandage. He declared her all better and insisted on getting her to bed, offering help to transfer from the wheelchair. She hesitated, not wanting to take his bed after invading his space and relying on him for care. She was accustomed to sleeping on the floor after all. He reassured her that she needed the bed more than he did, as he planned to stay up and finish some work from the previous day. She protested, feeling guilty about taking advantage of him, but he firmly insisted she would be sleeping in the bed, sounding almost like a parent trying to convince a child to go to sleep. Reluctantly, she nodded and, using the arms of the wheelchair for support, pulled herself into a shaky upright position before sitting down on the bed. Laying on top of the sheets, she found it even more comfortable than the hospital bed. The warm glow of the lamp on his desk provided a sense of comfort and safety as she drifted off to sleep. When she awoke with a gasp, she winced as she sat up, flashes from her latest dream clouding her vision. Taking a moment to steady her breathing, she noticed Shinso asleep in his chair, his head resting on his hands atop the desk. Tears threatened to spill, but she fought them back, determined not to cry again. She reminded herself that she was safe now. It was all over. Glancing at the clock on Shinso's desk, she saw it was just past 5 a.m. She used to wake up at this hour on school days to work out, and she figured it was time to get back into her routine, especially after missing months of training. She needed to catch up. Raising her hand to make a fist, she startled when she struggled to move her fingers, recalling that she had experienced the same issue the day before. Nervously chewing on her lower lip, she winced at the pain, reminding herself that her lip was still injured. At least her hand didn't hurt anymore. She hoped it was only temporary. In a week, it would surely be back to normal, right? How could she become a hero without the use of her hand, especially with a strength-based quirk? How could she embody the symbol of peace? She realized she was overthinking. When Shinso woke up, she would ask him about it, as the doctors likely informed him of her condition. With that thought settled, her mind shifted to her legs. She knew they still worked, but she was certain one of the bones had been shattered. Thankfully, it was no longer broken, but she anticipated being sent to physical therapy. She felt pressed for time, worried about falling behind her classmates. Maybe she should try walking now. She slipped her legs out from under the soft sheets, allowing her bare feet to touch the floor. With nothing to hold on to except the bed, she pushed herself into a standing position. Her legs trembled, reminiscent of her last attempt to walk, but this time she noticed that one leg hurt more than the other, the one she had broken. All things considered, they had done a good job fixing her. She wondered if Recovery Girl had been involved. Taking a small step away from the bed, she sighed in relief, glancing back to reassure herself that she was close enough to fall back if needed. As her legs began to burn like after a long workout, she took another step, bringing her feet together. This would be easy. She took another small step, then another, moving toward the bathroom. Just a few steps from the door, her leg gave out beneath her, and she landed on her hands and knees. The throbbing pain radiated from her knee, causing her to curl into a ball. Shinso lifted his head from his desk, groaning as he rubbed his eyes. The first thing he noticed was the lamp he had forgotten to turn off, and then he turned to the source of the noise. He asked if she was okay, concern etched on his face. She tried to respond, but instead, tears streamed down her cheeks. He rushed to her side, asking if she was hurt and if she needed a hug, his voice filled with panic as he waved his hands awkwardly, trying to figure out how to help. All she wanted was to walk normally again. She felt hopeless, fearing she would never catch up to her classmates. Covering her face with her hands, she struggled to stifle her sobs. A hand touched her shoulder, and she whimpered, pushing herself against the wall until she realized it was Shinso, looking at her with concern, his hands still outstretched. "I'm sorry," she managed to say, feeling overwhelmed. The moment was tense, filled with unspoken emotions. A sob escaped, breaking the silence. It was all right, there was no need for apologies. The other person should have been more careful. Gratitude filled the air as one offered to help, suggesting that the other could go back to sleep. The response was hesitant, acknowledging the concern over a bleeding knee. The sight of blood staining the pajama pants was alarming. As one prepared to stand and head to the bathroom, they were gently stopped. Walking was not advisable, especially without knowing the extent of the injury. The offer to carry was made, and after a moment of contemplation, it was accepted. Being lifted brought back a hazy memory of being carried out of a dangerous situation, a time when consciousness had been fleeting. Soon, the ride ended, and they were carefully set down on the toilet lid. The blood on the pants was a concern, and it was suggested that they be removed. An awkward nod was the only response, as embarrassment washed over. It was silly to feel this way, especially since changing in front of others was a common occurrence. With careful hands, the other person retrieved a washcloth and knelt down. They cleaned the cut gently, applying disinfectant with precision before placing a bandage over it. The tiredness in their eyes was evident. Once the injury was tended to, the next task was to clean the blood from the pants while also fetching some clothes. It was noted that no school uniform had been brought, so it seemed acceptable to skip it for the day. A quiet thank you was offered in return. Curiosity arose about the circumstances that led to being found on the floor, far from the bed. A moment of hesitation followed, fingers nervously picking at the skin near a nail. The desire to walk had sparked the decision to try, despite the risk. A light-hearted comment about waiting for help was made, and the understanding of needing to catch up in class was shared. A suggestion was offered to have someone assist next time to avoid further injury, which was met with agreement. As they prepared for the day, they left the room at 7 o'clock, heading to the kitchen for breakfast. The atmosphere shifted as others noticed the presence of one behind the other, likely due to a serious expression that was hard to miss. At least there was no embarrassment in front of classmates this time. Breakfast consisted of a chocolatey cereal brand that was unfamiliar, chosen because cooking skills were lacking. The same rule applied in the dorms. If a name was on the food, it belonged to that person. It felt like a treat, as cereal was not a regular part of the diet. While eating, a text arrived, and surprise flickered across the face of the one reading it. After a quick response, the phone was turned off. The news was shared about taking classes with the Hero course for an indefinite PRD. It was a relief, not just for the chance to experience Hero training but also for the comfort of having support in class. Meanwhile, in another room, a teacher sat with his head in his hands, contemplating the previous day's revelations. A student had expressed fear of his classmates, hinting at possible bullying or something more sinister. Tests had revealed traces of a fast-acting paralytic in the student system, but thankfully, it hadn't affected his mind. This meant that recovery was possible, and with it, a chance to catch up with classmates. The teacher considered the implications for the student's future. If he could master his quirk, he could still become a successful hero. It was crucial to reintegrate him into classes as soon as possible, despite his fears. An idea sparked. Perhaps this was the perfect opportunity to bring another student into the class temporarily. If he adapted well, a permanent switch could be proposed. This would also allow for closer monitoring of the struggling student while managing the rest of the class. An email was sent to the principal, who responded promptly, recognizing the potential benefits of the arrangement. It seemed he had already anticipated the request, having contacted the relevant teachers. A quick text was sent to the student, knowing he might not check his email regularly. It was a reminder of the upcoming changes and the support that awaited him. Also, the narrator wanted him to have their number in case of an emergency when he needed help. Like most of the students, there was a strong sense of protectiveness towards him. They were all the narrator's responsibility, no matter how challenging they might be. There was a bit of bias towards him due to the nature of his quirk, as he reminded the narrator of their younger self. Like Nizu, Shinso responded quickly, and a grin appeared on the narrator's face, knowing how exciting this would be for him. The narrator instructed Shinso to meet with Midoriya in front of the teacher's lounge, preferably before most of the other students arrived at school. This way, they could stay in the lounge for a few minutes while the rest of the students entered and headed to their classes. The narrator would have some time to address the class before they came in, avoiding the issues of crowded hallways and too many people like the day before. There was a hope that Midoriya would be okay. When Shinso arrived, pushing Midoriya in a wheelchair, the narrator carefully observed Midoriya's face as he glanced around the hallway. Midoriya mentioned something about forgetting how big and bright the school was, and Shinso nodded encouragingly. Midoriya looked a bit nervous, but not as frightened as he had been the day before, showing improvement. The narrator addressed Midoriya, asking if he was ready to see his classmates in a few minutes. Both Shinso and the narrator would be there the whole time, ensuring nothing would happen to him. Became overwhelming. Shinso could take him back to the dorms. It felt strange to be comforting, but the narrator pushed that thought aside. Midoriya responded with a hesitant agreement, expressing gratitude. The narrator nodded curtly and left for the classroom, instructing the two of them to stay in the lounge for a few more minutes. Upon arriving in the classroom, most students were seated, quietly talking among themselves. They had all become much more reserved since Midoriya was taken from them. As annoying as his bright personality had been, even the narrator could admit that the classroom felt different without him. The narrator called for silence, announcing an important update. Many students looked hopeless, likely because they hardly knew anything about Midoriya's situation and might have feared the worst. The narrator felt a slight softening of their expression, realizing they might not always need to be so stern. Midoriya would be arriving in about 5 minutes. The bluntness of the statement led to an eruption of questions and excitement among the students. The narrator quickly silenced them, activating their quirk and glaring at the class, which caused them to settle back into their seats, hope and curiosity evident on their faces. The narrator explained that Midoriya had been rescued 2 days prior and released from the hospital the day before, which was why they had been absent. The class erupted into questions once more, but the narrator silenced them again, emphasizing that Midoriya had been kidnapped and endured 3 months of captivity. While the specifics of what had happened were unclear, there had been extensive physical injuries and psychological trauma. Midoriya would be sensitive to loud noises, sudden movements, and physical contact. Therefore, the narrator instructed the class to remain quiet, avoid excessive movement, and not to touch him. When Midoriya entered, no one was to leave their seats or stare at his bandages and scars. The class protested, but the narrator warned that any further interruptions would result in a month of detention, which quieted them down. They continued, explaining that Midoriya had suffered severe physical injuries but had received care from some of the best doctors in Japan, which was why he was not still in the hospital. The narrator's expression grew grim as they emphasized the seriousness of the situation, ensuring the students understood. Midoriya would be arriving in a wheelchair due to his current inability to walk. The narrator also mentioned that Shinso Hitoshi would be his designated caregiver and would be with him at all times, meaning Shinso would be joining their class for a while. The narrator urged the class to be kind to both of them, feeling a sense of discomfort at having to speak so much. They decided not to mention Midoriya's potential fear of the class, unsure of who he might be afraid of. About 8 students raised their hands, barely able to contain their eagerness. The narrator sighed and chose one at random. The student asked if they could greet Midoriya upon his entrance. The narrator instructed them to do so quietly and to remember the rules about remaining seated and avoiding sudden movements. Another student inquired whether Midoriya would resume classes as normal, to which the narrator confirmed that was the plan. A question arose about Shinso being from the general education course and why he was taking care of Midoriya. The narrator explained that Shinso was the one who rescued him, leading to shocked silence in the room. Some students expressed concern about Shinso not being in the hero course and lacking a license to use his quirk. The narrator clarified that Shinso had not used his quirk and intended for him to be in the class permanently by the end of the year, stating this decisively. A knock on the door interrupted the moment. The narrator turned back to the class, watching as they all stared at the door with anticipation. They reminded the class of the earlier instructions before calling for the visitor to enter. Casually, he pulls a mug from the cabinet and pours himself a cup. He asks if I want any, but I decline, saying I prefer tea and wonder if he's allowed to drink coffee. He explains that this is his coffee mug, and many teachers like him because he doesn't cause trouble in class, so he spends a lot of time here. I nod, forcing a smile, and ask if he and Aizawa are close. He replies that he wouldn't go that far, but Aizawa has been giving him a few lessons recently, and he thinks Aizawa is considering transferring him into 1A. He takes a sip of his black coffee, looking a bit embarrassed as if he's hiding behind his mug. It's clear he's not one to brag. I express my happiness for him, but he notices something is off with me. I assure him I'm fine, but I can feel the panic rising within. I struggle to articulate my thoughts, but he reassures me that I'm safe. Taking a deep breath, I share my concerns about Uraraka and Todoroki. I explain that I saw them, but they weren't really themselves. They said hurtful things and I felt overwhelmed. He listens sympathetically and gently wipes away a tear that escaped my eyes. He apologizes for my distress and assures me that we will get through this together. If I'm uncomfortable around them, he promises to keep an eye on them for me. I thank him, feeling guilty for the trouble I've caused, but he insists it's not my fault and that I shouldn't apologize. He pats me on the head, and I feel a wave of comfort wash over me. I miss friendly affection and think about how much I miss my mom. He finishes his coffee and tilts his head back to get the last drops. I notice his sharp jawline, and I feel my face warm with a blush, surprised by the thought. He suggests we head to the classroom, and I'm startled back to reality. I agree, feeling nervous as we approach the familiar 1A door. But then I remember that Shinso is with me, and Aizawa will be there too. My classmates don't hate me. In fact, Aizawa said they were excited to see me. I realize I'm worked up over nothing. Shinso knocks on the door, and I hear a voice inviting us in. I take a moment to compose myself, reminding myself that Shinso believes in me. I can't let him down, this will be manageable. Shinso opens the door and gently nudges me into the room. 19 pairs of eyes turn to me, taking in the visible bandages and bruises. I greet them, my voice wavering and quieter than I expected. Silence hangs for a moment before everyone in the class starts talking at once. I smile awkwardly, trying to avoid looking at Uraraka and Todoroki. Aizawa directs Shinso to share a desk with me, then turns to address me. He assures me that if I feel unsafe, in pain, or need a break, I can leave at any time, and Shinso will accompany me. He reminds me that Recovery Girl's office and the dorms are always open. I thank Aizawa, feeling grateful for his leniency. As Shinso starts guiding me to my desk, a familiar voice calls out to me, causing me to freeze. The bubbly tone is overwhelming, and I hear hurtful words directed at me, making me feel small and vulnerable. I instinctively press my hands over my ears, whispering for it to stop. Shinso kneels in front of me, gently prying my hands away and encouraging me to take a deep breath. I shake my head, insisting I'm fine, even though I can see the uncertainty in his eyes. He tells me to let him know if anything changes and ruffles my hair, easing my anxiety. Aizawa announces that we will use this PRD for review, allowing us to work with others or alone on whatever we need help with. He warns us to stay on task and not disturb him unless it's an emergency. The class responds with a chorus of agreement, and I shift uncomfortably in my seat, feeling their eyes on me. Suddenly, a familiar voice breaks through the noise, startling me. Kaken tells me to be okay because he still wants to beat me, insisting he doesn't want a half-hearted victory. Shinso felt a surge of determination as he looked at Midoriya, who seemed on the verge of speaking up but hesitated. Just then, another voice cut through the tension, causing a shiver to run down Shinso's spine. He turned to see Bakugo, his expression fierce and confrontational. Midoriya tensed, his gaze fixed on his desk, fear evident in his eyes. Bakugo's anger flared as he threatened to unleash his explosive power, prompting Shinso to instinctively shield himself. The air filled with the acrid scent of smoke, and Midoriya curled in on himself, eyes squeezed shut. Images of blue fire and anguished cries flashed through Midoriya's mind, and he whispered to himself, trying to convince himself he wasn't there. A voice taunted him, suggesting a twisted bond through shared pain. Midoriya struggled against his restraints, feeling helpless and terrified. Shinso, noticing Midoriya's distress, reached out to him, but Midoriya flinched away, lost in his own turmoil. The voice continued to press him, demanding answers to simple questions, but Midoriya's mind was clouded with fear and confusion. As the tension escalated, Shinso felt a surge of urgency. He needed to help Midoriya regain his composure. He gently asked about breakfast, trying to anchor Midoriya's thoughts. With each question, he hoped to pull Midoriya back from the brink of panic. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Shinso managed to calm Midoriya down. He decided to take him to Recovery Girl's office, despite Midoriya's protests. It was clear that Midoriya needed a safe space to rest and recover. Upon arriving, Shinso explained the situation to Recovery Girl, who welcomed them and assured Shinso that he should stay by Midoriya's side. She mentioned that Midoriya might become anxious if he woke up alone in an unfamiliar environment. Midoriya fell asleep almost instantly, oblivious to the conversation around him. Shinso settled into a stool beside the bed, his gaze lingering on Midoriya's face. He noticed the small injury on Midoriya's lip, a reminder of his nervous habits. Concerned, Shinso pulled out his phone to research how to support someone dealing with PTSD. He recalled the previous night, when he had learned about comforting techniques for panic attacks. He had instinctively reached out to Midoriya, but the moment Midoriya flinched away, guilt washed over him. He had read that for some, physical touch could be grounding, while for others, it could exacerbate their distress. Determined to do better, Shinso resolved to ask Midoriya about his triggers and comfort preferences when he was ready. He knew that large crowds and certain individuals made Midoriya uncomfortable, and he wanted to ensure he was a source of support rather than anxiety. As he sat there, Shinso contemplated researching common triggers for PTSD and ways to provide comfort. He also considered asking Midoriya if he would be open to using his quirk in moments of distress. Whatever it took, Shinso was committed to helping Midoriya heal and feel safe. It seemed pretty invasive, more of a last resort type of thing, but he didn't appear upset or scared when I panicked and used it on him in the hospital. I began searching the web for reputable sources that could provide guidance on how to care for this boy. 30 minutes later, Midoriya mumbled something in his sleep that I couldn't quite make out and shook his head as if in protest. He then woke up and looked around, his eyes settling on me as he let out a shaky breath. He reached out his hand, palm up, on the bed in front of me, sounding vulnerable as he asked if he could hold my hand. Who was I to say no? I reached out and encased his hand in mine, giving it a small squeeze. His hand remained limp in my grasp, and I realized it was the one he couldn't move. He asked if I knew what happened to the guys who. Understanding dawned on me when he made eye contact. I informed him that they were all detained at the moment, with some being questioned under tight security, but they would all be going to prison. His face melted into one of relief, and his previously tense body relaxed further into the bed. He reached up to wipe his eyes with his good hand before the tears could fall. I reassured him that it was all right to cry, that it didn't make him any weaker. He acknowledged that he had cried so much already and just wanted it to be over. As he hiccuped, it was as if the floodgates had opened. I watched as he desperately tried and failed to keep the tears from streaming down his face. I held my arms open awkwardly and told him it was okay. After a moment of hesitation, he slowly sat up and leaned into my arms. I wrapped myself around him and patted his back awkwardly, whispering that it was all right and to let it out. His tears soaked through my shirt, which I knew he would unnecessarily apologize for later. I rested my chin lightly on the top of his head, deciding to enjoy this contact while I could. I didn't usually do hugs because I thought they were awkward, but this was kind of nice, despite the circumstances. Shinso noticed that Midoriya seemed jumpy and a bit scared. He didn't think it was severe enough to warrant warnings, so he continued without hesitation. Midoriya expressed a desire to see Uraraka and Todoroki, wanting to speak with them privately because they were his friends before, and he wanted to prove to himself that they were safe and that he could be in the same room with them. Shinso stared at him for a moment, processing his words. He fought back the urge to ask if he was sure, not wanting to sound rude or make him second-guess himself, but this seemed sudden. After all, it seemed like he viewed them as his tormentors. He admired Midoriya's bravery. He offered to call Aizawa to bring Uraraka and Todoroki during their lunch break, mentioning that their break was about to start. After a moment of silence, he continued, suggesting that they could wait for another day if he preferred. Midoriya insisted he wanted to get it over with, thanking Shinso for his help. Shinso felt a bit awkward when he realized he had said something he never normally would. He was broken out of his thoughts when he heard a small puff of air, almost like a laugh, come from Midoriya. Embarrassed, he turned his head away, feeling foolish. He pulled out his phone with his free hand to text Aizawa. When Midoriya saw him typing with one hand, he pulled his hand away, mumbling an apology. Shinso reassured him that it was alright and that he could type with one hand, but Midoriya didn't put his hand back. Shinso wondered why he was making this so awkward. After finishing the text, he slipped his phone back into his pocket once Aizawa responded that they were on their way. He asked if it was alright for him to stay in the room when they arrived, and Midoriya nodded, looking guilty and not daring to meet his gaze. Just then, the door opened, and Midoriya nearly jumped out of bed, snatching Shinso's hand to his chest. Shinso quickly turned his head to avoid showing his embarrassment. Now was not the time to panic. Uraraka entered, expressing her worry for Midoriya. She mentioned how Aizawa had told them he would be returning to class, and she was excited but didn't know how to react. Shinso turned back to Midoriya, only to see him practically hiding behind Shinso's hand, peeking out from between his fingers. His hand was shaking slightly. Uraraka stepped back from the bed, closer to Todoroki, and apologized for being too close. She awkwardly rubbed the back of her neck and asked if he was okay. Midoriya seemed to relax slightly now that Uraraka had stepped back, reminding Shinso of a time when a bug had landed on Mick's arm during class, causing a panic that eventually calmed down once the bug flew away. In some ways, he thought, Mick's fear resembled Midoriya's fear. The most obvious difference was that Uraraka and Todoroki couldn't be caught and thrown out the window. Midoriya mumbled a greeting, pulling everyone out of their thoughts. Both Uraraka and Todoroki's faces brightened at his words. He slowly lowered his hand from his face as he took a deep breath, appearing a bit wary but showing signs of improvement. Uraraka rushed to assure him, clearly struggling to keep her voice steady. Tears filled her eyes as she looked at him. She expressed her fear, recounting how she hadn't received a response to her text that Saturday. She had come to school on Monday only to find he was missing, and Aizawa had informed them that he had been kidnapped. The uncertainty had left her feeling helpless, fearing she would never see him again. Overwhelmed with emotion, she fell to her knees and covered her face with her hands, expressing her relief that he was back. Midoriya looked conflicted but slowly opened his arms. Uraraka looked up at him, and he invited her to come closer. She walked over to him and collapsed in his embrace, crying into his chest and mumbling how much she missed him. She thanked him quietly, laughing slightly through her tears, expressing her happiness at his return. As she wiped her face with her sleeves, she apologized for crying on him, feeling embarrassed. Midoriya reassured her that it was okay and admitted he missed her too. Todoroki stepped forward, looking nervous. Midoriya shared a similar expression, likely for a different reason. Todoroki wanted to apologize, acknowledging that Midoriya was his first friend and the reason he had made other friends. He credited Midoriya for helping him open up and admitted that he had planned to ask him to train together that day but had hesitated, not wanting to distract him from visiting his mother. Regret was evident on his face as he reflected on his decision, feeling responsible for not protecting his friend. Midoriya tried to reassure him, insisting it wasn't his fault. However, Todoroki felt differently, expressing his deep remorse for not being able to protect him. He acknowledged how Midoriya had helped him see the good in things, and when he was gone, he felt he had failed. Midoriya, trying to comfort him, insisted that Todoroki could never have known what would happen and that he had no way of knowing he needed help. He spoke with confidence, but it was clear he was trying to convince himself as much as Todoroki. It seemed whatever had happened during his kidnapping was more troubling than they had realized. After Todoroki and Uraraka left, Midoriya managed to convince Shinso to return to class for the rest of the day. They arrived back in the classroom just before lunch ended, and Midoriya enjoyed the katsudon Uraraka had brought him, though he didn't finish it, leaving some for Shinso as classmates began returning. Most greeted him with smiles, expressing their relief at his return and apologizing for any earlier distress, which he assured them was not their fault. Bakugo mostly ignored him but appeared a bit guilty, which was unusual. Uraraka entered with a bright smile, free of any malice, but Midoriya found it difficult to hold her gaze. Todoroki followed her in, giving a nod of acknowledgement, still looking troubled by the events that had transpired. Aizawa entered the classroom to inform them that instead of their usual afternoon classes, they would be doing light quirk training. He explained that they had started this weekly training a month ago, and Midoriya wished he could have participated. The small metal band around his wrist served as a reminder of his current inability to use his quirk. The bandages covering his arms concealed angry red burn marks around his wrists, remnants of his struggles to remove the band. Each attempt had resulted in a painful shock, leaving him in agony. Shigaraki had made it clear that the only way to remove it was with a key he had destroyed, and Midoriya knew firsthand how strong the band was. Aizawa addressed Midoriya, stating that since he was not in a condition to train, Recovery Girl would join them at the training grounds for physical therapy. Midoriya expressed his gratitude, and Aizawa then turned to Shinso, explaining that they would need to create a specialized training regimen for him. For the day, he would assist Recovery Girl with Midoriya's therapy. Glancing at Shinso, Midoriya noticed he seemed happy despite his usual blank expression, though a hint of nervousness lingered. It was clear that the prospect of quirk training was exciting for him. During the therapy session, Shinso had to catch Midoriya several times to prevent him from falling. After assessing the limited movement in Midoriya's hand, both Recovery Girl and Shinso seemed hesitant to work on it. Midoriya could barely twitch his fingers, and when he inquired about the serious expressions on their faces, they avoided the question. Once the session concluded, Recovery Girl walked over to Aizawa, and they spoke in hushed tones. When Aizawa straightened up, his expression was serious, and Midoriya noticed Shinso glancing at him nervously. Before Recovery Girl could return, Midoriya turned to Shinso, stating that it was about his hand. Shinso's panic confirmed Midoriya's suspicion as he glanced toward Recovery Girl approaching them. Midoriya pleaded for reassurance, asking if he would ever be able to use his hand again. Shinso admitted he didn't know what they had discussed. Midoriya stared at his hand in silence. Shinso tried to comfort him, suggesting that it was still healing and to give it more time. Midoriya thanked him but remained focused on his hand. Recovery Girl then addressed Midoriya, praising his efforts but cautioning him against overexerting himself. She emphasized the importance of following her guidance to avoid further injury. Midoriya felt uncomfortable with her tone, sensing a condescending attitude, but he appreciated Shinso's genuine concern. Neither Midoriya nor Shinso needed to change clothes since they hadn't engaged in intense physical training, so they headed directly to the general education dorms to avoid questions about staying in Midoriya's room. The walk back was silent, and once inside Shinso's dorm, he reassured Midoriya that his hand would be fine. He acknowledged the physical trauma Midoriya had endured and encouraged him not to feel discouraged, expressing his concern for Midoriya's spirits. Midoriya was taken aback by Shinso's words, realizing that he considered him a hero. His cheeks flushed as he looked away, feeling a warmth in his heart. He then expressed gratitude to Shinso for saving him, insisting that he owed his life to him. Shinso, flustered, downplayed his actions, feeling guilt over possibly worsening Midoriya's injuries during the rescue. Midoriya insisted that Shinso's efforts were heroic, making him feel indebted. As Shinso nervously rubbed his arm, Midoriya felt an unexpected urge to express his feelings, which startled him. He questioned whether he might have developed a crush on Shinso, a feeling he had never experienced so intensely before. A quiet knock interrupted their moment, and Shinso opened the door to reveal Aizawa, who observed their flushed faces but chose not to comment. He informed them that Midoriya's mother was on her way, igniting excitement in Midoriya. He had missed her dearly and often imagined her warm embrace during his time away. Aizawa explained that they hadn't informed her of Midoriya's discharge earlier to avoid media attention. He suggested they head to the principal's office, where she would be waiting. Midoriya eagerly agreed, feeling a rush of anticipation as he followed Aizawa, noting the similarities between Aizawa and Shinso that he had previously overlooked. As they waited, Nizu, the principal, mentioned that Midoriya's mother would arrive soon. He offered tea, but Midoriya and the others declined. Midoriya's thoughts were consumed with anticipation, imagining the moment he would see his mother again. He expected her to burst through the door, filled with emotion, ready to embrace him in a comforting hug. Suddenly, Nizu's phone rang, startling Midoriya. He wondered if it was his mother calling or something unrelated. Nizu answered the call cheerfully, and after a brief conversation, his expression shifted to concern as he listened to the other person on the line. "Can I ask what business you have with my student?" There was a long pause before the response came. The atmosphere in the room shifted, and suddenly the tension was palpable, making him feel 100 times more anxious, even if it likely had nothing to do with him. Midoriya received the shocking news that his mother had been struck by a car just a few blocks from the school. His breath caught in his throat as he processed the information. She was awake and in the hospital, but the doctors were not optimistic about her survival. They suspected the driver had intended to harm her. Overwhelmed with emotion, Midoriya doubled over in his wheelchair, feeling a wave of despair wash over him. He couldn't bear the thought of losing her. He needed her in his life. Shinso knelt in front of him, urging him to focus. He needed Midoriya to calm down so they could make it to the hospital in time. Midoriya nodded weakly, wiping away his tears and taking a deep breath. Aizawa, sounding urgent, suggested that Shinso carry Midoriya to the car to save time. When Shinso hesitated, Aizawa insisted they needed to move quickly. Without further delay, Shinso lifted Midoriya, and they rushed out of Nizu's office, Aizawa leading the way. Once in the car, Aizawa navigated through heavy traffic, his frustration evident as he honked the horn. Shinso kept glancing between Midoriya and the road, clearly anxious about the situation. Aizawa realized they wouldn't make it in time if they stayed in the car, so he instructed Shinso to run with Midoriya. Shinso, taken aback, quickly agreed. He helped Midoriya onto his back, and they dashed towards the hospital, weaving through the crowd. Midoriya shut his eyes tightly, trying to block out the noise around him, desperate to reach his mother. Upon arriving at the hospital, Shinso was out of breath but focused. The receptionist directed them to the 3rd floor, and they hurried towards the stairs, Shinso pushing himself to run faster. He reached the door marked 118 and burst in, causing Midoriya to tumble off his back and land on the floor. Midoriya called out for his mother, but the heart monitor had flatlined, signaling the tragic end. This was the first time Shinso had witnessed such a profound loss. It felt wrong, as if he were intruding on a deeply personal moment. He could see the impact of the tragedy on Midoriya, who was clearly devastated. Aizawa had arrived at the hospital earlier, allowing Midoriya some time to say goodbye, even though she was already gone. Midoriya sat on the floor, crying and hyperventilating, repeating the word, "Mom," in a quiet, broken voice. Despite their attempts to comfort him, Midoriya remained unresponsive. Shinso felt a pang of guilt, wondering if he could have done something differently to change the outcome. If only he had run faster, perhaps Midoriya could have shared a final moment with his mother. When Shinso first tried to lift him, Midoriya had lashed out, but eventually he clung to Shinso, sobbing into his chest. After a moment, Shinso managed to carry him back to the car, where Midoriya refused to let go, opting to sit on Shinso's lap as he rubbed his back. As they drove back to you, the only sounds were Midoriya's soft cries and sniffles. Once they parked in front of the general education dorms, Aizawa turned to Midoriya, offering words of comfort. He reassured him that while things seemed bleak now, eventually he would be okay, and they would be there for him every step of the way. Don't forget that, Aizawa thought as he noticed the way Izuku tightened his grip around him slightly. He reminded Izuku that he just needed to get some rest for the night. Aizawa watched as Izuku slowly got out of the car, careful not to drop him, since he was clinging on like a koala. Aizawa hugged him tightly as they walked into the dorms, wishing he could protect him from the world. It took some coaxing to get Izuku to let go long enough for them to change into sleepwear and rewrap his arms, but soon he was back to clinging to Aizawa. Izuku whispered that she was gone, the first thing he had said since they left the hospital, and Aizawa felt his heart break a little more. He responded with an apology, and they stayed in silence for a long time, gently rocking back and forth while sitting on the floor in the middle of Aizawa's dorm. When Izuku thanked him, Aizawa froze, feeling like he had failed him. Izuku explained that he had gotten to hear his mother say his name one last time. Aizawa was unsure how to respond, so they fell back into silence. After a while, Aizawa suggested getting Izuku to bed. He carefully placed him under the blankets, but Izuku wouldn't let go, asking him to stay because he felt safer with him. He added that he felt bad seeing Aizawa sleep in his chair. Aizawa agreed and went to turn off the lights. The sun was setting, casting just enough light for him to find his way back to the bed. He slipped under the sheets next to Izuku, who immediately attached himself to him again. Aizawa murmured good night, hesitantly wrapping an arm around him, and Izuku returned the sentiment. Hours passed, and Aizawa still hadn't fallen asleep. His mind often kept him awake until midnight at the earliest, and some nights he was lucky to get 3 or 4 hours. He looked down at Izuku's sleeping face, which had not changed since he fell asleep, but now there was a distressed look on his features. Aizawa gently encouraged him to go back to sleep, reminding him it was just a dream. He tried to replicate what Aizawa had done in the hospital, and it seemed to work until Izuku's eyes flew open. He panicked for a moment, thinking they hadn't made it, but his expression shifted to relief when he saw Aizawa. He expressed his fear, and Aizawa understood how important it was for Izuku to have heard his mother's voice before she left. He cradled Izuku's head to his chest, feeling a pang of guilt knowing he had been allowed to stay with Izuku overnight while his mother had not been there. Aizawa reassured him that he would get through this and that he was strong. Izuku nodded against his chest, finding comfort in Aizawa's presence. Meanwhile, Aizawa texted Shinso to let Izuku sleep in and to bring him to the principal's office during their lunch party. Shinso replied that they were both already up and ready to go, so Aizawa decided to have them come over sooner rather than later. A few minutes later, he heard quiet greetings in the teacher's lounge from Nizu's office. He was always surprised by how gentle Hisashi could be around people with trauma, especially considering how loud he had been in high school. The door to Nizu's office opened, and Shinso walked in, pushing Izuku in his wheelchair. Izuku looked like he hadn't slept well at all, and he regarded Aizawa solemnly. Aizawa inquired about how he was holding up, and Izuku replied that he felt better. Shinso placed a comforting hand on Izuku's shoulder, and Aizawa nodded in encouragement. Aizawa explained that there was a lot going on, and although he didn't want to do this right now, it was better to get it over with. He assured Izuku that if it became too much, he could take a break. Aizawa then introduced Detective Tsukachi, who was there to discuss both the League of Villains incident and Izuku's mother's death. He expressed his condolences, and Aizawa noticed Izuku stiffen but hold the detective's gaze. Tsukachi explained that his quirk was a lie detector, and he would start with questions about the League incident. Aizawa remained close, ready to support Izuku through whatever came next. After that, the detective requested a detailed description of everything Midoriya could remember from his experience. Midoriya hesitated but eventually agreed. The detective assured him that everything shared would remain confidential, emphasizing the importance of understanding the full extent of the situation to ensure the League faced appropriate charges. He offered to have everyone else leave the room if that would make Midoriya more comfortable. Midoriya glanced between me and Nizu before returning his gaze to the detective. He seemed to ignore Shinso entirely. It was probably better for everyone to stay, Midoriya thought. The detective confirmed he was ready and set a recorder on the low table beside the couch, pulling out a notepad. He asked if Midoriya remembered where he was when he was taken. Midoriya took a moment before responding, recalling that he had been walking to his mother's house after school on Friday, only about 3 blocks away. The detective noted this down and inquired if Midoriya remembered the street or if anyone else had been nearby. Midoriya could only recall walking home before waking up in an unfamiliar place. When asked if there referred to where the League was holding him, Midoriya shifted uncomfortably, prompting me to consider stepping in. However, he finally confirmed it. The detective pressed on, asking how many people Midoriya had encountered during his time there. Midoriya seemed to whimper softly, and Shinso quickly knelt in front of him, offering reassurance. Midoriya took a deep breath, stating that he wasn't sure of the exact number but believed it was at least 3, possibly 5. The detective wrote down 3 to 5 people, without seeming to notice the oddity in Midoriya's response. I suspected he would interview Shinso separately later, and I hoped he could shed light on what Midoriya might not be able to articulate. The detective then asked if Midoriya could describe any of the individuals he encountered. Midoriya took a shaky breath, mentioning a girl named Toga, which made the detective grimace as if he recognized the name. Midoriya described her as having blonde hair and wearing a schoolgirl outfit, with an unsettling obsession. When asked about her quirk, he shook his head, clearly distressed. Shinso, sitting beside him, placed his arm in Midoriya's line of sight, offering comfort. Midoriya initially flinched but then took Shinso's hand, expressing gratitude. I observed their interaction closely, noting the connection between them. It seemed Shinso understood that Midoriya found solace in physical contact, despite being sensitive to it. He appeared to know how to calm Midoriya during moments of distress. The detective continued, asking about other members of the League. Midoriya described one individual with black hair styled similarly to Kaken's. The detective looked puzzled, prompting me to explain that Kaken was a classmate with spiky blonde hair, which resembled a Pomeranian, a comparison I remembered Mina making. The detective noted this down and asked if there were any other defining features. Midoriya hesitated, then described the individual as having burned skin that appeared to be stapled to his face. I felt a wave of anger and disgust wash over me at the thought of such cruelty directed at a child. I clenched my fists, glancing at Nizu, who had paused mid-sip of his tea, placing his cup down and shifting in his seat. The detective, though hesitant, pressed on, asking if Midoriya could describe anyone else, particularly someone with bluish-gray hair. Midoriya froze, tears returning as Shinso embraced him, trying to provide comfort. Midoriya shook his head, expressing distress over the mention of this person. Shinso urged him to breathe, reminding him that the individual was no longer a threat. I recalled Shinso mentioning that someone with blue hair had been present when he returned, but he had remained tight-lipped about the details. I felt helpless watching Midoriya struggle, uncertain of what he had endured. Nizu quietly suggested we all take a break, offering to have breakfast with the detective, who reluctantly agreed after a stern look from Nizu. As the door closed behind them, I turned my attention back to my students. Shinso spoke softly, reminding Midoriya of the questions I had asked the previous day. Midoriya, clutching his head, managed to respond affirmatively. Shinso then asked if he liked listening to music. Midoriya confirmed he did, though his voice sounded strained. Shinso inquired about his favorite artist, and Midoriya mentioned a name I didn't recognize, but Shinso seemed familiar with it. Shinso suggested they listen to music together, noting that he had earbuds in his backpack. I recalled reading that music could help alleviate anxiety, and it seemed Midoriya might be experiencing a panic attack. I hoped this would help him find some relief. Sometimes it's hard to tell. Midoriya noticed Shinso nodding, loosening his grip on Shinso's jacket slightly. He wished he could do something to help, but he felt that Shinso had it under control, and too many people might complicate things. He trusted that if anything went wrong, Shinso would let him know. Shinso seemed to whisper his gratitude, and Midoriya took that as his cue to leave. Shinso helped Midoriya move over to the couch, and they sat together, listening to music through Shinso's earbuds. With an arm around Midoriya's shoulder, Shinso offered comfort as Midoriya leaned into his side. Midoriya had tried to apologize for his earlier panic, but Shinso insisted it wasn't his fault and urged him to relax. After a few moments of shared silence and music, Shinso spoke up, asking if Midoriya thought he could tell the detective what had happened. Hesitantly, Midoriya responded affirmatively. Shinso shifted to face him and offered to leave the room if it would make things easier. Midoriya quickly insisted that he wanted Shinso there, though he worried about imposing on him. Shinso reassured him that it was fine, and as he rubbed Midoriya's arm comfortingly, Midoriya felt a warmth spread through him. He expressed how safe he felt around Shinso, feeling embarrassed as he realized how much he depended on him. Shinso's cheeks turned pink at Midoriya's words, and he looked away, flustered. Midoriya couldn't help but chuckle at his reaction, which only made Shinso blush deeper. A smile broke out on Shinso's face, and Midoriya found himself blushing in return. They sat in an awkward silence for a few minutes, and Midoriya struggled to focus on the music. Confused by his feelings, he wondered where they had come from. A small knock on the door interrupted their moment, and Nizu entered, followed by the detective and Aizawa. Nizu informed them that he had to leave soon for first PRD but that they were excused from morning classes since they would be reviewing core subjects. Aizawa's monotone voice filled the room as he spoke. The detective took out his recorder and turned it on, explaining that he had only one more question before they could move on to Midoriya's mother's case. He asked Midoriya to retell the events that had transpired. Midoriya glanced around the room, starting with Shinso, who had helped him through moments of panic during their conversation. Shinso looked a bit uneasy, and Midoriya noticed a flicker of anger on his face. The detective maintained a neutral expression, likely accustomed to hearing difficult stories. Nizu wore a serious look, and Midoriya felt his hands tremble, but overall, he thought the session had gone better than expected. The detective thanked Midoriya for his cooperation, acknowledging the discomfort of reliving painful memories. He assured Midoriya that the villains responsible would be locked away for a long time. He also mentioned that the friends Midoriya thought he had seen were likely illusions created by a villain with a transformation quirk, and they had captured another individual who could create copies of people. Midoriya took a shaky breath, leaning back into the couch. They knew everything now, and he feared he had ruined any chance he had with Shinso. He questioned when he had started wanting to date him. He dismissed the thought, reminding himself that it wouldn't work out due to his emotional baggage. The detective then asked if they could discuss Midoriya's mother's death or if he preferred to wait until the next day. Midoriya felt a wave of confusion wash over him as he wondered what there was to discuss. The detective explained that they believed her death might have been intentional and asked if Midoriya knew anyone who might have wanted her dead. Midoriya's heart sank at the thought, tears welling in his eyes. He shook his head, recalling how kind his mother had always been, helping everyone in the neighborhood. He blinked rapidly to hold back the tears, looking up at the ceiling. Why did she have to leave me? He thought, struggling to contain his emotions. She didn't deserve this. Why did it happen? The detective explained that they suspected someone affiliated with the League had targeted her to hurt Midoriya, but they lacked evidence. Midoriya barely registered Aizawa entering the room with bento boxes and coffee. Midoriya felt a mix of anger and despair, realizing the impact of their actions on his life. He quickly apologized to the detective for his outburst, and Aizawa placed 2 bento boxes on the table in front of him and Shinso, taking a seat across from them. Aizawa reassured Midoriya that his emotional response was normal and suggested they take a break to eat something after the intense discussion. The room fell into a quiet rhythm as everyone ate. Midoriya noticed Shinso taking his time, likely to prolong the conversation. It seemed everyone was eating slowly, and Midoriya's thoughts began to drift. He couldn't shake the feeling that it was his fault. They had targeted his mother to hurt him. She had crossed the street to see him. Once everyone finished, the detective offered Midoriya a nervous smile, likely meant to be reassuring. It was not what he expected. The detective mentioned that he couldn't find any information about my father in the school files and needed to speak with him regarding legal guardianship and updating the database. He asked if I had a contact number or any other way to reach him. I felt a mix of anger and sadness as I recalled my mother's words about him. He had left her when she became PRD, showing no interest in being part of my life. She had only referred to him as a terrible person who had run off to America. I had no desire to seek him out. I didn't even know his name, and my mother's disdain for him was enough to make me want to stay far away. The detective looked at me thoughtfully before jotting something down in his notebook. He then inquired if there was anyone else we could contact, perhaps grandparents or an aunt or uncle. I shook my head, explaining that my mother had no siblings and her parents had passed away years ago. I had never met them. The detective furrowed his brows, clearly concerned. He asked again if there was anyone we could reach out to, any extended family or friends of my mother who might be willing to take me in. I could only respond with a negative shake of my head. With a resigned expression, he informed me that I would be entering the system since I was still a minor. Midoriya found himself allowed to stay in the dorms since he already lived there, but he still needed a legal guardian, so his name was placed at an orphanage. He was supposed to visit it soon, but the thought filled him with dread. Aizawa had looked conflicted after the detective's departure, but Midoriya chose not to pry. It was not his place to ask. His throat was sore from talking so much, a result of not using it for long PRDS and then straining it. He decided to minimize his speaking for the rest of the day. Midoriya and Shinso attended classes, but Mike was unusually quiet during English. Midoriya noticed Shinso seemed down after the conversation with the detective, and when Shinso got up to turn in his work, Midoriya watched him closely, sensing a shift in his demeanor. He didn't want to disturb him, just as he hadn't with Aizawa. Later, Midoriya had a physical therapy session with Shinso and Recovery Girl. He discreetly asked her to arrange for someone to bring over the spare roll-up futon from his room. He didn't want Shinso to sleep in his desk chair again, especially since Shinso had seemed embarrassed when Midoriya had invited him to sleep with him the previous night. He wanted to respect Shinso's comfort level. Midnight brought the futon while they worked on homework, leaving quickly after being called for hero duties. Despite the futon being provided, Shinso still insisted on sharing his bed, expressing gratitude for the extra bedding. Midoriya felt a twinge of guilt, realizing he might be coming off as overly eager. He wanted to observe Shinso while he slept, an opportunity to understand his feelings better. Pretending to fall asleep around 10:30, Midoriya waited until Shinso finally drifted off around 2 a.m. It seemed like he had been struggling to sleep for hours, which explained the dark circles under his eyes. When it appeared Shinso was finally asleep, Midoriya carefully turned to look at him. He was struck by how peaceful Shinso looked, his features relaxed and his hair still damp from his shower. Midoriya couldn't help but smile, captivated by Shinso's beauty. Earlier that day in English class, Shinso had finished his worksheet and quietly offered to help Midoriya with the last 2 questions, but Midoriya insisted on doing it himself. Despite missing months of material, Shinso had a decent understanding of the subject, having studied ahead. After handing in their work, Shinso noticed Mike seemed a bit off, glancing at his phone. Curiosity got the better of him, and he caught a glimpse of mixed messages. They were from someone named Shota Hubby Love, which made Shinso realize it was Shota Aizawa. He had often seen them together, but he had never noticed any rings on their fingers. He read through the texts, feeling a mix of concern and curiosity. Shota had asked Mike if he still wanted to adopt, but then quickly retracted the question. Shinso could sense the tension in the air as Mike looked up, appearing more stressed than usual. With a quick thank you, Shinso turned and returned to his seat, feeling the weight of the day pressing down on him. Something told Yamada that he was not supposed to see that. As he thought about Izuku, he struggled to keep the surprise off his face. Was Aizawa considering adopting him? He tried not to jump to conclusions, but it seemed likely. Izuku quietly asked Shinso if he could take his worksheet up for him, holding it out. Shinso, still preoccupied with his thoughts, mumbled a response and took the worksheet to hand it in to Mike. Mike glanced over it and gave a thumbs up to Midoriya, who nodded and rested his head on the desk, likely still stressed from the events of the past few days. Yamada hurried down the hall, anxious because Shota was with Class 1A during the last PRD. He hadn't received any responses to his texts since 2 PRDS ago, and worry began to creep in. The school day had ended, so Shota should have dismissed his class by now. Yamada had always dreamed of having a child to create a real family. He often talked about it, but Shota always shut it down. Yamada knew Shota wanted a child too, but they both understood the risks of being pro-heroes. They would rarely be home, their jobs were dangerous, and a child could be targeted because of their association with heroes. It was a dream that could never come true, yet it was part of why they became teachers, though Shota would never admit it. Shota had once brought home 2 kittens, suggesting they could be pet parents. Though they were just cats, it brought Yamada joy, and he had cried happy tears. Yamada was puzzled as to why Shota would bring up such a serious topic now and then dismiss it so easily. It was concerning. He nearly bumped into Shota as he exited the classroom. Shota's expression was blank, but Yamada had learned to read him over the years and could see he was hurting. Yamada pulled him into a hug, and after a moment of hesitation, Shota wrapped an arm around him. He promised to share what was troubling him when they got home. Once they were home, they settled onto the couch. Yamada asked Shota if he was going to explain what was going on. Shota sighed deeply as one of their cats jumped up beside him. Shota began discussing everything that had happened with Midoriya, particularly the kidnapping. Yamada felt his heart clench at the thought of the boy suffering alone. Shota revealed that Midoriya's mother had died the previous day. Yamada stiffened, shocked. Shota explained that she had been on her way to UA to see Midoriya when she was involved in an accident, which authorities suspected was intentional. A hero had rushed her to the hospital, but there was little they could do, and she had requested to inform her son before she passed. Shota had tried to drive them there, but traffic had been too heavy, so he had sent Shinso to run with Midoriya. They arrived just in time to witness her passing. Yamada covered his mouth, looking at Shota, who was staring blankly at the wall. Shota continued, explaining that Tsukachi had come to discuss the situation. Midoriya had no relatives to take him in, and he would be placed into the system. Shota expressed his concern, believing it would not be a good idea for someone unfamiliar with Midoriya to take him in, especially after everything he had been through. They sat in silence as Yamada processed Shota's words. After a moment, he suggested that perhaps it was time they started a family. They could provide the support Midoriya needed, and it would be less stressful for him since he already knew them. Shota remained silent for a long time, contemplating the idea. He hesitated, voicing his concerns about what could happen. Yamada reassured him that Midoriya didn't have to agree to anything. They could ask him, and if he didn't want to be adopted, they wouldn't pursue it. Yamada reminded Shota of Midoriya's strength, recalling the sports festival when he had pushed himself to his limits for the sake of another. They just needed to offer the support that a random foster family might not provide. Yamada hoped that this time, they could fulfill their dream of having a family together. And they could finally have a child like they had always wanted. Midoriya reached out a hand to rub Shinso's back in gentle circles, noticing how tense he was. He suggested they talk more tomorrow and mentioned he would heat up some leftovers for dinner, hoping to comfort him before they went to bed early. Midoriya's heart sank as he recalled a traumatic memory. A man with blue hair had gotten into a car, grinning wildly, and sped down the road. His mother had been crossing the street, smiling, when the car struck her. Midoriya felt a wave of panic wash over him as he hunched over, overwhelmed with grief. The image of her body hitting the car's hood flashed in his mind, and he felt suffocated by despair. Shinso, noticing Midoriya's distress, tried to console him, but Midoriya felt nauseous. He stumbled out of bed, nearly colliding with Shinso, who was now awake and staring at him with wide eyes. Midoriya rushed to the bathroom just in time to empty his stomach into the toilet, breathing heavily. Shinso followed him in, using the flashlight on his phone to navigate the dim light. Shinso sat down on the floor beside Midoriya, rubbing his back as Midoriya sobbed. He whispered that his mother was gone, and the weight of that realization settled heavily in the air. They sat in silence for a few moments while Midoriya cleaned himself up. Finally, Shinso asked if he wanted to talk about it. Midoriya replied that there wasn't much to say. He just missed her and wasn't ready for her absence. They lingered in quiet contemplation, and Midoriya sensed that Shinso might soon drift back to sleep. He hesitantly asked Shinso to be careful, not wanting to lose him like he had lost his mother. Shinso, still sleepy, assured him he would be careful too. Eventually, they returned to bed and didn't wake until around 10 a.m. Midoriya noticed Shinso looking stressed as he texted on his phone. A call came in, and Shinso answered with a sigh. He assured his mother he was fine and explained why he couldn't visit that day. After a brief conversation, he hung up, only to receive another call from his father. Shinso expressed his frustration but ended the call with a reluctant, "Love you guys too." Shinso apologized for the interruption, and Midoriya asked if those were his parents. Shinso confirmed that he was supposed to visit them that weekend but had decided against it. Midoriya inquired why he didn't go, and Shinso clarified that he felt responsible for staying with Midoriya. He quickly added that he didn't mind, as the trip was a hassle anyway. Midoriya suggested he could go with Shinso, but Shinso hesitated, worried about how his parents might react, especially given recent events. Midoriya expressed his desire to meet them, hoping it would ease any tension between Shinso and his parents. Shinso sighed deeply, considering the train ride, but ultimately agreed to call them. His parents were thrilled that Shinso had changed his mind and were excited to meet Midoriya. As Midoriya settled into his wheelchair, Shinso fixed his hair in the bathroom mirror. Midoriya put on a medical mask and pulled his hood up, aware that he was still in the news. Shinso emerged from the bathroom, rummaging through his closet until he found a pair of wireless headphones. He powered them on, relieved that they still worked, and handed them to Midoriya. He explained that they were good for blocking out sound and offered to let Midoriya use them on the train. Midoriya accepted the headphones, thanking Shinso and placing them around his neck. Shinso assured him it was no trouble and that he could keep them if he wanted. As they traveled on the train, Midoriya's mind wandered to the fact that his mother's killer was still at large. He felt a surge of paranoia, fearing that they might be on the train with them and could harm Shinso. Sensing Midoriya's anxiety, Shinso reassured him that he would be extra careful, which eased Midoriya's worries a little. They arrived at the door to Shinso's parents' house, with Shinso standing tall while Midoriya remained seated in his wheelchair. It was a small two-story white house with a gray roof. The front door was painted light blue, and a worn welcome mat with a faded design lay at its entrance. Shinso pulled out his keys and unlocked the door, wheeling me inside. He called out to his parents, announcing his arrival. Footsteps approached, and a woman entered the living room. She had pale blue hair that looked strikingly familiar, causing me to freeze for a moment. I quickly pushed the thought of that man away. I was here to meet Shinso's parents, not dwell on the past. His mother greeted him warmly, expressing her delight at his return and her happiness at meeting me. She seemed surprised to see my wheelchair and the bandages covering my body. Shinso groaned, trying to redirect her attention, while I mumbled my thanks for her hospitality. His mother continued to gush about how cute I was, and I felt my face heat up with embarrassment. Shinso, clearly uncomfortable, urged her to stop. She relented and suggested he show me his room while she waited for his father to return from work. She expressed concern about whether the wheelchair could make it upstairs, but Shinso assured her he would handle it. He lifted me out of the chair, his strength evident as he carried me up the stairs. I felt safe in his arms, and I couldn't help but admire how strong he felt. His room was the last one in the hallway. Inside, the walls were painted a dark blue, nearly black, and the furniture matched the color. The room felt empty, with little decoration. Shinso apologized for the sparse setup, explaining that most of his belongings were at the dorms. I reassured him that it was fine as he set me down on the bed. The atmosphere was a bit awkward, and I sought to ease the tension by asking about his father. Shinso described him as being similar to Aizawa but friendlier. He explained that his father's quirk was persuasion, which worked better when the person was tired. His mother's quirk was less defined, as her hair seemed to float, leading her to keep it tied up most of the time. I noted the bags under his eyes and quietly suggested it might be a side effect of his father's quirk or perhaps his insomnia. He seemed surprised that I had noticed, and I quickly brushed it off. Just then, I heard the front door open downstairs, and Shinso suggested taking me back down. I nodded, and he lifted me again, leaving his room and closing the door with his foot. As we descended the stairs, his mother called for us, and he responded. Meeting his father while being carried was undeniably awkward, but I accepted that I had developed a crush on Shinso. His father looked at us curiously, and I greeted him nervously. His father expressed his happiness that Shinso was making friends, which seemed to embarrass Shinso. His parents, while well-meaning, touched on a sensitive topic for him, and I shifted my gaze to Shinso, who looked down at me apologetically. He whispered that they were nosy, and I assured him it was okay, more concerned about his feelings than my own. His mother asked Shinso to help set the table for an early dinner, and he sighed before placing me in a chair at the dining table. As he left the room, I took the opportunity to observe my surroundings. The house was cozy, with the kitchen open to the living and dining areas. Their table was set for four, adorned with a small vase of flowers and a napkin holder. I recalled how my own home lacked a dining table, as my mother and I often ate at the kitchen island or on the couch. Shinso returned with plates and silverware, leaning over me to set the table across from my seat. I felt a blush creeping up my cheeks. Oblivious to my embarrassment, he went back into the kitchen and emerged with a large plate of pasta. He called out to his mother, joking about the amount of food she had prepared. Just then, she entered with a homemade pizza and a baguette, while his father followed with a plate of caprese salad. His father remarked on how much his mother enjoyed cooking for guests, and she playfully scolded them for always eating more than they should. Dinner was a lively affair, a stark contrast to the quiet meals I shared with my mother, filled with small talk about my studies and her day. It was different, but I found it welcoming. Izuku felt a bit like an intruder. He wasn't part of their family, and he hadn't spoken much. They probably thought he was strange. Shinso glanced at him nervously. His mother asked how he and Hitoshi had become so close. Shinso, with a serious tone, mentioned that it wasn't a topic for the dinner table. His parents seemed oblivious to the discomfort. His mother pressed on, teasingly suggesting that it must be embarrassing since Shinso never shared much. Izuku noticed the guilt on Shinso's face, recalling how he had once mentioned being distant with his family. In an effort to ease the tension, Izuku spoke up, explaining that Hitoshi had saved him, which was why he struggled to walk. The table fell silent, and Hitoshi's father looked shocked rather than angry. Hitoshi mumbled that he hadn't been allowed to share that information. His mother inquired about his work with the Hero Course's homeroom teacher, and Hitoshi explained that he was interning but couldn't discuss it. His mother expressed pride, asking if he thought he would join the Hero Course permanently. Hitoshi replied that he was currently in it, but it was temporary. The table erupted with excitement, causing Izuku to flinch. Hitoshi tried to calm them down, explaining the situation wasn't permanent, but they were too excited to listen. Once they settled down and served food, Hitoshi's father turned to Izuku, asking about him. Izuku felt a wave of shame wash over him. He should have been able to save himself. He didn't want to be a hero who relied on others. Hitoshi interrupted, telling his father to stop. His father, trying to lighten the mood, didn't realize the impact of his words. Izuku felt the weight of his inadequacy. Hitoshi asked if he was okay, pulling him from his thoughts. Izuku apologized for bringing the mood down. The rest of dinner passed in silence, with Hitoshi's mother commenting on Izuku's small portion but ultimately insisting they take leftovers. After dinner, Hitoshi helped Izuku into his wheelchair, and they exchanged goodbyes. Izuku thanked them for the meal, and they left. Once inside Hitoshi's dorm, he handed Izuku the headphones and sighed, apologizing for his parents' behavior. Izuku was confused about why Hitoshi felt the need to apologize. Izuku reassured him that his parents were great, but he felt he had made things awkward. Tears began to fall as he expressed his guilt for causing tension. Hitoshi comforted him, explaining that it was a difficult situation to discuss so soon after it happened, especially with his nosy parents. He noted that his relationship with them was complicated, and it would have been awkward regardless of Izuku's visit. As Izuku continued to cry, Hitoshi sat across from him, concerned. He asked what was wrong, sensing it was more than just an awkward dinner. Izuku struggled to articulate his feelings, overwhelmed by emotions about his own family situation. He covered his face with his hands, feeling lost. Hitoshi held him, providing a sense of safety. Izuku wished he could stay in that embrace forever. He recalled a moment in the hospital when Hitoshi had used his quirk to help him calm down. Hitoshi cringed at the memory, feeling he had overstepped by using his ability without permission. Izuku, however, admitted he wanted Hitoshi to use his quirk again. He felt overwhelmed and didn't want to face his thoughts, especially with nightmares looming. Hitoshi looked surprised but reassured him that it was fine as long as he was comfortable with it. Izuku nodded vigorously, expressing his trust in Hitoshi. Hitoshi asked again if he was sure, and as Izuku began to respond, he felt his control slipping away. Everything became hazy until Hitoshi's voice broke through, instructing him to relax and take a deep breath. Izuku found himself following the command instinctively, feeling a sense of calm wash over him. What could be done to make someone feel better? The thought slipped from his mind, almost without awareness. The response came, asking to forget everything, and a wave of embarrassment washed over him as the words registered. Yet, under the comforting hold on his head, it was difficult to feel anything else. That response was met with a gentle refusal, followed by a request for what else might help. The answer was simple: physical contact. A hug was suggested, and the warmth of Shinso's arms wrapping around him felt protective and reassuring. He was no longer in his wheelchair. Perhaps he was on a bed, but the transition was unclear. Focus on this hug, Shinso instructed. For now, nothing else matters. You don't need to think about anything else. With those words, all worries faded away, leaving only the warmth of the embrace. The day had passed quickly, and he had fallen asleep in the clothes from the previous day. He awoke around 10 a.m. to find Shinso in the shower. Sitting on the bed, he tried to suppress thoughts of the league breaking through the window and taking him again. Despite his efforts, anxiety crept in, making him glance around the room nervously. Half an hour later, they were both ready for the day, playing a card game on the floor. Shinso mentioned that Recovery Girl had said he might not need to wear some of his bandages anymore, which filled him with excitement. The bandages were uncomfortable, but he worried about the scars being visible. As long as he wore his school uniform, they would be covered. After their game, they went downstairs for lunch, where Shinso prepared the tea from the first night. He appreciated it, even though his throat was mostly back to normal. The rest of the day was calm. They enjoyed each other's company in Shinso's room. He discovered that the beanbag was incredibly comfortable, quickly becoming his favorite spot. In the back of his mind, he thought about needing to return to his dorm for more clothes. He feared that they might make him stay there now that he seemed somewhat okay with his classmates, which would mean losing the chance to stay with Shinso. The thought of being separated, especially if he fell or had a nightmare, filled him with dread. Midoriya? Shinso's voice broke through his thoughts, causing him to nearly jump out of the beanbag. He apologized for mumbling, but Shinso reassured him that he was fine, just looking a bit worried. Those words melted his heart. He couldn't imagine being without him. They spent the evening discussing heroes and conspiracy theories until it was time for bed. He felt guilty knowing Shinso would likely stay awake for hours longer. Sunday passed quickly and uneventfully, which he appreciated. On Monday, they woke to Shinso's 6 o'clock alarm. He felt frustrated for not waking up at his usual time. They got ready and left for school early. Classes proceeded as usual, but while his classmates engaged in combat training, he had a physical therapy session. Aizawa approached afterward, instructing Shinso to take him to Recovery Girl after classes. He noticed Shinso seemed a bit fidgety, which was unusual for him. It struck him that Shinso had been acting differently since his return, and today seemed particularly intense. The thought of possibly getting rid of some bandages made him restless with excitement. They left the classroom a few minutes early to avoid the crowd and encountered a blonde-haired boy named Monoma in the hall. "Oh look, it's the Hero Corps student who got kidnapped," Monoma mocked, and his mood immediately soured. "This just proves how much better we are than 1B knows how to defend themselves without breaking all their bones in the process." He leaned down to meet Midoriya's gaze. Shinso stepped in front of him, warning Monoma to watch his words. "He's got a little gen ed bodyguard. Can he not take care of himself? Does he need Mr. Brainwash to make him feel better?" Monoma's voice dripped with mockery. Tears filled his eyes, and he felt the urge to curl up. He knew he was weak, but why did Monoma have to insult Shinso too? Was this his fault? Is he going to cry like a little baby? Does he need his mommy? That comment broke him. A whimper escaped, and he pulled his knees to his chest, crying. "What's wrong with you?" Shinso's frustration was palpable, and his quirk seemed to activate faster than usual, likely fueled by anger. "Go to Vlad King and tell him exactly what just happened." Shinso was visibly upset, and the warm, comforting tone he usually used was gone. He longed for it back. As arms wrapped around him, he froze momentarily, but the familiar scent of Shinso's shampoo relaxed him. "Don't listen to him, okay? You're strong. He's just jealous because he's not in 1A. Shinso gently wiped away his tears, and together they made their way to Recovery Girl. Upon arrival, she noticed his quiet tears and asked what had happened, prompting Shinso to explain the situation. She appeared quite upset but was clearly trying to lift my spirits. She mentioned that I shouldn't need the bandages on my arms anymore and offered to remove them, suggesting that she could help heal any lingering bruises or small cuts, like my swollen lip. Her encouragement was evident as she gestured toward my injury. I felt a mix of gratitude and disappointment. Although I wanted to be excited about removing the bandages, the anticipation had faded, leaving me feeling as though I had lost my appetite. As she gently unwrapped my arms, I tried to avoid looking at the scars. Recovery Girl seemed taken aback as she examined them. She noted that they should have healed more by now and that everything appeared aggravated. She inquired if I had been wearing the bandages every day, commenting that it seemed like everything had been rubbed raw. I mumbled that I had been wearing them and that Shinso had been helping me. Recovery Girl observed that the bandages looked well wrapped, so it shouldn't have been the bandages causing irritation. She then asked if I had been gentle while washing myself. I fell silent, and she let out a long sigh, closing her eyes. Had I upset her? I quickly apologized, promising to be more careful. She reassured me that it was all right and advised me to take care of myself for now. She mentioned that she could alleviate the irritation, but I would likely feel tired for a while. As I was wheeled out of Recovery Girl's office, I noticed Aizawa approaching. He seemed relieved to see me and mentioned that we were heading to Power Loader's workshop to see if we could remove the band from my wrist. I instinctively pulled my wrist close to my chest, feeling a surge of anxiety. I firmly stated that I didn't want to go. I pushed my wheelchair back slightly, freezing for a moment as I worried about getting in trouble for my defiance. But then I remembered that Aizawa was safe and that Shinso was by my side. Aizawa looked puzzled, contemplating his next words. I recalled the intense pain I had experienced the last time I attempted to remove the band. He explained that my quirk would help me catch up with my classmates, but I couldn't use it without taking off the band. I insisted that it couldn't be removed. Aizawa assured me that it could be done with pliers or something similar, without needing a key. I protested, explaining that the only way to remove it was with the key. Aizawa seemed skeptical, suggesting that I had been misled during my time with the League. Shinso chimed in, recalling that while Aizawa was teaching on Friday, he had told the detective about the painful electrical shocks he experienced when trying to remove the band. Aizawa's expression shifted to one of concern as he asked how painful it was. I expressed my fear of experiencing that pain again, struggling to take deep breaths as memories of my muscles locking up flooded back. I remembered the blue-haired man's laughter as I fought through the pain. Shinso reassured me that I wouldn't have to endure that again and explained to Aizawa that the pain lasted anywhere from 15 to 30 seconds, often resulting in me passing out afterward. Aizawa decided not to attempt removing it today but wanted me to visit Power Loader to see if he could find a safe way to take it off. I quietly agreed, feeling a mix of relief and apprehension. As we followed Aizawa to Power Loader's workshop, I hesitated before allowing him to touch the band. I grew anxious when he pulled out a screwdriver, convinced that he shouldn't be tampering with it while it was still on me. I persuaded Shinso to leave, and we headed straight to his dorm. As we left the workshop, Aizawa called out to me, but when I turned back, he seemed to reconsider what he wanted to say. He ultimately decided to let it go, assuring me that it was nothing bad. His nervous demeanor only heightened my curiosity and unease. Once we reached Shinso's dorm, I realized I had no clean clothes left. I mustered the courage to mention it to Shinso, who brushed it off and offered me some of his clothes for the night. He suggested I start my bath while he found something for me to wear. I thanked him and entered his bathroom, leaving the door slightly ajar as I had been doing for the past few days. After filling the tub, I sat on the edge, undressing carefully. My legs ached from therapy, and I relied heavily on my good hand to lower myself into the warm water. I attempted to flex my injured hand, managing only to curl a few fingers slightly. Izuka had been trying to work on his recovery for the past few days since Recovery Girl had refused to take any further action, but he hadn't made any noticeable improvement. He trusted Shinso, but doubts began to creep in about whether his hand would truly be fine in a few weeks. It seemed to be a topic everyone was avoiding. As he began to wash himself, he recalled Recovery Girl's advice to be careful. Scrubbing at his arms wouldn't erase the memories, so he decided it was time to confront them. Hesitantly, he lifted his arms out of the soapy water, examining them for the first time since his rescue. To his surprise, his arms weren't covered in discolored handprints or thick lines. There were definitely scars more than he cared to admit and a few burns from fingerprints. He remembered that many people had used their quirks to heal him, and it was his chest and back that had suffered the most damage, along with his hand. The worst part seemed to be his wrists, which had been repeatedly scraped by ropes that had bound him. Feeling the phantom burns and cuts that haunted his dreams, he submerged his arms underwater again and looked away. He wasn't ready to confront the rest of his body today. It was a matter of taking baby steps. Continuing to wash himself, he paused to enjoy the scent of the amazing shampoo he had been using before stepping out of the bath to dry off. He noticed some clothes folded neatly on the floor just outside the cracked door and grabbed them, mumbling a thank you to Shinso. He pulled on the tank top and sweatpants, adjusting the drawstrings so they wouldn't fall. The clothes were a size larger than his own, but he didn't mind. Oversized clothes were always more comfortable. Pushing the bathroom door open, he was about to call for Shinso to help him with his bandages, as he had done for the past few days, when he remembered that he no longer needed them. Unsure whether to feel excited or upset about this, he decided to walk to the bed from the bathroom, despite Recovery Girl's warning not to use his legs outside of physical therapy. Tired of sitting down all the time, he shakily made his way toward the bed on achy legs. Halfway there, Shinso noticed him and rushed over, looking alarmed. He scolded Izuku for being up, quickly throwing Izuku's arm around his neck to support him. Izuku felt a wave of guilt wash over him. He apologized, but Shinso insisted he just wanted Izuku to take care of himself and didn't want to see him get hurt. Once they reached the bed, Shinso helped him sit down. Izuku moped, feeling like he was causing problems. He suggested that maybe he should just go back to his own dorm so Shinso wouldn't have to take care of him anymore. Shinso reassured him that he enjoyed spending time with Izuku and that if he truly wanted to return to his dorm, he could ask Aizawa about arranging it. Izuku looked up, surprised to hear that Shinso didn't hate helping him. He felt bad for implying that Shinso was babying him, especially when he saw the alarm in Shinso's eyes. He quickly clarified that he appreciated the help and didn't want to overstay his welcome. Shinso reassured him that he was proud to have made a friend and that he admired Izuku for his strength and resilience. He expressed his happiness in helping someone who would become a great hero someday. The next morning, they went to class early, as usual, to avoid the crowds of students. Ida was typically the first one in the room, offering a respectful greeting before getting to work. This time, Uraraka and Todoroki were also present. Since the talk in the nurse's office, Izuku hadn't interacted much with them, feeling nervous around his friends. Although the conversation with the detective had calmed some of his fears, it was still unsettling to see the faces of his tormentors now as friends. Uraraka approached him with a smile, expressing that she and Todoroki wanted to know if they could join him for lunch that day. Izuku responded with a shaky thumbs up, feeling a mix of excitement and anxiety. Uraraka jumped in delight, pumping her fist in the air. As more students filtered into the room, Aizawa arrived, signaling everyone to take their seats. He announced that he had everyone's test results from the quiz on safety protocols and evacuation from the previous Tuesday. Since Shinso and Izuku had missed the test for obvious reasons, they would take it during this PRD. Aizawa reassured them that he didn't expect them to know every answer. He just wanted to assess their knowledge to help them get back on track. The rest of the class would work on revisions or studying independently. Shinso and Izuku took the test, which wasn't too difficult. Much of it was common knowledge or could be solved through process of elimination. Izuku felt confident he had passed, even if it wasn't a perfect score. Shinso finished before him, and Izuku wondered if he had been studying the same material outside of school in case he got transferred. Aizawa looked impressed when he reviewed Shinso's test. After a few more PRDS, it was finally lunchtime. Ida had decided to join them for lunch, so the five of them rearranged some desks to sit and eat together. Midoriya felt nervous but wanted to overcome his fear of his friends. They talked quietly as they ate, with Uraraka and Ida leading the conversation while Todoroki chimed in occasionally. At one point, Uraraka expressed her happiness about having a new friend in their group, referring to Shinso. He seemed surprised for a moment but looked genuinely pleased. After that, he spoke a bit more, perhaps realizing that none of them were uncomfortable with his quirk. Throughout the day, Shinso had checked in on Midoriya to ensure he was comfortable and offered help with his subjects if needed. This attention made Midoriya secretly happy, and he wondered if Shinso remembered how he had awkwardly admitted the night before that he appreciated being cared for. About halfway through the PRD, Aizawa walked in. He informed them that Vlad King had spoken to him about Monoma's behavior the previous day. Monoma had been suspended for a week due to ongoing issues, and Vlad King had threatened expulsion if it happened again. Aizawa urged them to report any similar incidents immediately and expressed his apologies to Midoriya while thanking Shinso for his support. With that, he left the room to return to his nap in the teacher's lounge. As soon as the door closed, Uraraka and Ida began to discuss what had just happened. They were curious about Monoma's actions and whether Midoriya was okay. They asked if he had experienced violence and if he needed someone to confront Monoma. Midoriya quickly reassured them, waving his arms in front of him. He explained that Monoma had only said some hurtful things that he didn't want to discuss. He then turned to Shinso, thanking him for standing up for him. Shinso replied that there was no need for thanks, as Monoma had been out of line and deserved to be put in his place. Uraraka, with a mischievous glint in her eyes, declared her intention to confront Monoma the next time she saw him, promising to deliver a punch that would make him forget how to be mean. Todoroki, maintaining his usual calm demeanor, added that he would use his father's credit card to hire someone to teach Monoma a lesson. Ida sighed, conceding that he wouldn't say anything if Monoma happened to show up with a black eye. Uraraka, giggling, suggested they form a Deku protection squad. She then excitedly pointed out that Aizawa had actually apologized and thanked Shinso, indicating that he was softening up. Later, as everyone packed up after the last PRD, Midnight informed Shinso and Midoriya that Aizawa wanted to speak with them after class. She reassured them that it was nothing bad. Uraraka, Ida, and Todoroki waved goodbye, with Uraraka mentioning the need for a sleepover soon. Once everyone left, Midnight explained that Aizawa wanted to speak specifically with Midoriya but understood he might feel more comfortable with Shinso present. She had to leave for her patrol, waving as she exited. Shinso appeared lost in thought, so Midoriya decided to let him be while he gazed out the window. The tense silence was interrupted when Aizawa and present Mike entered the room together. Midoriya jumped slightly at the sound of the door slamming shut, relieved that it didn't remind him of the door in the basement. Aizawa addressed Midoriya, explaining that they had a question to ask him. However, he warned that if Midoriya agreed, it might be something he wouldn't want Shinso to know. It was ultimately Midoriya's decision whether Shinso stayed or left. Midoriya looked between Mike and Aizawa, noting Mike's excitement and Aizawa's nervousness. He decided that Shinso could stay. Shinso shrugged, indicating he was fine with remaining. Mike, eager to continue, was interrupted by Aizawa, who stated that he and Hisashi were married and wanted to know if Midoriya would like them to adopt him. Aizawa explained that since Midoriya already knew them, it would alleviate the stress of dealing with foster parents or the uncertainty of a new home. Aizawa reassured Midoriya that he didn't have to answer immediately and that they wouldn't be hurt if he declined. Mike smiled widely, encouraging Midoriya to take his time with the decision. Midoriya stared back in surprise, processing the proposal. Without thinking, he responded that it would be nice. When Mike asked if he was okay with the adoption, Midoriya confirmed, as long as he wouldn't be a burden. Aizawa assured him that he wouldn't be a bother. He mentioned he could pick up the necessary paperwork that night and they could sign it the following day. He emphasized that Midoriya could change his mind before then without any pressure. As soon as the door closed behind Aizawa and Mike, Shinso spoke up, indicating he had anticipated this moment. The day of the adoption was finally here, but the reality of being an orphan was just starting to sink in. The thought felt foreign, and while there was relief in knowing that I wouldn't be one for much longer, it still felt strange. Would Aizawa and Mike become my parents or just legal guardians? Was there a difference? Did I have to take the Aizawa name? The questions swirled in my mind, and I found myself stressing over trivial things. What if they turned out to be strict and never cooked katsudon or let me do anything fun? It was silly to worry about katsudon, but I hoped everything would be fine. Present Mike was genuinely nice and Aizawa, well, he could be trusted. Perhaps they could help me get back on track with my studies and provide extra one-on-one training. But they were already so busy as teachers and pro-heroes. They had mentioned that they were doing this to make things easier for everyone, not to act as parents. They were just ensuring my basic needs were met so I could stay at UA. I should be grateful for this opportunity. Suddenly, I was jolted from my thoughts by Shinso, who had approached me. I hadn't realized I was mumbling to myself. He reassured me that my quiet musings hadn't been loud enough for anyone to hear. I felt my cheeks heat up in embarrassment. He mentioned that it was lunchtime and that Todoroki had gone to pick up lunch for us since we hadn't brought anything. We would be eating with him, Uraraka, and Ida again. Sue wanted to join us but had already promised Tokoyami she would sit with him that day. I agreed, trying to shake off the strange thoughts that had crossed my mind about Shinso. His lilac eyes were captivating, and I found myself staring. When he asked if I was okay, I quickly looked away, stammering that I was fine. He offered me comfort by wrapping an arm around my shoulders and reminded me that the decision about my adoption was mine to make. I nodded, feeling a bit more at ease. Lunch and the rest of the classes passed quickly, although English was awkward as I tried not to glance at present Mike. I realized I had known both him and Aizawa for a while, yet I knew so little about them while they seemed to know everything about me. Physical therapy was even more uncomfortable with Aizawa supervising my session. He pulled Recovery Girl aside to discuss my progress, and I could tell the conversation was going well until Aizawa gestured toward his hand, and Recovery Girl shook her head. He seemed to deflate, and I felt a similar heaviness. I couldn't understand why she wouldn't let me work on my hand when I could still move my fingers. Finally, the day came to an end, and I found myself sitting in front of Aizawa's desk, staring at a paper that Mike had just placed in front of me. Mike asked if I had decided for sure that I wanted them to adopt me. I hesitated but eventually confirmed my decision. He explained that since I was over 14, I needed to sign a part of the paper that indicated my consent to the adoption. Aizawa took a sip of coffee, looking content as he set the cup down. I glanced over the paper, feeling a mix of emotions. Mike then asked if we could make a photocopy of it before sending it in, and Aizawa agreed, though he appeared more nervous than annoyed, which was an unusual sight. As I picked up the pen, I hesitated again, unsure if I needed to take the Aizawa name. They both looked surprised when Aizawa reassured me that I didn't have to change my name unless I wanted to. I felt relieved and mumbled that I was fine with my name as it was. I knew I should just sign the paper and get it over with. I didn't want to stress them out any longer. With a deep breath, I signed my name on the line and slid the paper back to them. Mike beamed at me, welcoming me to the family, and Aizawa offered a small smile. Mike encouraged me to call him Hisashi or whatever I felt comfortable with, while Aizawa suggested I could call him Shota outside of class. I was glad to see that I wasn't the only one feeling nervous. I expressed my gratitude, bowing my head, and they reassured me that there was no need for thanks. They were happy to have me. Afterward, Shinso and I walked back to the general education dorms. When we entered the common room, the television was tuned to the news. The news anchor introduced himself, and I recalled my mom mentioning him once. She had talked about how he had removed one of his horns to broadcast more efficiently. At the time, I had been envious, not understanding why someone would alter their quirk. But now, I could empathize with his choice. The news report then shifted to a story about a boy in a UA uniform who had been seen during my rescue. Cameras had captured him carrying me out from a location associated with the League of Villains. The footage was dark and blurry, but I could see someone who looked like Shinso entering a building alongside someone dressed in black, likely Aizawa. Next to the video was a photo that appeared to be his student ID picture. The reporter mentioned that sources indicated he was the one who rescued the boy, identifying him as first-year Hitoshi Shinso, a general education student who had reached the third round in the most recent UA Sports Festival. The question arose whether he could secretly be a hero in training and if he already possessed his hero license. There was still no additional information about him, but an update on the kidnapped boy was provided. A photo of Izuku Midoriya appeared on the screen next to the reporter's face. Izuku had been released from the hospital the day after his rescue and had been attending classes as usual since then. As far as anyone knew, he had not left the campus since his discharge. His mother, Inko Midoriya, was believed to have been in a car crash and hospitalized the day he resumed classes. The situation regarding her survival remained unclear. An old photo of his mother appeared on the screen, leaving Izuku wondering how they had obtained it and why they were discussing her on the news. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Shinso glancing down at him with concern, placing a hand on his head. They decided to head upstairs, and Izuku found himself nodding, the image of his mother lingering in his mind. The next morning, Aizawa texted Shinso to bring Izuku to the teacher's lounge before classes. Upon arrival, Shinso immediately headed for the coffee machine, looking content with a hot cup in his hands as he stared into space. Present Mike arrived before Aizawa, entering with a huge smile. He asked Izuku how he was feeling that morning, catching him off guard. Izuku responded that he was all right and suggested they could call him by his first name. Aizawa entered just as he spoke, and both teachers nodded in acknowledgement. Present Mike then mentioned that Izuku's mother's funeral was scheduled for the weekend. He suggested they stop by Izuku's old house afterward to collect anything he might want and to see it one last time. He added that her will stated everything would go to him. Aizawa's voice dropped as he expressed concern about the abruptness of the topic, but Izuku found himself tuning out after hearing the word funeral. He had forgotten there would be one, and tears began to well up as he thought about his mother's face. The previous night, he had experienced another nightmare, this time watching her suffer instead of himself. It was terrifying, and he wondered if that was how he appeared to Shinso when he was saved. Thankfully, he hadn't been loud enough to wake Shinso, who needed all the rest he could get. His mother would have wanted him to be strong. She had supported his application to the hero course at UA, despite her fears for his safety. He was determined not to let her down, though he felt it was only natural to cry a little. The pain was overwhelming, and he couldn't understand how anyone could hold back tears. Present Mike knelt in front of him, offering support and reminding him that heroes were allowed to cry too. As the tears finally fell, Izuku cried silently, missing his mother deeply. She had always known how to comfort him during difficult times. Shinso knelt beside him, lifting Izuku from the wheelchair into a warm embrace. His arms wrapped securely around Izuku, and one hand rubbed his back soothingly. Izuku pressed his face into Shinso's shoulder, returning the hug and wrapping his arms loosely around his neck. As he sat there, trying to regain his composure before class began, he wished he could remain in that moment forever. Eventually, he pulled away, sniffling, and Aizawa unexpectedly offered him a tissue along with a quiet apology. Once he had gathered himself, he took a deep breath, wiped his eyes, and straightened up. Shinso helped him back into his wheelchair, despite Izuku insisting he could manage on his own, creating an awkward atmosphere after such an emotional moment. Present Mike then suggested they visit Izuku's new home that weekend. He assured Izuku he could stay in the dorms but mentioned it would be nice to have a place to go during holidays and weekends. He also mentioned their cats, which Nomuri had been caring for since she didn't have to stay on campus during the week. Shinso pointed out that Mike wasn't a homeroom teacher either, sounding more inquisitive than accusatory. Aizawa chimed in, explaining that Mike had been quite emotional when he learned he would be staying at the school and had begged to come along. Mike dramatically retorted that Aizawa couldn't say no. Izuku couldn't help but giggle at their playful banter, and smiles spread across the faces of those around him, including Aizawa. He felt certain that his time with these two teachers would be quite interesting. Izuku smiled, letting out a small laugh, and Mike resolved to do everything he could to bring joy to Izuku's life every single day from that moment on. He still couldn't believe that he and Aizawa had adopted a real child. The previous night had been filled with tears of happiness as he hugged Izuku, excited about their new roles as parents. It was one of the happiest days of his life, and he was confident that things would only get better from there. Mike was determined to be the best parent he could be, providing Izuku with all the support and love he needed to grow into a strong hero. He also planned to spoil him, knowing that they could afford it. UA paid its teachers generously, and his radio show and hero career contributed to their financial stability. Although Aizawa's hero career didn't pay as much due to its underground nature, he still received a substantial salary from UA, having convinced Nizu to increase his pay. In other words, they were quite wealthy, and Shinso intended to spend the money they didn't know how to use on Izuku. While he understood that money wasn't the ultimate solution, he couldn't help but think that who wouldn't spend it all on such a precious kid. Plus, he and Shota donated several thousand to charities each month. Shinso knew there would be some favoritism in his classes, as Izuku had always been one of his top students. It also didn't hurt that Izuku's closest friend, or perhaps something more, was equally talented. He acknowledged that favoritism was frowned upon, but every teacher had favorites, they just weren't allowed to admit it. He couldn't help that he preferred some students over others, just as he couldn't help that Shota was his favorite person in the world. He had a feeling that one day, both Shota and Izuku might share the top spot on his list. Shinso felt himself growing more protective of Izuku each day, which made him anxious. He worried he might do something foolish, like growl at anyone who touched him, and end up looking ridiculous. This crush was undeniably embarrassing. It didn't help that he desperately wanted to take away all of Izuku's pain, fix his problems, and shield him from the world. However, he recognized that some healing needed to be done on Izuku's own terms, possibly with a therapist rather than just a friend. He also thought about Aizawa-sensei and present Mike-sensei, who would be there for Izuku. Was it selfish to want to fix everything himself? Perhaps he just wanted Izuku to rely on him, as that would ensure he wouldn't leave. It felt a bit creepy. Even after being accepted into one of Japan's most prestigious hero schools, Shinso still battled insecurities about abandonment. Regardless of his feelings, he resolved to be there for Izuku whenever he needed support, as his smile was the most important thing. That beautiful smile lit up the room and made all problems fade away. It was the smile that made Shinso feel flustered and gave him butterflies in his stomach. Yes, he had fallen for him. As they walked to the 1A dorms with the rest of their class, it felt strange to say that he was finally starting to make friends. Despite their kindness, he still felt like an outsider. Being in the hero course felt surreal. Before leaving, Aizawa-sensei had informed him that he had finalized a quirk improvement plan for Shinso, which made it sink in that, while he might not be there permanently, he was just as much a student in the hero course as everyone else. Azui joined them for lunch, and Izuku shared stories about his mother without shedding a tear, which left Shinso feeling conflicted about whether to be proud or concerned. Ida had mentioned hearing about Izuku's mother's passing on the news but chose not to bring it up, respecting Izuku's readiness to discuss it. This showed Shinso just how much respect he had for Ida. He glanced over at Mina, who was animatedly discussing acid with Izuku, who appeared comfortable at that moment. They approached the 1A dorms, and Shinso noticed the eager glances from the other students, who seemed excited to talk to Izuku now that school was over. Thankfully, they understood that overwhelming him with attention would not be helpful, so they kept their distance, chatting quietly among themselves. Upon arriving at the dorms, Izuku led Shinso straight to his room, looking relaxed after confirming that he could still stay in Shinso's dorm. As Izuku packed a bag of clothes, Shinso took in the All Might-themed decor, spotting a small picture frame of a younger Izuku with someone he recognized as his mother. They appeared very close. Seeing that picture inspired Shinso to work harder to strengthen his own relationship with his parents. He wanted to be closer to them, realizing how happy it would make Izuku. He needed to appreciate them more, especially considering that some children with villainous quirks or no quirks at all faced abandonment or abuse. While his school life had its challenges, he had always been fortunate to have loving parents who never looked down on him for his quirk. He resolved to mend their relationship and be more trusting. Shinso was pulled from his thoughts by a knock on Izuku's dorm door. Izuku jumped at the sound, giggling in embarrassment afterward. Shinso noticed a flicker of fear in his eyes, but he had improved remarkably fast. Healing took time, and there would be slip-ups. Izuku called out for the visitor to enter, and Uraraka peeked her head in. She asked if they wanted to join a sleepover planned for the following night. Shinso cringed at the thought for several reasons, particularly because Izuku's mother's funeral was that weekend, and he had never been to a sleepover before, which intimidated him. Izuku responded that they could do it next weekend instead, explaining about the funeral. Uraraka quickly apologized, expressing her regret for not realizing sooner. She thanked Izuku for confiding in them and assured him they would always be there for him. After confirming that next weekend would work, she left, closing the door quietly, demonstrating her awareness of Izuku's feelings. Izuku finished packing and excitedly asked if they could return to Shinso's dorm. Izuku felt a rush of warmth at the thought of the person he admired. It was challenging to maintain a neutral expression as he opened the door for him, pushing him gently through once he had entered. After school on Friday, Mike and Aizawa had taken him to a store to buy a suit and other formal clothes for the occasion, as he didn't own any. The materials were exquisite, though quite expensive. Aizawa had insisted on not allowing him to check the price tags after catching him looking for the cheapest option. Izuku felt a pang of guilt for spending their money, but Mike seemed genuinely happy and even attempted to get him a second suit. After assuring Mike multiple times that one suit was sufficient, he finally relented, though he pouted a bit afterward. Aizawa had noticed Shinso discreetly admiring a pair of cuff links on the other side of the store and pointed it out to Mike, whose face lit up as he approached Shinso. Izuku watched as Shinso blushed and looked away when Mike suggested buying him a pair. After a few attempts to decline, Shinso eventually caved, pointing to a pair he liked, his cheeks tinged with pink. Izuku couldn't help but smile as Shinso quietly thanked present Mike, still embarrassed at being caught looking. His attention shifted when he noticed Aizawa watching him, an eyebrow raised. A smirk played on Aizawa's lips, but he said nothing, instead focusing on some ties laid out on a table. Izuku thought to himself that Aizawa clearly knew about his feelings for Shinso. Now, it was Saturday, and they were preparing for his mother's funeral. Present Mike arrived at Shinso's dorm at 9 a.m. to tell them to start getting ready and to offer help. He also brought breakfast, which they enjoyed before Izuku decided to take a quick shower. Recovery Girl had advised him against any strenuous activities outside of her sessions, so he had to sit down in the shower, which felt quite unusual. Afterward, he put on the new clothes they had bought the day before, which Mike had unnecessarily ironed while he was in the shower. They felt warm and comfortable, and he appreciated that. Shinso also got ready, and Mike returned shortly after, dressed in an expensive-looking suit with his hair tied back. Mike complimented both Izuku and Shinso on their appearances, and Izuku hesitantly stood to give him a hug, which Mike returned warmly. Shinso quietly thanked Mike as well. After a moment, Mike pulled away, holding Izuku at arm's length with a sympathetic smile. He reminded Izuku that heroes were allowed to cry too before adjusting his hair slightly and letting him sit back down in the wheelchair. They left the dorms around 11 and drove toward the funeral service in Shota's car. Izuku nervously picked at his fingernail and asked if they could make a quick stop before the service. Shota, glancing at him through the rearview mirror, replied that they likely had about 15 extra minutes. Izuku expressed his desire to get a flower for his mother, and both Shota and Mike agreed to take him to a nearby shop. A minute later, they arrived outside a small flower shop, bursting with various plants. Several tables outside were filled with flowers and leaves. Shinso got out and retrieved the wheelchair from the trunk as Izuku admired the beautiful shop, which offered a mix of exotic and common flowers. Shinso watched him nervously as he transferred into the wheelchair, but he understood that Izuku didn't need assistance and allowed him to manage on his own. Izuku decided to stick to the flowers outside, as he wasn't sure the wheelchair would fit through the narrow walkway inside. After browsing for a bit, he spotted a cluster of large flowers labeled as peonies. They were stunning and reminded him of his mother. He thought she would have loved them. Carefully, he selected one in full bloom with pale pink petals and glanced at Hisashi and Shota, holding it out to them. Hisashi took the flower and asked if Izuku wanted a bouquet or just that one. Izuku opted for just the single flower, and Hisashi went inside to pay. When Hisashi returned, he had the flower, now with a small plastic vial filled with water attached. Izuku had never seen that before. His mother always bought flowers from the market and placed them in a vase at home. Hisashi explained that it was meant to keep the flower fresh longer, though it could be removed once they reached their destination. Izuku thanked him, and both Hisashi and Shota offered reassuring smiles as they all got back into the car. The drive was quiet, and Izuku focused on the flower in his hands. Upon arriving, Shinso went to the trunk again to retrieve the wheelchair. Just as Izuku exited the car and settled into the wheelchair, he was startled by a loud voice calling his name. Izuku turned at the familiar voice, seeing Mitsuki running towards him with a strangely quiet Bakugo in tow. She practically threw herself on him in a bear hug, and he desperately tried to ignore the overwhelming urge to flee that threatened to take over his body. Deep breaths were needed. Mitsuki expressed her concern, apologizing for not having seen him in so long, especially after the traumatic events he had endured. She lamented the loss of Inko, expressing disbelief at what Izuku had gone through, and her grip tightened around his neck. Tears pricked the corners of his eyes as he struggled to calm down. His attempts at deep breathing were futile, as her shoulder covered his mouth and nose, and her embrace felt constricting. He questioned why a simple hug was causing him to panic, wishing his mind would cooperate. Aizawa observed Izuku's reaction. He noted that Izuku did not return Bakugo's mother's hug or respond to her words. The boy's body was rigid and unmoving. Aizawa glanced at Shinso, who looked panicked, shifting his gaze between Bakugo's mother and Izuku. Aizawa's glare shifted back to Bakugo's mother, silently warning her to be careful. He sensed Hizashi's similar disapproval. When she noticed their gazes, she stepped back and released Izuku. Aizawa's attention immediately returned to Izuku, who remained still. Shinso and Hizashi rushed to check on him, speaking in hushed tones. Bakugo, arms crossed and looking away, remarked that Izuku was likely having a panic attack due to the rough experiences he had faced. Aizawa sighed, relieved that despite Bakugo's abrasive demeanor, he was not mocking Izuku. Izuku began to breathe more normally, stammering out apologies to both Shinso and Hizashi. He turned to Bakugo's mother, attempting to apologize, but she insisted it was her fault, a wise choice on her part. As the situation settled, Aizawa took stock of the crowd around them. Many people were watching, likely drawn by the commotion. He noted a timid-looking man with light brown hair and glasses approaching Bakugo. Bakugo's father attempted to speak, but Bakugo interrupted him with a sharp retort. Aizawa intervened, hoping to quell the tension. Bakugo's mother chimed in, urging her son to listen to his teacher. Bakugo glared at her but then turned back to his father, who seemed taken aback by his son's attention. The man quietly advised Bakugo to wear his tie properly and button up his shirt for the funeral. Bakugo glared but complied, understanding that this was not the time for argument. Aizawa sighed, realizing he had tied his hair back and couldn't run his fingers through it as he usually did. He moved to stand next to Hizashi and glanced at Izuku, who was holding Shinso's hand to his chest but appeared to be okay. They had lingered outside for too long, and it was time to go inside. Aizawa noted that his son had not cried yet, a mix of pride and concern filling him. He thought about how most kids in Izuku's situation would be overwhelmed with emotion. He decided they should talk to Izuku about therapy once things settled down, knowing Izuku would likely be open to the idea. Aizawa asked if Izuku was ready to go in. Izuku glanced nervously at the door before nodding, and they headed inside. Shinso began to wheel Izuku to the front row, while Aizawa and Hizashi planned to sit further back. However, Izuku whispered something to Shinso, who then approached Aizawa and Hizashi. Izuku wanted them to sit in the front row with him, considering them his close family. Aizawa felt a warmth at this and agreed. The four of them walked to the front, receiving a few stares but no objections as they took their seats. Bakugo and his parents settled in the row behind them, along with several others. Izuku moved from his wheelchair to the bench, and Shinso folded the chair, placing it aside. Izuku held the flower in both hands, staring down at it with a lost expression as he leaned slightly into Shinso's side. The service began a few minutes later, and Midoriya seemed only half present. When asked to say a few words, he requested Shinso's assistance to walk up. The boy nervously agreed, and together they made their way toward Inko's casket. Shinso appeared immensely uncomfortable under the gaze of everyone in the room, directing his eyes to the floor while Izuku rested an arm around his shoulders. Izuku began, admitting he hadn't prepared a speech. He raised his hand to his mouth, likely to stifle a whimper that escaped him. A few tears slipped from his eyes as he took a shuddering breath. He expressed that his mother was one of the kindest people he had ever known and possibly the best mom anyone could ask for. She had always supported his dreams, and even when doctors thought he was quirkless, she never let that change how she viewed him. Whenever he had a bad day, she seemed to know and would have a bowl of katsudon waiting for him at home. He let out a pained laugh, acknowledging that he didn't know how she did it, but she always managed to be there for him. After a long pause, he shared that he would miss her deeply, but he felt reassured knowing he had many people in his life who cared for him. He made brief eye contact with me, and I sensed a silent thank you amidst his pain. I nodded in response. He concluded by saying that was all he had to say and returned to his seat with Shinso. I placed a hand on his shoulder once he was seated, ensuring he noticed me first. He seemed particularly jumpy today due to the stress of the funeral, so I tried to be as gentle around him as possible without drawing attention. He had done well, and in that moment he broke down in tears. Bakugo's mother delivered a brief speech that Izuku didn't fully absorb, as he was too busy trying to hold back his tears, wiping his eyes repeatedly with the back of his hands. In a sudden decision, as Bakugo's mother took her seat and no one else approached the front, I stood and walked to the front of the room. Izuku looked up at me in surprise, his eyes glistening with tears. I began by admitting that I had never truly known Miss Midoriya. I realized that was not the best way to start, as some of the confused stares in the room shifted to glares. I continued, explaining that although I had only met her briefly, I had heard many wonderful things about her, both today and in the past. I shared that I had the pleasure of teaching her son and wished I could thank her for raising such an incredible kid. I noted that she must have been remarkable for Izuku to have turned out so strong and resilient. His determination showed he was ready to take on the world and would never give up on his dreams. I expressed my belief that he would become a great hero someday, taking after his mother, who would be greatly missed by many. After finishing, I returned to my seat, and Izuku whispered a thank you. I pulled him into a side hug, which he returned, clinging tightly to me. As the service concluded, before we could head back to the car for the burial, Izuku was surrounded by people. Hisashi, Shinso, and I did our best to keep the crowd from overwhelming him. Many expressed their sorrow over his loss and spoke of how wonderful Inko was. I gathered that their family had been a literal ray of sunshine in the community. Bakugo's mother produced a tray of lasagna and a large bouquet of flowers. Others joined in, and soon I found myself carrying 6 bouquets, the lasagna, and a box of homemade cookies. Shinso also held a few gifts for Izuku. Strangely, Mike didn't seem to be carrying anything, but I soon realized that some attendees recognized him as the voice hero. I called out to Hisashi, feeling a twinge of jealousy as I noticed how the women were fawning over him at my son's mother's funeral. It felt disrespectful and frustrating. Hisashi and I followed behind Izuku and Shinso, who had started to make their way out as the crowd began to thin. I opened the trunk of the car and set down the flowers, realizing it would be impractical to keep them in the passenger area. I made room for the wheelchair as Izuku got into the back seat, and once Shinso slid it in, I rearranged the flowers to prevent them from getting crushed. I handed Shinso the lasagna and cookies, both in glass containers, and hopped into the driver's seat to head to the burial. When we arrived, my phone buzzed and I glanced at the caller ID. It was Tsukachi, and I knew this wasn't a good time to talk. I spoke quietly, not wanting Hisashi to overhear and worry. Tsukachi usually only called when there was a significant case that required my attention. He informed me that the main 4 from the League of Villains had escaped police custody during a transfer to prison. They had somehow managed to use their quirk despite the vehicle being quirk-proof. I felt a surge of frustration and asked if they had any leads on where the villains had gone. Tsukachi mentioned that a team was heading to the original base but had no other leads if they weren't there. I told him to keep me updated and hung up, feeling the weight of the situation. I looked over at Izuku, my frown deepening as I considered the challenges ahead. The young boy stood at his mother's funeral, a heavy weight on his heart. It was a difficult moment, and yet he needed to hear the truth. With a sigh, I jogged to walk beside my husband. The crowd was smaller than at the service, and the ceremony was brief. As the casket was lowered into the ground, Izuku placed a flower atop it before they began to cover the hole. A few minutes later, we left, and Hisashi assured Izuku that he could visit anytime. I drove us to his mother's old apartment, where he retrieved the spare key taped beneath the welcome mat. We offered to wait in the car, but he insisted it was fine. He mentioned that we could stay in the living room, suggesting there might be snacks in the cupboard and tea to make, though he warned us to avoid the fridge, as most of the food was likely spoiled. He seemed to feel a bit better as he spoke, then turned and disappeared down the hall, presumably to his bedroom. I sank into the couch, feeling drained and anxious. I looked up when Izuku peeked out of his room, glancing past me at Shinso. The unspoken question in his eyes was clear as Shinso walked down the hall to him, and they both entered the room. I felt a twinge of concern about this attachment. Having someone to lean on after such trauma was crucial, but his reliance on Shinso was troubling. Perhaps I was being overly dramatic. It had only been 2 weeks, and he was recovering from months of hardship. Therapy would definitely be necessary. I glanced at Hisashi, who was already looking at me with concern. He asked what was wrong, and even after all these years, that look still made my heart flutter. I told him that Tsukachi had called, mentioning that some members of the league had escaped. The worry on his face was something I wished to avoid. We couldn't lose him, Hisashi said, not when we finally had him. I reassured him in a hushed voice that we would keep Izuku safe and that no one would get to him. He nodded, leaning into my embrace, and I felt proud of him for holding it together. After a moment, he spoke again, his face still buried in my chest. He mentioned that Izuku had used my first name in the car that morning, which made him happy. I didn't respond, simply running my fingers through his hair, a gesture he always cherished. Izuku felt a wave of comfort wash over him when Shinso entered his room. The memories that haunted him became more bearable with his friend by his side. He considered asking Shinso to use his quirk to help him forget, but he didn't want to impose. Instead, he looked around his room, which was quite empty compared to his dorm, though it was filled with All Might merchandise and some of his weekend clothes. As he reached for his suitcase under the bed, Shinso stopped him, pulling it out and laying it on the bed. He unzipped it and walked over to the closet, asking if Izuku wanted all of his clothes. Izuku nodded, realizing he had many old clothes he didn't want anymore but felt hesitant to ask for new ones. Most of the clothes were 2 or 3 years old, remnants of a time when he preferred baggier styles that now fit him normally. Shinso began pulling clothes from the closet and laying them on the bed next to the suitcase. When Izuku tried to help, Shinso shot him a look that made it clear he should not do any work. Feeling restless, Izuku turned his attention to the posters on the walls. Most were cheap replicas, but 2 were special, one commemorating All Might's 5th year as the #1 hero in Japan and another that was one of a kind. Both were valuable, and he wanted to give them to someone who would appreciate them more than he did. It was time to stop idolizing All Might as a fanboy. He was now his mentor and teacher, and Izuku was his successor. He couldn't keep placing him on an unreachable pedestal if he wanted to be successful one day. While he could admire All Might, treating him like a deity wouldn't help him grow. He glanced over to see that Shinso had nearly finished packing his clothes, which filled about half the suitcase. Then he realized with embarrassment that his underwear was among the items. His face flushed with panic at the thought of Shinso seeing them. Just then, Shinso looked over with concern, rushing to him and gently pushing some hair back from his eyes. The closeness made Izuku's heart race. All he could focus on were Shinso's beautiful eyes, his flawless skin, and the way his hair defied gravity. The gentle touch sent shivers down Izuku's spine, and he wished it would never end. Not to mention that all of those things have nothing on how amazing you are inside. You are literally the definition of perfection, and I would do anything for you. If you told me to take action against someone, I would do it without hesitation. Midoriya was snapped out of his thoughts when he came face to face with Shinso, who was staring deeply into his eyes. He felt a rush of embarrassment and desperately willed his blush to fade. Shinso reassured him, saying he was just checking to see if he was okay. For a moment, he thought Midoriya might be having another panic attack, which was understandable given everything that was happening. Midoriya nodded, unable to look away from Shinso's concerned gaze, wondering why that was so attractive. He assured Shinso that he was fine and just processing everything. Shinso, though not entirely convinced, offered his support if Midoriya wanted to talk. Grateful for his understanding, Midoriya turned his attention to the bookshelf in the corner, beginning to sift through his belongings. His first 12 notebooks were there, while the others were at his dorm. Most of the information was still accurate, and despite having memorized them, he felt a strong desire to keep them. As he glanced back to ask Shinso for help with his suitcase, he found Shinso already sliding the notebooks off the shelf. It seemed he was becoming predictable. The remaining books were children's stories he hadn't touched in years, along with a few on heroes that he had thoroughly absorbed. He didn't need them anymore, and Shota had mentioned that anything he didn't want to keep could be left there for now. They could return later to decide what to do with it all. He could leave the posters behind for now and find someone to give them to when they returned. Midoriya had known their landlord was a bit grumpy, but he had expected him to want them out quickly so he could rent the apartment again. Unless they were still paying rent during this time, it was strange that he was allowing them to stay. When he expressed his concerns to Shota earlier, Shota had reassured him that he had spoken with the landlord, who had said it was fine. It didn't seem right, but Midoriya didn't want to be bothersome, so he let it go. Shinso's voice broke through his thoughts, asking if he wanted any of the other books. His voice was deeper than Midoriya's, which made sense given his own high-pitched tone. Midoriya shook his head but picked up one book, flipping through the pages until he found some money tucked between them. After retrieving the cash, he slid the book back onto the shelf and pocketed the money. It wasn't much, but he had saved his allowance when he was younger. Being quirkless had not only affected him but also his mother. He remembered how some parents looked at her while he played at the park, and he wondered if it impacted her job as well. He had saved most of the money she gave him, just in case she ever needed it back. Realizing his eyes were getting watery, he looked up at the ceiling, blinking repeatedly. He had cried enough for one day. It was time to pack up and move on. As Shota had said, this wouldn't be the last time he was there, so he had no reason to get emotional. Shinso mentioned that he had talked to Midoriya's mother while he was in the hospital before he woke up. Midoriya's heart raced at the news. She had been scared but wanted him to continue following his dream of becoming a hero. Shinso thought he should know, and Midoriya felt a surge of gratitude. He stood up and hugged Shinso, wrapping his arms around his neck, which was a bit challenging due to their height difference. Concerned, Shinso placed his hands on Midoriya's waist and expressed his worry about him standing. He didn't want him to strain his legs after being up earlier. Midoriya felt embarrassed and quickly returned to his wheelchair, realizing he should have been more considerate. Not everyone liked hugs, and he worried he had made things awkward. Shinso quickly reassured him that it was okay and suggested they sit on the bed instead. He promised he would give hugs whenever Midoriya wanted, but he didn't want him to get hurt. Tears pricked Midoriya's eyes again as he whispered his thanks, taking a deep breath. He noticed Shinso looked genuinely hurt, and guilt washed over him. Did he cause this? Shinso finished packing Midoriya's suitcase and bathroom items. Midoriya then mentioned wanting to grab some things from his mother's room, unsure if it was okay. Shinso asked if he wanted him to come in or wait in the hallway, sounding nervous. Midoriya decided he could manage on his own and wheeled himself over to her closed door, feeling the tension between them. He didn't want to make Shinso uncomfortable by being in his deceased mother's room, especially after the awkwardness he had already created. He had a habit of not leaving Shinso alone, and now he felt the weight of the moment. He does not have a voice in his head, it's just him assuming the worst about Shinso because he's tired and stressed, reflecting on the past. Overall, he's thinking very negatively about everything. When he enters the room, his emotions hit him like a brick, and he starts crying again. The tears fall hard and fast, temporarily blurring his vision. All he's left with is the faint smell of the perfume she used every day, and even that will fade soon. He feels as though he will have no one left. Just like the League said, no one wants a useless nobody like him, and they will all leave. Aizawa and Mike will realize how damaged he is and abandon him, and Shinso has already figured it out. He will be gone soon. He fears he might get kicked out of the hero course because he feels so useless and scared, leaving him with nowhere to go. Shinso's beautiful purple eyes, which he turns to for comfort, become cruel and cold in his mind. He imagines Shinso pushing him away and calling him a freak, just like the kids in middle school used to. That's all he believes he will ever be. His hand will never be back to normal, and becoming a hero will be out of the question. He will never be able to fulfill his mom's dying wish, and he fears he will be a disappointment to her too. He hasn't even seen All Might since he was rescued, and he doubts All Might was on the rescue team. He imagines All Might is disappointed in him for failing as his successor. He feels like he has let everyone down. His mind reverts back to that dark place, and his chest tightens as memories flood back. He recalls moments of pain, feeling broken and helpless, and the relentless insults echoing in his mind. He wonders why it won't just stop and why he feels he has no control over these thoughts. Suddenly, Shinso appears in front of him, and he flinches, crying harder. He feels the urge to push Shinso away, feeling ashamed for his reaction. Shinso reassures him, saying he won't hurt him and that he just needs to listen to his voice. He hugs his knees to his chest, forcing himself to nod and lessen the shaking of his leg. Shinso offers his hand, but when he feels the touch, he flinches violently, overwhelmed by his emotions. Shinso suggests they try deep breathing instead. He begs for relief, asking Shinso to use his quirk, feeling desperate. Shinso asks if he is sure, and he forces the word out, nodding. He realizes he has had his eyes squeezed shut this entire time as Shinso's quirk takes effect. He feels himself being lifted and seated again, warm fingers gently wiping the tears from his face. Shinso instructs him to take a deep breath, and he finds himself obeying. With each breath, he feels more relaxed and safe, wrapped in Shinso's protective arms. In that moment, he feels a sense of pure contentment, as if nothing could hurt him. He feels disoriented for a moment before realizing he is sitting in his mother's room on Shinso's lap, across from an extremely worried-looking Aizawa and Mike. He wonders what he did this time. He remembers panicking and asking Shinso to use his quirk on him, feeling embarrassed about practically begging. Aizawa checks on him and he apologizes, feeling a bit clearer but still tired and sad. He catches himself about to say something to Shinso but stops, realizing he needs to find the right words. Shinso simply smiles at him, encouraging him not to worry. He notices Shinso has one hand in his hair, rubbing his scalp gently, which feels comforting and makes him sleepy. He wonders if it's a side effect of Shinso's quirk, compelling him to feel at ease. They share eye contact, and he looks away shyly, feeling a mix of admiration and insecurity. Despite everything that has happened, he realizes how much they all care about him. All his insecurities seem silly in comparison. Aizawa and Mike are pro-heroes, and Shinso is training hard to become one. They wouldn't leave him, and he knows that at the very least, Aizawa and Shinso would make it clear if they didn't like him. Once he assures them that he is okay, Aizawa mentions he has something to tell him when he finishes packing. He wonders if the look on Aizawa's face is due to what just happened or if the news is bad. He reassures himself that if it were that serious, Aizawa would have told him already. I need to work on worrying less. It's all over now, so things can only get better. I want to improve so that the people around me can also feel better. I aspire to be the one whose smile lights up the room, not the one who brings sadness and pity. I grab a photo from my mom's dresser, capturing a moment of the two of us just days before I visited the quirk doctor. The memory is hazy, but I recall us discussing what quirk I might have, and I asked her about my father's quirk. She wouldn't share, so I let it go and never brought it up again. It doesn't matter to me, whatever his quirk was, he didn't pass it on to me, and I resemble my mom in looks, so as far as I'm concerned, he's not a part of me. I tuck the photo into my pocket alongside the money from my book and leave the room, with Shinso following closely behind. Shota and Hizashi sit together on the couch, and I notice Hizashi nervously linking his pinky finger with Shota's discreetly. I ask about the news, choosing not to mention what happened in my mom's room moments ago. Hizashi glances anxiously between me and Shota, who lets out a sigh. He explains that the members of the league I mentioned in my interview, along with another member, escaped on their way to prison that morning. The police are tracking them down, and he will be the first to know if there are any leads, but so far, there's been nothing. It takes a moment for the information to register, and I find myself staring blankly at Shota until the weight of the situation hits me like a physical force, knocking the air from my lungs. I gasp for breath. A hand rests on my knee, and I jerk away before realizing it's Hizashi kneeling in front of me, trying to offer comfort. He reassures me that they won't let anything happen to me or anyone else again. When we open the door to leave my mom's apartment a few minutes later, we are met with a throng of reporters and flashing cameras. One of them calls out, eager to ask questions, but Shota slams the door shut with enough force to rattle the frame, his expression clearly frustrated. Hisashi, standing behind me, offers to handle the situation, making me jump. The events of the day have left me on edge, and my fatigue doesn't help. Shota exhales deeply, thanking Hisashi. He slips past Shota, giving him a quick peck on the cheek before opening the door and stepping outside. The reporters protest, struggling to catch a glimpse of Shinso and me through the narrow opening, but Hisashi quickly shuts the door. Though muffled, his voice carries as he attempts to calm the crowd. He asks how everyone is doing, and the reporters erupt with questions, trying to speak over one another, eager to know more about me and the situation. Was that the student who participated in the rescue of the kidnapped classmate? Curiosity buzzed among the reporters, with questions about why Izuku Midoriya was in a wheelchair. The inquiries made him frown slightly. Why were they referring to Shinso as the general education student? He had a name, and he was no longer in that class. Hisashi, with his usual enthusiasm, addressed the crowd, saying that all their questions were incredibly interesting, but due to legal reasons, he couldn't provide answers at that moment. He encouraged everyone to tune into his radio show that evening for an exclusive look at life at UA High School, teasing a special guest that he believed everyone would enjoy. Shota scoffed quietly, rolling his eyes at the situation. He muttered something under his breath that Izuku couldn't quite catch. The reporters erupted with more questions, primarily focused on whether Hisashi would mention Shinso or Izuku. Hisashi simply replied that they would have to wait and see on his show that night, adding with a playful tone that if they didn't leave, he wouldn't share anything at all. After a moment of deliberation, most of the reporters began to disperse, their curiosity momentarily satisfied. Izuku pondered the timing of Hisashi's show, recalling that it aired on Tuesday nights. They had decided it was best to return to UA instead of going to Shota and Hisashi's house. As they drove back, Izuku sat quietly, staring at his lap, reflecting on the day's events. The weight of the day pressed heavily on me as I expressed my gratitude for being brought to my mother's funeral. Hisashi reassured me that it was no trouble at all, while Shota nodded in agreement. Shinso reached out his hand, resting it on the seat between us. I placed my injured hand in his, appreciating the small squeeze of reassurance he offered, even though I couldn't return the gesture fully. As we arrived a few minutes later, Shota informed me that I was not permitted to leave UA's gates until further notice. He emphasized that I needed either Shinso or a pro-hero, preferably both, by my side at all times. This arrangement suited me fine, as Shinso was also required to stay close due to Shota's orders. It felt strange to think of them by their first names, even in my mind. I wished Shinso would let me call him Hitoshi, and I longed for him to call me Izuku. We weren't that close yet, but I hoped we would be. Shinso had been assigned to keep an eye on the protagonist, though it wasn't his choice. They made their way to the 1A dorms so the protagonist could drop off their belongings. A few classmates noticed them and paused in their activities. Mina and Kaminari interrupted their game, while Mei Hatsum stepped away from a conversation with Momo, leaving the protagonist wondering what Mei was doing there. The group gathered around, including Tsuyu, Siro, and Kirishima, who spoke up with enthusiasm. Kirishima expressed his happiness at seeing the protagonist but was curious about their attire and the flowers. He glanced at Shota and Hisashi, who had brought in the bouquets and food. Then back at the protagonist's outfit. The protagonist sensed Shinso's protective instincts kicking in and gently tugged at the hem of his shirt to reassure him. He seemed to have understood the situation. It was the day of his mother's funeral, and the announcement left many of his classmates visibly taken aback, guilt washing over their faces. One of them, Mina, expressed her condolences, mentioning that she had heard about it on the news and had wanted to reach out sooner. He reassured her that it was okay and appreciated her concern, emphasizing that he had a lot of support around him. He resisted the urge to glance back at Shota and Hisashi, unsure if they wanted the class to know about their adoption. The thought of potential drama made him hesitant. A chorus of apologies and comforting words filled the room, and he felt grateful for the support from his classmates. Mei, in her usual enthusiastic manner, mentioned that she had come to check on him after his kidnapping by a powerful villain group. She also excitedly talked about a new project she was working on as a welcome-back gift. Although he appreciated her thoughtfulness, he felt uncertain about her wanting to touch the tech on his wrist, even if it was meant kindly. He called after her, thanking her, but she had already left the room. Kirishima then spoke up, offering help and expressing that it was no trouble if he needed anything. Momo chimed in, her comforting presence making him feel both sad and reassured. Tsu nodded in agreement, having been one of the few who already knew about his situation. He expressed his gratitude to them, feeling drained from the day's events and longing for rest. Thoughts of Shinso's arms as a safe place surprised him, making him question the nature of his attachment. He startled when Shota cleared his throat, announcing his intention to resume Shinso's training the following day. He invited Izuku to join, suggesting that it would be beneficial for him to learn from Shinso's experiences. Izuku nodded, eager to be of help. Kaminari whispered to Kirishima, commenting on how much Shota had spoken in one go, which earned a glare from Shota. The conversation shifted as Shota suggested moving Shinso into the 1A building, making it easier for them to share a dorm. The idea excited Izuku. Sharing a space with Shinso would mean he wouldn't have to worry about being alone in a different building. Shinso suggested they should move his belongings upstairs, hinting at his discomfort with the other 1A students. Izuku realized that Shinso hadn't formally met most of them, aside from their close friends. As they headed toward the elevator, he waved goodbye to his classmates, with Shota and Hizashi following behind. Upon entering his dorm, Hizashi commented on the extensive All Might merchandise displayed. Izuku decided it was time to start talking more, wanting to show his classmates that he was returning to his old self. He mentioned his desire to take down the All Might items, explaining that while he admired the hero, he felt he had idolized him too much. He wanted to create a space that reflected his own identity and comfort, especially if Shinso would be sharing the room. He expressed a desire to change the decorations that had been there since he was 4, feeling it was time to start a new chapter in his life. The character felt uncertain about how to decorate their room and considered asking Shinso for help, admiring the way his room looked. However, they didn't want to impose on him, knowing he would agree even if he didn't want to. Hizashi seemed knowledgeable about interior design, but they hesitated to bother him since he and Shota were already looking after them. Shota appeared exhausted from his responsibilities and deserved rest. Aizawa reassured the character, expressing that they could never be a bother and that helping them was a joy, not a burden. The warmth of those words filled the character with a sense of comfort and gratitude, prompting a small smile that was reciprocated by Shota and Hizashi. In another perspective, Hizashi helped Izuku remove posters and sort through items for donation. Noticing Izuku's desk was worn, Hizashi suggested getting him a new one. Initially, Izuku resisted, citing cost, but Hizashi cleverly mentioned his surplus of money from his jobs, convincing Izuku to accept the gift. Izuku and Shinso chose a wall color online, and Hizashi arranged for DLVY from the hardware store. Shota agreed to assist with painting, demonstrating his willingness to support Izuku. While they painted, Hizashi browsed for desks with Izuku, who wanted a matching one to Shinso's. They placed the order together, including a matching chair. As the day progressed, Shota finished painting, and Shinso joined in to help after they had dinner. Hizashi walked the two back to Shinso's dorm, wishing Izuku a good night, feeling proud of Shota's nurturing side, which reminded him of a protective teddy bear. Later, Shota rose early for training with Shinso, and Hizashi briefly pleaded for him to return to bed before falling asleep again. After his own morning patrols, which were uneventful aside from some light-hearted gossip with Nemuri, he changed into casual clothes and headed to Izuku's dorm. Upon arrival, he found Shinso struggling with a large box. Hizashi rushed to assist, and they took the elevator to Izuku's room. Hizashi inquired about Izuku's well-being, learning that Shinso was allowing him some time alone. Shinso's nervousness about Izuku's independence was palpable, and Hizashi reassured him that everything would be fine. Curiosity led Hizashi to ask if Shinso had feelings for Izuku, prompting a flustered reaction from Shinso. Hizashi reassured him that he wouldn't discourage a relationship, recalling how Shota had looked at him in a similar way during their high school days. This eased some of Shinso's tension, and they continued to carry the box together to Izuku's room. Upon entering, they found Izuku fidgeting but visibly relaxing at their presence. He greeted Hisashi with a hint of embarrassment over the nickname. Izuku expressed a desire to continue fixing up the room but mentioned needing to pick out a few more items from the store. Hisashi offered to take them, eager to assist. It would be better to have two professionals than one, but there was a lingering doubt that anything would happen at the store. The feeling of paranoia crept in, but Sho had agreed that if one of them accompanied Izuku and they weren't gone for long, it was acceptable for him to leave the school grounds. Shinso mentioned that Aizawa-sensei had to grade some papers from the previous month and was going to speak with Hisashi about something. Izuku added that he might be starting therapy with Hisashi in a week or two, which was the reason for the meeting. A few minutes later, they were on their way to the store, with Izuku holding a list of items for their new room that Shinso had helped him create. The list consisted mostly of small things that caught Izuku's interest, such as fairy lights, though he learned they didn't actually resemble fairies, and comfort items like pillows that Shinso had suggested. As they exited the store to place the new items in the car, a little girl suddenly dashed into the street. Before anyone could react, Izuku leaped out of his wheelchair and rushed toward the girl, tackling her just as a car sped by, missing them by mere inches. The panic surged through them as they called out Izuku's name. They hurried to him as he rolled onto his back, breathing heavily. Shinso knelt beside him, checking for injuries. The only visible ones were the scrapes on his knees. The little girl ran off crying to her mother without a word of thanks as Izuku was helped to his feet and back into his wheelchair. They suggested returning to the dorms to patch him up, and Izuku nodded, his gaze still fixed on the road where the girl had been. Memories of his mother being hit by a car flooded back. Concerned, they asked how he was feeling, and Shinso held his hand in worry. Izuku's response was immediate and flat. He expressed his fear, recalling how close he had come to being hit himself, but he had to save the girl. The thought of his mother's accident loomed in his mind, making him feel like he wanted to cry. He struggled to maintain his composure, not wanting his friends to see how far he still had to go. Confusion washed over his face as he tried to retract his words, insisting he didn't mean what he had said. Shinso questioned whether the little girl had used some sort of truth quirk on him, and Izuku, after a moment of thought, agreed that it might be possible. He speculated that it could be a quirk that made him say the opposite of what he truly felt, though it was clear he was just trying to make sense of it. When asked how old he was, he replied flatly, and it was evident that he was feeling overwhelmed. They reassured him that they weren't angry, they just wanted to help. Shinso offered his hand, but Izuku hesitated, pulling back slightly. They encouraged him to see Recovery Girl, who could help with his knees and assess the quirk's effects. Izuku thanked them, looking down as if ashamed. Shinso rushed to comfort him, and they felt a sense of pride in their friend. Later, Recovery Girl assured Izuku that the effects of the quirk shouldn't last more than 24 hours, and she guessed it would be gone by the time he woke up the next day. If it persisted after class, he was to come with her after physical therapy for further evaluation. She explained that while he still had the ability to lie, it seemed he could only respond truthfully when asked a question. Izuku, curious, asked why they hadn't focused on his hand during therapy. Recovery Girl's expression turned serious as she explained the extent of the damage. She expressed her doubts about his hand fully recovering, suggesting that it might be time to consider transferring him from the hero course to general education or something similar. However, she noted that his homeroom teacher was determined to keep him in the program. A wave of emotions washed over Izuku as he processed her words. The thought of being transferred was unsettling, but he found comfort in knowing that Shoto was defending him. He opened his mouth to speak but remained silent as the door to the nurse's office opened, revealing a disheveled Shota scanning the room. He visibly relaxed upon seeing that I was okay and quietly closed the door behind him. He looked around the room, raking a hand through his hair, and asked what had happened, but no one spoke up. He then wondered if he would be kicked out of the hero course. Shota didn't respond, turning his attention to Recovery Girl, who raised her hands defensively and shook her head. She remarked that she was only telling the truth and hoped he wasn't prioritizing his feelings over his responsibilities, her face serious. Shota turned back to me, ignoring her. He stated firmly that he wouldn't let that happen and expressed a desire to understand what was going on. When no one else spoke, I took the initiative to explain. I shared that Hisashi had taken Shinso and me to the store for dorm supplies, and on our way out, a little girl had accidentally used her quirk on me, making it so I couldn't lie when asked questions. I added that we weren't sure how long this would last while I picked at the skin on my injured hand. He then inquired about my bandaged knees. I hesitated before explaining that I had tackled the girl to save her from an oncoming car, scraping my knees in the process. I could sense his frustration as he sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. It felt as if my words were spilling out uncontrollably. He then directed a question to Recovery Girl about why I hadn't been healed yet. She replied that it was just a scrape and that I needed to learn that she couldn't fix everything, assuring him it would heal in a few days. He expressed concern, his tone shifting dramatically as he realized the gravity of the situation. I reassured him that I was all right, but when he asked about my mental state, I accidentally answered no, my eyes widening in realization. I knew there was no point in correcting myself since they were aware of my quirk. Hisashi, who had been quiet, broke the silence, and I felt overwhelmed with shame. However, Shinso reached out, offering his hand to me. I took it, finding comfort in his warmth and reassurance. He told me it was okay to not be okay, and I looked at him in surprise, sensing sincerity in his eyes. Embarrassment washed over me, especially with so many people present. He gently rubbed his thumb over the back of my hand, and the simple gesture sent butterflies fluttering in my stomach. Shota suggested that we return to the dorms to get comfortable, perhaps watch a movie on the laptop. He and Hisashi would bring dinner, allowing us to relax and go to bed early. Shinso squeezed my hand lightly, agreeing that it was a good idea and mentioned he had a great website for streaming movies. Shota pretended not to hear that. Shinso joked about it before winking at me, which made a small smile appear on my face. He helped me into the wheelchair, and we left the room, heading toward his dorm. Once we arrived, Shinso took me to the kitchen area first and made me a cup of tea before we went upstairs. In his dorm, he opened his closet, explaining that he had spare pillows and blankets to set up a cozy spot for us to watch movies. As he pulled out a fluffy gray blanket, a green piece of fabric fell from the top shelf, but he didn't notice. I recognized it as the scarf I had seen peeking out on my first day, the one that said Deku on it. I smiled softly, turning away to avoid any awkwardness. He asked if I wanted to change into my pajamas while he set up the bed, and I nodded, grabbing some clothes and heading to the bathroom. After changing and brushing my teeth, I nervously looked at myself in the mirror. The pajamas I chose were a t-shirt and shorts. I knew he had seen most of my scars and didn't seem to mind, but it still made me self-conscious. My knees looked a bit silly all bandaged up, but I figured I would be under blankets most of the time anyway. When I emerged from the bathroom, I was taken aback by the sight of a nest of blankets and pillows on the bed. It looked incredibly inviting. My eyes must have sparkled because Shinso chuckled as he grabbed some sweats and a tank top before heading to the bathroom. He told me to get comfortable and that he would be out shortly to choose something to watch. I eagerly crawled onto the bed, snuggling under the layers and arranging the pillows around me, waiting for him. When he returned, he grabbed his laptop from the desk and slid under the blankets beside me. He scooted over until our shoulders touched, wrapping an arm around me as he settled in. I tried to stay calm as I cuddled into his side, and he looked down at me with an affectionate smile, asking if I was comfortable. I nodded in response. He then asked what I wanted to watch just as someone knocked on the door. Shinso called out that it was unlocked, and Hisashi opened the door with Shota following behind. Hisashi spoke softly, a tone I didn't recall hearing from him before the incident. Shota closed the door behind them, and Hisashi complimented our setup, noting how comfortable we looked. Shota added his own comment, which made me shift awkwardly. I stammered that Shinso was really good at making things cozy, feeling embarrassed by my own words. Hisashi laughed, and I fought the urge to hide my face in my hands. Shota set a bowl of ramen in each of our laps, reminding us about our classes the next day as Hisashi dragged him out of the room. Once the door shut, Shinso and I exchanged silent glances before sharing a quiet laugh. Shinso remarked on how he never realized Hisashi and Shoto were married. Izuku woke up to the sound of Shinso's alarm, both of them stirring. He realized he had been lying on Shinso's chest, and as he tried to get up, he found their legs tangled together. Losing his balance, he landed back on Shinso, who let out a soft wheeze and peeked at him with one squinted eye. Izuku hurried to untangle himself, struggling with the blanket wrapped around them. He apologized profusely as Shinso reached over to turn off the alarm. Izuku's nervous rambling was interrupted by Shinso's grumbled response, who then pulled him back down to his chest, assuring him he had a second alarm set. With that, he fell back asleep, leaving Izuku wide-eyed but soon lulled back into slumber by the soothing rhythm of Shinso's breathing. 5 minutes later, the second alarm jolted Izuku awake. He carefully rolled off Shinso, who turned off the alarm only for his phone to ring immediately after. Shinso answered, looking confused at the caller ID before sitting up and rubbing his eyes. He informed Aizawa that they had just woken up, but his expression shifted to concern when he realized Aizawa had hung up. Shinso explained that Aizawa and Hisashi were on their way over and sounded anxious, which was unusual for him. A sudden knock on the door startled Izuku just before Shota and Hisashi entered, both breathing heavily. Shota quickly composed himself, while Hisashi adjusted his hero jacket thrown over casual clothes. Izuku asked what was going on, feeling the weight of their serious expressions. Shota delivered the grim news. The League of Villains had set Izuku's mother's apartment on fire, and everything was lost. They had seen Dabi and someone they believed to be Toga at the scene. Hisashi wrapped his arms around Izuku, who leaned into him numbly. He asked if anyone was hurt, thinking of his neighbors. Shota reassured him that while a few had inhaled smoke and one had minor burns from saving a cat, there were no serious injuries. Izuku nodded weakly, relieved to hear that his neighbors were mostly okay, though his apartment had been completely destroyed. Shota encouraged Izuku to focus on himself for a moment, reminding him that it was okay not to worry about others all the time. Izuku understood the importance of looking out for others but felt the weight of responsibility as a hero. After some convincing, Izuku managed to assure them he was ready to go to class. The only thing he truly missed was the apartment, but he knew he had to move on. As they got ready, Shinso and Izuku kept quiet, and Shota and Hisashi likely did the same. When they went downstairs, a classmate from 1C asked why Shinso hadn't been in class recently. Shinso simply stated he was temporarily transferred to a different class, avoiding any mention of the hero course. Izuku pondered whether Shinso was considering becoming an underground hero, a path that fascinated him. Underground heroes operated without hidden motives and didn't seek media attention or large paychecks. He wondered if Shinso was thinking ahead or simply didn't want to engage with his former classmate. The thought brought a fleeting smile to Izuku's face, which faded when he spotted Monoma a short distance ahead, making his way to school. Monoma was returning today, and Izuku couldn't help but wonder what he had been doing out so early. A sense of unease washed over me as he vanished into the building, a strange comfort fading as he slipped out of my line of sight. What if he was watching me now? A shiver ran down my spine as we approached the entrance. Shinso paused, sensing the tremor in my voice. He turned to me, concern etched on his face. I hesitated before asking if he had seen Monoma enter the building moments earlier. Shinso's alertness heightened, his gaze shifting toward the front doors. No? Did you? I nodded weakly, feeling a knot of anxiety tighten in my stomach. That's strange. I was watching the door the whole time we walked. If you see him again, let me know immediately, okay? I nodded again, taking a deep breath to steady myself. I'm probably just imagining things since I know he's supposed to be back today, I murmured, wishing I hadn't missed the affectionate look he had given me earlier when he ruffled my hair, making me blush. As we stepped into the school, Monoma appeared before us, a sinister smile on his face that sent a chill through me. I froze momentarily, startled when Shinso continued walking toward him, gently nudging me along. Monoma interrupted me just as Shinso made a questioning sound. We can't have him knowing so soon. If you tell anyone what I'm doing, I'll ensure his life is filled with fear. My eyes widened as he pointed at Shinso behind me. Shinso's voice was soft and quiet, a tone that would usually make me swoon, but now it only heightened my anxiety. What's wrong, huh? Do you need me to call Aizawa-sensei? I felt a rush of panic as Monoma vanished just before I could reach him. I stumbled over my words, terrified and confused. Monoma, you can't? What can I do? He pressed, and after a moment of silence he continued, do you want me to use my quirk so you can speak clearly? I realized that Shinso hadn't seen him, and I couldn't tell anyone without putting him in danger. Fear coursed through me as I understood that Monoma's quirk would force me to reveal the truth, potentially putting Shinso at risk. No. The truth quirk I had encountered the day before activated at the worst possible moment, making me respond involuntarily. I thought I could remain silent, but I was wrong. As I felt myself drawn into his quirk, confusion flickered across Monoma's face, and I was abruptly released from its grasp. I'm so sorry, you always say yes, so I just assumed, but I didn't make you say anything. Panic filled his voice, and I struggled to regain my composure, feeling disoriented. No, I know. You weren't fully connected when you pulled away. I said, my words more of a question as I tried to articulate my thoughts. I just meant I'm okay, and you don't have to use your quirk. I sighed inwardly, relieved that I could still lie as long as I wasn't answering a direct question. I already told you, I don't mind when you use your quirk on me, and you don't have to ask for permission unless that's how you're getting a hold of me. I hoped to redirect his focus away from my panic. He couldn't know about Monoma, nor could anyone else. Of course, my attempt failed as he inquired about what had happened while walking around to push my wheelchair again. I thought I saw Monoma again. To my surprise, the half-truth worked, and I began to think of ways to navigate around the quirk. It wasn't technically a lie, I had thought I saw him. It could have been my imagination. Suddenly, Monoma reappeared, sticking his foot out in front of Shinso. He tripped, crashing to the floor beside me. Okay, definitely not my imagination. So it's true, you did get hit with a truth quirk. This will be interesting. Don't forget what I said, or I'll do much worse than that. He pointed at Shinso, who groaned as he sat up, disappearing again. I turned to Shinso, who was holding his nose, blood trickling from it. I think it might be broken, he hissed. I swear I tripped on something. Panic surged through me as I scrambled for an excuse. I couldn't stand Monoma. I'm so sorry, are you okay? I stretched my leg, and I didn't mean to trip you. He chuckled lightly as he stood, brushing himself off. Don't worry about it. I don't know how I didn't see it. Let's go to Recovery Girl before class, okay? I nodded vigorously, relieved he believed me. I was only lying to protect him. You know, I should thank you. If I hadn't gotten suspended, I never would have gained this ability. Monoma appeared right behind me as I ate lunch, making me flinch. All morning, he had been popping up to threaten me and dredge up painful memories. I didn't understand how he knew about anything that had happened while I was there, but it took everything in me to suppress the panic attacks he was trying to provoke. Normally, I'd expect you to ask what I'm talking about, but you've been so obedient, not uttering a word about me to your pathetic friends. I'll just tell you instead. Did you know that the leader of the League of Villains is named All for One? His quirk allows him to take and give quirks. It's amazing, really. In exchange for working with him, I got this new quirk. Pretty neat, isn't it? He was working with the League of Villains? My hand balled into a fist in my lap, shaking from the effort of keeping my composure. Don't freak out, don't freak out. It's called Ghost, and I can move through objects, make myself invisible to some and visible to others, choose who can hear me, and even materialize certain parts of my body separately. That's how I tripped your boyfriend in the hallway. He wasn't my boyfriend. I fought to maintain a neutral expression as waves of stress crashed over me. Oh well. He sighed, suddenly sounding bored. Nothing interesting is happening. You've been too obedient. I'll just have to make things even more difficult for you. The tension in the room was palpable as the thought of Monoma's threat lingered in Izuku's mind. He felt a chill at the idea of his boyfriend being in danger. Monoma had promised to make things more difficult, and the uncertainty weighed heavily on him. During lunch, Uraraka noticed his distress and asked what was troubling him. Izuku responded that he was wondering about the day's events, a half-truth that left him feeling uneasy. Monoma had yet to act, but the anticipation was nerve-wracking. When Monoma finally reappeared, he stood next to Hisashi at the front of the room. Izuku's heart raced, fearing for Hisashi's safety, but Monoma simply took a paper from the desk. He approached Izuku and slipped the answer key from a recent test into his backpack before vanishing again. Hisashi, oblivious, announced the return of the tests, praising the class for their performance. Izuku's heart sank when he realized he had scored perfectly, knowing it could lead to trouble. Shiro, sitting nearby, pointed out the answer sheet peeking from Izuku's bag, causing panic to rise within him. Hisashi's dark aura filled the air as he questioned who had placed the paper there. Uraraka stood up, defending Izuku fiercely, insisting he would never cheat. Bakugo, surprisingly, backed her up, affirming Izuku's integrity. Ida added that it was unreasonable to assume Izuku was responsible, while Momo speculated that a student from Class 1B might be behind the act, noting their rivalry. As Izuku looked around, he saw the anger etched on his classmates' faces. He reached for Shinso's arm, who intertwined their hands and offered a reassuring squeeze. Kirishima rallied the class, and soon everyone was raising their fists in solidarity, vowing to confront the 1B students. Hisashi, however, silenced them, stating he would handle the situation himself. 20 minutes later, Hisashi returned to the room as if nothing had happened. Shortly after, Recovery Girl entered, scolding him for sending so many students to the nurse's office. Hisashi protested, claiming he barely touched anyone, but Recovery Girl reminded him of the broken arm Monoma had sustained, which Hisashi dismissed as a learning experience. Later that day, Izuku learned that Recovery Girl had threatened to inform Nizu about Hisashi's actions, but Hisashi laughed it off, confident Nizu would not be upset. Aizawa, upon hearing the news, wanted to expel Monoma, but without evidence, there was nothing they could do. Izuku felt the weight of the situation. Monoma was clearly targeting him, but no one understood the full extent of the threat. When Hisashi asked Izuku if he had seen who placed the answers in his bag, Izuku had to lie, relieved that the truth quirk had begun to fade, allowing him to do so. During his last PRD, while he was doing physical therapy, Monoma returned, furious and confrontational. He kicked Izuku to the ground, taunting him about being watched and threatening his boyfriend's safety. The fear gripped Izuku as he pleaded for Monoma to leave his boyfriend alone. Just then, Shinso rushed to his side, gently removing Izuku's hands from his chest and helping him up. Izuku clung to Shinso, burying his face in his stomach as he sobbed. Shinso comforted him, rubbing his back and scalp, providing a sense of safety amidst the chaos. As they sat together, the sound of hurried footsteps approached, and Shota's voice broke through the haze. He asked if Izuku was alright, to which Shinso replied that he thought Izuku would be okay. Shota inquired about what had happened, but Shinso could only share that Izuku had fallen hard and was begging for someone to be left alone. Their conversation faded into the background as Izuku focused on Shinso's comforting presence, feeling the warmth of safety envelop him. "Just relax," Shinso said soothingly. Over time, the sobs transformed into sniffles, and he remained there quietly comforting Midoriya, lying flat on his back while Midoriya clung to him. A few more pairs of footsteps approached, sounding like a whole group of people. Kaminari's voice broke through the tension, asking if Midoriya was all right. Midoriya peeked one eye open to look at him and gave a small nod, rubbing his cheek against Shinso's jacket. Todoroki, Momo, Uraraka, and Koda were all behind Kaminari, looking on edge. Koda spoke up, expressing concern about what he had seen, mentioning that it looked like someone was attacking Midoriya, even though no one was there. Uraraka asked nervously what had happened. Midoriya reassured them, saying he had just tripped and was fine. Koda, however, questioned if he was sure, noting that it looked like someone had pushed him backwards. Midoriya cursed his perceptiveness, wishing he could brush it off completely. He insisted that he had fallen hard but was okay and suggested they return to training. Todoroki innocently remarked that he had seen something similar in movies, implying that Midoriya was trying to get closer to Shinso. Midoriya realized that his friends were watching him cling to Shinso on the ground. Denki burst out laughing, and a smile spread across Uraraka's face. Denki laughed so hard that he began coughing, while Momo seemed to understand the situation and suggested they leave Midoriya and Shinso alone to avoid ruining the moment. She wished Midoriya good luck as she ushered their classmates away. Midoriya started to protest, but they were already ignoring him, and he felt at a loss for how to explain the situation. He let out a huff and laid his face back down on Shinso's stomach, feeling there was no point in moving. It was quiet for a while until Shinso broke the silence with a question about Monoma. Midoriya tensed at the mention of his name, sensing Shinso's suspicion. He felt compelled to dodge the question, not wanting to spill the truth. Shinso noted that Midoriya had been on edge all day and asked if it was because Monoma was back. Midoriya admitted it was a little true and shifted slightly. Shinso pressed further, asking what else was bothering him. Midoriya felt an urge to answer, unsure if it was the lingering effects of Shinso's quirk or just his gentle voice. He replied that he wasn't allowed to say. Shinso continued his comforting movements, allowing silence to settle between them for a moment before asking if there was anyone Midoriya could tell. Midoriya replied no, recalling Monoma's words. Shinso reassured him that it was okay and encouraged him to let him know if that changed. Midoriya nodded against him, feeling a strong resolve to keep Shinso safe. After their classes for the day were over, they returned to Midoriya's old dorm to complete their homework before setting up the rest of the room. The bags of supplies they had purchased the previous day were sitting by the door, ready to be unpacked. Everything was in place. Most of the flowers from the funeral were starting to wilt, so they were thrown out. Once they finished, they grabbed 2 folding chairs and set them up on the balcony to enjoy dinner in the warm evening air. Sometime later, Hisashi came by to check on them, having heard from Aizawa about what had happened during the physical therapy session. He fussed over them, ensuring everything was all right. Before leaving, he handed them a small tub of ice cream and 2 spoons. Shinso and the narrator shared the ice cream on the balcony before heading to his current dorm. A few pairs of clothes were still there, and since Shinso had nothing in their new room, they decided to wait until the weekend to switch dorms. Monoma didn't show up for the rest of the day, and the narrator reassured themselves that it was fine because they hadn't broken any of his rules. Sleep didn't come easily, and Shinso noticed. He remained silent, which the narrator appreciated. Eventually, they fell asleep and didn't wake up for about 4 hours. When they did wake up, they screamed Shinso's name, feeling embarrassed after realizing they had been crying in relief that he was okay. In their panic, they hadn't noticed him right next to them, trying to calm them down. He had crawled onto the bed, hovering over them, wiping tears from their eyes with his thumbs and whispering reassurances. When the narrator finally regained their composure, they blushed deeply in embarrassment and pulled him into a tight hug. They apologized, overwhelmed with emotion, and dissolved into sobs again. Shinso encouraged them to take a deep breath, and they followed his advice without hesitation, taking a shaky breath in. He asked if it was a nightmare, and the narrator could feel the vibrations in his chest as he spoke, wishing they could lean further into him if he weren't laying on top of them. They nodded in agreement, expressing how glad they were that he was okay. He reassured them softly, sliding one arm under them as he relaxed slightly in their grip. Their morning, which had started at 4 a.m., turned out to be a long one, filled with sleepy cuddles and reassurances. The narrator repeatedly expressed their relief that he was all right. It felt like they were dating for a few moments, allowing themselves to revel in the feeling of safety and contentment it brought. I fit absolutely none of the criteria, and even if I did, this isn't a fanfic. Taking a deep breath to calm his panic, he resumed lightly scratching Midoriya's head. Midoriya whispered that he was just so happy to be there, doing everything he could to stop from crying again. They had been like this for about 15 minutes. He hummed nervously, encouraging Midoriya to let it out, assuring him that he would feel better. A broken sob escaped Midoriya, and he cried out an apology. He reminded Midoriya not to apologize, recalling what he had said about it. He hoped Midoriya couldn't feel his heart racing against his chest. He told himself to be cool, but Midoriya clung to him as if he depended on him, and it felt good to be needed like this. It was reassuring to know he mattered so much to someone, confirming that he was doing something right. Eventually, once his cheeks were less flushed and he was sure he wouldn't cry himself, he rolled off Midoriya, keeping one hand under his back. To his surprise, Midoriya spoke up, saying they needed to go to Nizu. He sat up in surprise, but Midoriya pulled him back down, throwing an arm over him and insisting it wasn't time yet. He asked if it was about their conversation from yesterday, suspecting that whatever Midoriya's dream was about was linked to that discussion and the incident during his physical therapy. There had to have been some outside force involved. Midoriya confirmed that Nizu could help, though he sounded unsure. He assured Midoriya to let him know when he was ready. Spoiler alert, Midoriya didn't move from his position curled into his side until nearly an hour later when the alarm went off. He had resumed repeating how glad he was that he was okay, and he stopped responding, realizing his words did nothing. He couldn't help but entertain the thought that maybe someday they would both be lying like this, and Midoriya would be cuddled up next to him not because of a nightmare but because he genuinely enjoyed being near him. Maybe that wasn't too much to ask. He had learned that life wasn't always kind to people like him, and if he wanted something he had to go get it himself. He told himself to wait a couple of months to avoid doing something foolish that might ruin his chances while Midoriya was still recovering. They both got ready for the day, and Midoriya looked a little better than usual as he led them to the principal's office. He wasn't entirely sure what was going on, but he promised to keep Midoriya safe. Midoriya had just finished explaining to the principal that Monoma had joined the League of Villains, acquired a new quirk, and spent the day threatening him without his knowledge. The strangest part was that Monoma had used his life as a threat. Wouldn't Midoriya's own life make for a better threat? The principal thanked Midoriya for sharing the information, acknowledging that it must have been a difficult decision. He assured them that they would ensure Shinso's safety. He had suspected something was off with Monoma, who had not returned to the dorms after school the previous night. The principal planned to have Present Mike and Eraser stay with Midoriya in all of his classes that day, along with whichever teacher was instructing. He would arrange for a substitute to fill in for their other classes and promised that Midoriya would be the first to know when they located Monoma. Midoriya appeared stressed over having disobeyed Monoma's orders. Sensing this, he spoke up to thank the principal. The principal responded warmly, and Midoriya nodded, stuttering out a quiet thanks after him. As they left the room, Nizu picked up his phone, presumably to call Aizawa and Mike. Shinso seemed to be on high alert as they walked down the hall. It took Midoriya a moment to realize he was looking for Monoma. He reached up and grabbed Shinso's hand, giving it a reassuring squeeze while Shinso looked down at him in surprise. He reassured Shinso that Nizu was smart and they would be safe. Shinso nodded, and Midoriya watched him ruffle his hair, bringing a smile to his face. They entered the 1A classroom silently and waited at their desks while the rest of the class filtered in. Midoriya made small talk with Todoroki, and when Kirishima came in he greeted both Shinso and Midoriya. Shinso waved back in surprise, realizing he was one of them now, whether he liked it or not, and they were happy to have him in their class. 20 minutes later, Uraraka burst through the door as the final bell rang, surprising the now full classroom. She apologized for almost being late, earning a few chuckles from their classmates. She greeted Midoriya as she sat down just as Shota and Hizashi walked into the room. Midoriya gave her a quick smile and a shaky wave before turning to the front, feeling on edge about the whole Monoma situation. Hizashi greeted the class with a louder-than-usual voice, and Midoriya hoped he didn't feel guilty about speaking loudly around him. He had gotten better with loud noises recently, and they didn't bother him much anymore. Plus, he felt comfortable around Hizashi. Eraserhead and Hizashi explained that they would be with the class in all their lessons that day, prompting questions from the students. Eraserhead grumbled that it was none of their concern why, instructing them to ignore them if they weren't teaching. They were going out to conduct a quirk assessment test at ground beta since it was almost the end of the year, and they needed to see how much the students had improved. Midoriya paused, reflecting on the time he had spent in the basement. He had missed almost half the school year, and his first year as a student was nearly over. He had only attended classes for a few months. He hadn't paid much attention to his classmates while they trained, but from what he had seen, they had developed their quirks significantly since before he was taken. I still can't even use my quirk. Most of the class has left, and Shota tells Shinso and me to stay behind. He asks how I'm feeling, tentatively reaching up to ruffle my hair, likely referring to what Nizu told them about Monoma. I respond that it's okay, and I know I'm safe with them. He nods, and Hisashi gives me an encouraging smile. He mentions that if I want, I can participate in the assessment without my quirk, and Shinso will be doing it too, which will help us understand what he needs to improve on. I can't hide my excitement. This is better than nothing, right? Hisashi reassures me that we still need to see where I'm at and not to get down on myself if my results are lower than at the beginning of the year. That's expected, especially without my quirk, and they'll help me improve over the summer. I repeat my question in disbelief, realizing they're going to help me during summer break. Shota confirms that they are in the process of creating a specialized training regimen. Hisashi adds that they wouldn't be good mentors if they didn't help me achieve my goals. Tears well up in my eyes as I shakily wipe them away. Hisashi panics, urging me not to cry. I express my gratitude and he asks for a hug. I get up and lean into his chest, wrapping my arms around him. I share that I've never had a father figure before, and he comforts me by rubbing my back. Shota surprises me by jumping in, saying we'll have to work extra hard to make up for lost time. I thank him again, pulling away from Hisashi to hug him as well. Hisashi tells me I don't have to thank them, but he puts an arm around me nonetheless, warning me not to expect them to go easy on me this summer. Shota insists that I know I have to work hard to get back on track and that I'm perfectly capable of doing it. I burst into tears again, and Shota looks panicked, his expression almost comical given the situation. I explain that it's just nice to know that all my heroes believe in me. Shota raises an eyebrow, but Hisashi's face softens into an understanding smile as he reassures me that they believe in me because I'm strong. He flexes his arms and laughs, urging us to get going so we're not late. I didn't do very well on the assessment, which wasn't surprising. Hisashi was very supportive and cheered me on the whole time, drawing a few curious looks from my classmates. While Shota didn't cheer, he gave me small nods of approval whenever I looked over at him, which made me happy. They were proud of me, even when I wasn't performing well. I received congratulations from my classmates, which was nice. They were all becoming great and supportive heroes, having improved so much since the beginning of the year. I thought it would be fascinating to analyze their new strengths and weaknesses and write about how they've developed their quirks and fighting styles. Recovery Girl even stopped by to inform me that I would be off the wheelchair by the end of the week as long as I didn't overwork myself. After a few more PRDS, lunch began. Hisashi approached me, reminding me that he had a phone for me and to remind him after classes. I thanked him before turning to my friends, asking how they felt about sitting in the cafeteria today. They all looked at me and Ida was the first to respond, asking if I was sure. I joked that it was about time, and Uraraka enthusiastically agreed, followed by Todoroki's nod. Sue added that as long as I was comfortable with it, it sounded good. We headed to the cafeteria, where there were many people, but no sign of Monoma, and nobody paid us much attention. Mina spotted us and waved us over. Kirishima asked if we were joining them, while Kaken remained strangely quiet, rolling his eyes and looking away. Uraraka replied affirmatively, and Siro and Kaminari chimed in unison, laughing together. Shinso positioned me at the head of the table, sitting next to me, while Uraraka took the other side. Everyone else scooted over to make room for Ida, Todoroki, and Tsuyu. Shinso opened our lunches as relaxed conversation picked up around the table. It felt like things were finally starting to return to normal, and I smiled as I jumped into a discussion about quirk singularity theory with Ida and Momo. However, I couldn't have been more wrong. Uraraka suddenly pulled a knife from nowhere and held it to my neck. The chatter at the table stopped, and gasps echoed as Shinso and a few others immediately stood. She giggled as she pressed the edge of the knife into my neck. "Hey, Izuku." My heart sank at the familiar voice. It was Toga. Kaken yelled at her, demanding to know what she was doing. Toga ignored him, focusing on me instead. She mentioned that Monoma had said I didn't want them to touch Shinso, gesturing with the knife before bringing it back to my neck. She continued, expressing her understanding of love struggles and how it would be mean to hurt him. She giggled, rocking back on her heels, revealing that her boss was really mad at me. It was difficult to think clearly, and I couldn't find the strength to act, even though I had learned how to handle situations like this in the past. It felt different when it was real. Everything locks up, and the urge to cry is overwhelming. Shinso stands firm, confronting Toga, asserting that she is not Uraraka and demanding she step away. The cafeteria is filled with silent onlookers, the lunch rush and a couple of pro-heroes present but too far away to intervene without being noticed. Toga merely sticks her tongue out at Shinso, clearly aware of his quirk. She then turns to Aizu, urging him to stand up for her. With trembling limbs, he rises from his wheelchair, his legs aching from the assessment earlier that day. Toga kicks the wheelchair aside, positioning herself behind him. A few students yelp as the chair skids toward their table. Aizu focuses ahead, noticing Kaminari generating sparks from his fingers and Kirishima beginning to harden his arms. Toga expresses her delight at Aizu choosing to eat in the cafeteria, claiming it would have been dull in the classroom. She spins around, dragging him with her, causing him to stumble. Her actions expose his vulnerability to the audience, amplifying his fear. As more classmates prepare their quirks, a few step closer to Aizu and Toga. Toga warns them not to act, playfully threatening to harm Aizu. Her voice shifts from Uraraka's to her own, and Aizu can see the shock on his classmates' faces as she reveals her true identity. Just as she declares her intent to leave, a portal opens nearby. Aizu reaches out to Shinso, pleading for help. Shinso, wide-eyed and panicked, lunges for Aizu's arm, but Toga swiftly pulls a knife away from Aizu's neck and swings it toward Shinso. Reacting instinctively, Aizu yanks his arm free and throws his weight backward onto Toga, causing them both to tumble through the portal. She grabs the back of his shirt, and they fall together into a thick mist, landing hard on the floor of a large room. Shinso reflects on the situation, feeling a wave of despair wash over him. He had been so close to saving Aizu, and now he feels utterly useless. His quirk was perfectly suited for the moment, yet he failed. He berates himself for not being a true hero, for letting Aizu slip away. Aizawa and Mike enter the room, but Shinso barely registers their presence. He is consumed by guilt, replaying the moment he lost Aizu. Aizawa places a hand on his shoulders, asking if he is hurt, while Mike looks on, visibly distressed. Shinso wonders what they see in him, feeling like he has failed at the one job he was supposed to do: keep Aizu safe. Aizawa guides Shinso to a seat and comforts Mike, while Shinso's gaze remains fixed on the spot where Aizu had been. He feels lost, not knowing where Aizu is or if he is safe. Aizawa reassures him that the police are working with the Hero Commission to locate the base, and when they do, Shinso will be part of the rescue team. A flicker of hope ignites within him, but he struggles to shake off the blame. School is cancelled for the rest of the day. Aizawa takes Shinso to his dorm, where the boy remains largely unresponsive. Aizawa knows he is listening, especially when he mentions the rescue mission. Most students have retreated to their dorms, some in tears, while others look somber. Aizawa recognizes the familiar expression on Shinso's face and knows that telling him not to blame himself may not help, but he says it anyway. After ensuring Shinso has eaten and promising him to rest early, Aizawa finally returns home. There, he finds Hisashi in tears. He leads him to their room, and they cuddle under the blankets. Hisashi eventually falls asleep, and Aizawa takes the time to tidy up the house, needing something to occupy his mind. He focuses on cleaning, trying to suppress thoughts of regret and self-blame. As a hero, he understands that there will be moments of wrong decisions and missed opportunities. Learning to let go is essential for survival in their line of work. It was going to distract him and make him too emotional. That would only make him a liability to himself and any teammates he was working with. He let out a long sigh and moved to the kitchen to prepare a cup of coffee. The Hero Commission needed to hurry up and find that base, or he would have to go out looking for it himself. Running his fingers through his hair, he tied it back while waiting for the coffee to brew. Once it was ready, he settled onto the couch, checking his phone for missed calls, messages, and emails. If they took as long as they did last time, there was no way Izuku would make it. It sounded horrible, but it had been a miracle he was even alive the first time they found him. He was still recovering, and they still had no idea why he had been targeted in the first place. They had questioned a few students about what happened that day, and most recalled a girl mentioning that her boss was really mad at Izuku. They knew from the time they were held at the police station that the leader had the disintegration quirk, but analyzing it further would only add to his stress. The police department and Hero Commission were handling it, and any new information would come to him directly. Taking a sip of his coffee, he took a deep breath. His phone rang and he jumped forward to answer it. He asked what was going on, doing a double take when he heard Nizu's voice on the other end. Nizu informed him that he had sent Miss Uraraka back to the dorms and had let the students in his class know that she was not, in fact, Toga. He had forgotten that another student, who wasn't in the cafeteria, had found Uraraka passed out in the bathroom. She had taken her to Recovery Girl around the time Izuku was taken, and Recovery Girl had informed Nizu. Nizu explained that Uraraka had been filled in on what happened and had shared her side of the story. Apparently, Toga had disguised herself as another student in the support course who had called in sick that day. She followed Miss Uraraka into the girls' bathroom before classes that morning, where she transformed back before attacking her. The student found her in one of the stalls, which was why no one had reported her being passed out. Uraraka mentioned that Toga had attacked her with a needle, prompting Nizu to inform Detective Tsukachi, who believed Toga's quirk might require blood in some way. He thanked Nizu and asked to be informed of any new information. Nizu assured him he would and wished him well before hanging up. It was going to be a rough day. Izuku gasped for air as he lifted his head, preparing to run now that he no longer felt any hands on him. The cement floor he lay on was covered in dirt and broken glass, but adrenaline coursed through him, making it hard to tell if he had been injured. Large windows, now devoid of glass, let in plenty of light, illuminating the dust particles floating around the decrepit room. He took a deep breath, heaving himself to his feet and staggering forward. He had to get back. He needed to find Shinso. As he stumbled, scuffed red shoes and black pants appeared in his line of vision. He looked up to see a face he had tried hard to forget. No, it couldn't be him. He needed to find Shinso. Clumsily turning to his left, he spotted a pair of doors that must lead outside. He had to escape and figure out where he was. Shinso would be at UA. His vision blurred, and he kept seeing doubles. He might have hit his head when he fell through the portal. He didn't notice when Monoma stepped in front of him, but he did when Monoma pushed him backward. He tumbled to the floor, landing hard. It felt like he had been shoved back into reality. Monoma was here with the League of Villains. He had seen Shigaraki. Toga had grabbed him. No, this couldn't be happening. Monoma gleefully announced that he had captured Izuku just as requested, and that the whole school had witnessed it. He mentioned how scared Izuku's friends looked, especially the one with purple hair, and how beautiful it was to see the realization that he couldn't save his boyfriend. Toga joined Monoma, happily expressing her desire to see the expression on his friend's face when she attacked Izuku. Izuku backed himself against a box, shaking his head and muttering under his breath that this wasn't real. He just needed to find Shinso. He would know what to do. Shigaraki approached him, squatting down to meet his gaze. Izuku instinctively swung his arm, scratching Shigaraki's face. He quickly recoiled, realizing what he had done. Shigaraki glared at him, but Izuku could not see his expression for long. A sudden wave of pain shot up his arm and through his body, leaving him gasping and limp on the floor, tears streaming down his face. When he dared to look at Shigaraki again, he saw a remote in his hand, still glaring at him. Shigaraki sneered, asking if that was any way to greet an old acquaintance. Someone must have handed him a tissue, which he used to wipe away a small bead of blood that had appeared from where I had scratched him. I shakily hugged myself, squeezing my eyes shut. Every part of my body felt sore, and I kept twitching. I wished to go home, feeling overwhelmed and vulnerable. He couldn't let that happen. He reminded me that during our last encounter, I had failed to mention a very important detail. I had All Might's power within me. He grabbed me by the neck and lifted me off the ground, causing me to struggle for breath. After holding me there for a moment, he let go, dropping me back down. He dismissed the past, suggesting he would let it go if I accepted his trade request. Monoma and Dabi lifted me by my arms and dropped me onto a chair, where one of them tied me down. I struggled weakly, still in pain from the shock delivered by the band on my wrist. He mentioned my hand, noting that I couldn't be a hero if I had lost the use of it. My heart raced at the thought of regaining its full function. Recovery Girl had wanted to kick me out of the hero course because of my injury. But I was talking to a villain. He claimed he could fix my hand if I gave him All Might's quirk. The pain surged through me again when I protested, and I felt my head loll back against the chair, my neck straining as I tried to lift it. Monoma's laughter echoed in the background. Another figure appeared, a man made of mist or smoke, who spoke of fixing my hand and returning me safely to my hero school. He insisted that all they needed was the quirk. When I cried harder, he tried again, suggesting I could still become a hero without my quirk. The ultimatum was clear: give it to them or face dire consequences for my friends. Toga chimed in with a twisted enthusiasm, claiming that whenever the boss said, "Game over," it meant they would kill. I felt a wave of panic wash over me as I thought of Shinso. I choked out that I didn't have a boyfriend or a crush, pleading for them to leave him alone. They didn't care about my feelings, they were set on their demands. I couldn't breathe or think clearly. I needed Shinso, I had promised to protect him. The chaos around me blurred into a cacophony of voices, and when someone touched my shoulder, I panicked, throwing my weight in the opposite direction. My chair tipped over, and as I fell, my head struck the ground, plunging me into darkness. That night, Shinso cried himself to sleep for the first time in months. It felt worse than he remembered. He slept on the futon Midoriya had lent him, unable to face his own bed without his friend there. When his alarm woke him from restless sleep, he found himself staring into the mirror, noting the redness of his eyes and the puffiness of his eyelids. Everyone ignored him as he left the dorms, and he arrived in class early, as he usually did with Midoriya. He rested his head on their desk, lost in thought. A few minutes later, Todoroki entered the classroom and approached him. He apologized for not acting during the incident, expressing his guilt for not being able to protect me. He seemed unsure of himself, rubbing the back of his neck as he spoke. Shinso nodded in response, unsure of what to say. He could see the tension leaving Todoroki's shoulders, though guilt still lingered in his expression. It was clear they both carried the weight of blame, realizing it wasn't solely their fault. Still, knowing that others had also done nothing didn't ease my guilt. That incident should never have occurred, and Aizawa-sensei had trusted me, but I had let him down. I wondered if they would send me back to the general education course after this. Perhaps I deserved it. All of Midoriya's friends had been so kind to me, but if I got moved back, they might not want to talk to me again. Being part of a group of friends had been wonderful. They made an effort to talk to or reassure me while we waited for class to start, and each time it hurt to think this might be the last time they spoke to me if I faced consequences today. I didn't pay much attention once class began, but at the end of the first PRD, Aizawa asked me to join him in the teacher's lounge during lunch. He mentioned he would have food there and told me not to worry about getting anything from lunch rush. I wondered how he knew I hadn't packed my own lunch that morning and nodded before resting my head on my arms and closing my eyes again. None of the other teachers bothered me, and President Mike assigned us independent work, which was unusual for him. Silence wasn't really his style, but today he sat at his desk, checking his phone every few minutes. He didn't say anything when I didn't turn in any work at the end of the PRD. As we packed our bags to go to lunch, he finally spoke. He informed us that the cafeteria was closed due to the previous day's events but reassured us that lunch rush was set up in one of the buildings near the entrance of Fake City B, with tables available both inside and outside. The cafeteria would reopen tomorrow. After sharing this, he dismissed us for lunch and I ended up walking with him to the teacher's lounge. Aizawa glanced in my direction and asked how I was feeling. I replied that I was fine, trying not to sound rude, but I was really not in the mood. I just wanted to get Midoriya back. Aizawa greeted us silently with bentos, and they settled on a couch while I chose a chair across from them. I glanced at Aizawa as he sighed, then looked down at my food and began to eat. He suddenly apologized for putting me through this. I looked up at him in surprise as he explained he should have assigned a pro to watch over Midoriya when they learned the league had escaped. I wondered why people were apologizing to me today. I responded more forcefully than I intended, questioning if I wasn't enough and if I was being removed from the hero course. Aizawa sighed again and clarified that he believed in my capabilities. He acknowledged that I had done well but reminded me that I was a first year without a provisional license and lacked the experience of my classmates. He assured me that it wasn't my fault and that he trusted I would catch up. I leaned back slightly in my seat, biting my tongue. I felt I should have been able to handle it. Aizawa continued, saying I had done well given the circumstances and that I had shown emotional maturity essential for hero work. He formally apologized for what had happened the previous day. Unsure, I blinked at him, trying to understand if this was praise. I nervously asked if I would still be on the case. Aizawa assured me that as long as I felt capable, I would be. I released a breath I hadn't realized I was holding, relief washing over me. Tears welled in my eyes as I leaned over in my seat, covering my face with my hands and nodding. I expressed my gratitude to Aizawa. The rest of my lunch PRD was spent discussing my training progress with Mike and Aizawa. Mike was genuinely impressed with Aizawa's words about me and mentioned he would try to attend my next training session. I knew they were trying to distract me from the previous day's events, but it actually helped. After lunch, the rest of my classes passed quickly. During the last PRD, Aizawa surprised me with a fancy-looking box. We were supposed to work with our support gear, but my only support gear at that moment was the capture weapon Aizawa was teaching me to use. I had aspirations to add more, like first aid supplies and perhaps learn to use a bow staff, but I hadn't thought that far ahead. What I wanted most was a mask that could alter my voice. I recalled telling Aizawa about it once, and he had seemed interested. I explained how it could theoretically work as long as it retained my natural voice, just altered by the mask's shape. I was surprised when I opened the box to find a sleek black mask. I carefully took it out, looking up at Aizawa with wide eyes. He encouraged me to try it on, raising a brow as I turned it over in my hands and set the box aside before slipping it onto my face. He asked if it fit, and I confirmed it did perfectly. I was astonished that my voice came out so clearly. Aizawa explained that a student from the support course had a quirk that allowed them to take measurements, and they had provided the details to Hatsum, who made the mask. He had relayed my ideas to her, and now we needed to see if it worked. He instructed me to start by changing my voice and then to try using my quirk on him. If it worked, we could move on to imitating other voices. I reached up and slowly twisted the knob on the side of the mask, hearing parts of it shift. Suddenly, an embarrassingly high-pitched voice emerged, startling me as it sounded nothing like my own. I looked over at Aizawa, who wore an amused expression on his face. The mask covering Shinso's face hid his embarrassed blush as he looked down. He felt a mix of excitement and nervousness. He was told that his voice would change with the mask, and he was eager to try out his quirk. He awkwardly attempted to engage in conversation, asking how the other person was doing. The response came easily, but then the other person's expression shifted to one of emptiness, standing still and awaiting further instructions. Shinso stood in shock, realizing that his quirk was effective. A sense of disappointment washed over him as he thought about how much he wished Midoriya could witness this moment. Midoriya would have been proud and would have congratulated him with that signature smile everyone adored. Shinso instructed the other person to raise one arm, and they complied without hesitation. Releasing his hold, he noticed the surprise in their eyes. A smile crept onto his face as he praised the effort. He envisioned showing this achievement to Midoriya when he returned, and with more practice, he could impress everyone. This mask represented a significant step toward catching up to his classmates. However, he was reminded that he still had to assist in teaching the others. He advised the other person to work on imitating a classmate's voice for now. Though he wore a scowl, his tone revealed a playful appreciation for their progress. He genuinely cared about helping everyone become great heroes, even if he rarely showed it. Meanwhile, Izuku woke up abruptly, feeling a throbbing pain in his arm. As he sat up, he noticed his face was stiff from dried blood. He heard Shigaraki's mocking voice, accompanied by laughter from Monoma, filling him with dread. Shigaraki informed him that he had until the end of the week to make a decision regarding his quirk. The offer seemed tempting. No player deaths, his arm would be healed, and he could continue his path to becoming a hero. but the choice weighed heavily on him. As Shigaraki and his companions left, Izuku felt a wave of relief wash over him. Alone, he slumped back into the chair, still feeling the pain in his arm from the earlier incident. The thought of giving up his quirk began to seem like a viable option. His body ached from the previous shocks, and he shuddered at the memory of the remote control Shigaraki had used. The idea of reliving that experience frightened him. He felt like a coward for even considering surrendering his quirk, but he wrestled with the notion that perhaps he could save more people by doing so. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that a quirkless person could never be a true hero. The only person he truly wanted to protect was Shinso, but he questioned whether their sacrifice would be worth it in the grand scheme of things. The uncertainty of whether the villains would keep their promise loomed over him. Eventually, exhaustion took over, and he succumbed to sleep, his face still marked by dried blood and tears. That night, Shinso found it impossible to sleep despite the calming sound of rain outside. He oscillated between tears, researching ways to help those with trauma, and staring blankly at the floor. He had tried working out once, but Aizawa had noticed his soreness during training and had lectured him about sticking to his schedule. The next morning, he entered the teacher's lounge and prepared a cup of coffee. When Aizawa walked in and saw him, he immediately retrieved a sleeping bag from one of the cabinets and handed it to Shinso. Aizawa instructed him to sleep in the lounge, warning that if he attended any classes before lunch, he would face detention. Shinso tried to protest, but Aizawa's glare silenced him. Aizawa then pulled out his own sleeping bag and left the room. Shinso looked down at the black sleeping bag in his hands, feeling its inviting warmth. He unrolled it onto the couch, glancing around the empty lounge, feeling a bit embarrassed but too tired to care. He slipped inside the sleeping bag, using his blazer as a pillow, and eventually drifted off to sleep. Aizawa observed Shinso struggling with a cup of coffee when he entered the lounge, recognizing the signs of an all-night. He had anticipated this moment, knowing Shinso's history with insomnia, especially when he was upset. After leaving the lounge, Aizawa sent a message to the staff group chat, informing them that Shinso was excused from morning classes and instructed them not to enter the teacher's lounge. He even placed a sign on the door, warning against entry and threatening consequences for anyone who disobeyed. With that, Aizawa felt confident that his measures would keep Shinso undisturbed. Last time a staff member at this school ignored a warning, the consequences were clear, and now everyone understands the importance of listening. The protagonist walked to class with a sleeping bag in hand, mentally reviewing the morning's lesson plan. They knew some students would excel while others might struggle. Fortunately, everyone was already present when they arrived. The atmosphere felt heavy, reminiscent of the first time Izuku had been taken from them. Silence filled the room, and worry etched the faces of the students. The instructor announced a change from their usual lessons. In the past, students had completed projects based on fictional scenarios to test their problem-solving skills and quick thinking. Today, however, they would work in small groups to devise a plan to rescue a classmate from a group of villains. Shocked gasps rippled through the room as all eyes turned toward the instructor. The instructor clarified that this was a creative assignment and not a real mission. Students could choose which heroes to involve, how many, and whether to include police. They were encouraged to consider the implications of their decisions, such as whether to take lethal action or how to locate the villain's hideout. The assignment would not be graded, and any choices made would not be held against them. Students could work independently if they preferred, and the instructor made it clear that questions were welcome. After sharing the instructions, the instructor settled into the sleeping bag, feeling the weight of their words. Momo raised a concern, noting the lack of information about Midoriya's situation. The instructor acknowledged this, explaining that rescue missions often lacked complete details and that time was of the essence. The longer they waited to gather information, the greater the risk to the victim. Momo understood that the assignment was designed to help them weigh consequences and plan accordingly, expressing gratitude for the clarity. The instructor recognized that the students' minds would remain on their classmate, but they hoped to channel that energy into something productive. They were genuinely interested in the decisions the students would make. Shinso awoke when the lunch bell rang, groaning as he realized the teacher's lounge was still empty. After a few moments, he decided to get up and folded his sleeping bag. He made himself another cup of coffee and headed to the lunchroom, where Aizawa entered just as he pressed the start button on the coffee machine. Aizawa requested a cup of coffee and mentioned that he had brought lunch for Shinso. Surprised but grateful, Shinso accepted the gesture. Aizawa then broached the topic of therapy, noting that no one from Shinso's class had taken advantage of the school counselor's services. He reflected on how Class 1A had faced more challenges than any other class, suggesting that perhaps they felt they couldn't show weakness as heroes in training. Shinso considered this and agreed, suggesting that Aizawa remind the students about the importance of having a place to vent. Aizawa acknowledged that he wasn't the best at addressing such matters and appreciated Shinso's perspective. As they discussed the situation, Shinso inquired about Midoriya, but Aizawa had no updates. The disappointment weighed heavily on him, but he had anticipated the answer. The rest of the PRD passed without interruption, and as they left, Aizawa dealt with a threatening note posted outside the door. After lunch, they engaged in quirkless sparring for 2 PRDs, a new experience for Shinso that helped distract him from thoughts of Midoriya. The only other time he had participated in something similar was during the sports festival, and he wasn't sure if that could be considered a fight. His training with Aizawa usually involved intense workouts where he was quickly overwhelmed. Although recently, there had been a few moments of success. The first match was against Uraraka, and her punches felt incredibly strong, almost like being hit by bricks. It was no surprise that she won, and she tried to console him by explaining that she had trained with Gunhead, picking up a few techniques along the way. It was unexpected to see her so skilled in hand-to-hand combat. Next, he faced Sato, and it felt like Aizawa was intentionally pairing him with tough opponents. This match was much closer than the last, but even without any sugar, Sato was like a solid wall. The only reason he managed to land a few hits was that Sato seemed cautious about hitting too hard. He thought he might catch a break when he was matched with Ida, but that was a mistake. A swift kick to his ribs made him realize just how wrong he was, and he lost again. After a long water break, he was paired with Zero. At one point he managed to throw Zero off balance, causing him to stumble out of bounds. It was a reminder that he didn't need to be stronger than his opponents, he just had to be smarter. Then came Bakugo. Sometimes, it seemed like strength was necessary too. Bakugo was relentless, delivering powerful punches and quick blocks, and he had an intimidating presence. He grunted through the pain of a punch landing on his forearm, asserting that he was better than Bakugo. Bakugo reacted with confusion and anger, landing a punch that caused pain to flare in his cheek, making his eyes water. It was a risky move, provoking Bakugo could lead to more aggression, but he hoped Aizawa would intervene before things escalated too far. He reiterated that he was better, even as he dodged a right hook that grazed his shoulder. He attempted to strike Bakugo's nose, but Bakugo deflected it, leaving him vulnerable. Bakugo's anger was palpable, and he threatened retaliation. Despite the situation, he managed to smile, which only fueled Bakugo's rage. Bakugo lunged forward, sparks igniting in his palms, but Aizawa's capture weapon intervened, restraining Bakugo just in time to prevent further conflict. He collapsed onto the ground, arms and legs spread out, his heartbeat echoing in his ears as the sounds of sparring faded into the background. Bakugo protested loudly, claiming he was winning, but Aizawa calmly explained that Bakugo had used his quirk in a quirkless sparring match, leading to his disqualification. Bakugo continued to yell, frustrated by the outcome. Later, in the locker room, Bakugo approached him without the usual hostility. He cautiously listened as Bakugo acknowledged the match, stating that he was wrong about being better. He raised his hands defensively, dismissing Bakugo's claim. Bakugo's eye twitched, but he chose not to respond, instead nodding and walking away. Uncertain about how to feel toward Bakugo, he recalled how he treated Midoriya and felt a twinge of pity for him. He decided to keep an eye on him. As they left the locker room for their final class, which was a study PRD, Aizawa had a special announcement. He began by acknowledging the challenges they had faced throughout the year, including events at the training camp and their internships. He informed them that the school facilities would remain open over the summer for those who wanted to train. They would receive contact information for Recovery Girl and Hound Dog, the school counselor and licensed therapist. Aizawa emphasized the importance of mental health, noting that many professional heroes had therapists to maintain a clear and focused mind. He encouraged them to reach out if they ever felt the need to talk. The message resonated with him, and he appreciated Aizawa's approach. It was mildly comforting, but hard to keep up because Shinso would never be that cold. In the morning, Dabi had walked in through a portal, grumbling about something. He looked annoyed, and from experience, I knew it was never good for me when he was in that mood. I shrank back in my chair, watching him with trepidation, my breathing becoming audible until Dabi told me to be quiet. He expressed his irritation, stating he was only there because the boss believed my getting sick would ruin his plans. I wasn't entirely sure what he meant, but I understood that being wet and cold could lead to illness. While I processed his words, he activated his quirk on his hand and reached out towards me. My first instinct was to scream, which I did, but soon regretted it as a sharp pain coursed through me. Dabi chuckled, pointing at a security camera on the ceiling behind him. I didn't have the strength to look up, but I already knew where it was. He suggested I stay quiet, or scream if I wanted to, but warned that it would only lead to more pain. He claimed he wasn't there to hurt me but needed to dry me off because the boss didn't want his little hero captive getting sick, and his quirk worked best for that purpose. I hesitated, feeling vulnerable and scared. Dabi's tone turned threatening as he lit his hand with flames, asking why I would even consider asking a villain about being a hero. I drew further into myself, looking down, feeling small. He then expressed that one didn't need a quirk to be a hero, dismissing my hopes with harsh words. As he dried me off, the heat became uncomfortable, bordering on painful. I kept my eyes tightly shut, trembling and trying my best to remain silent. I sensed his anger lingering from my earlier outburst, and memories of past encounters made me reluctant to provoke him further. After some time, he disappeared, and I remained with my eyes closed, tears escaping as I heard birds chirping outside. I wondered why no one had told me those words when I was younger. Why did it have to be villains who believed in me more than anyone else? No, I didn't open my eyes until nearly an hour later. I contemplated what had been said and decided I didn't have to follow their rules. I wouldn't choose between giving them my quirk and watching the world fall apart or sacrificing my dream. Instead, I resolved to call for help, hoping someone would hear me and come looking for the source of my cries. So I screamed, pouring everything I had into it. I knew the weekend was approaching, and I didn't want to be forced into a decision between two evils. Suddenly, the band on my wrist activated, silencing my cries as pain surged through my body. It didn't take long for me to lose consciousness, but I held on to the image of Shinso's reassuring features as my eyes slipped shut. Aizawa received a call from Detective Tsukachi about a noise complaint 15 blocks from UA. The police were initially going to investigate, but it wasn't your usual noise complaint, especially in the middle of the day. The caller reported hearing someone scream as if they were in distress. Aizawa's heart sank at the thought of Izuku, but he dismissed it, knowing it was unlikely to be him so close to school. He decided to check it out, bringing Mike and Midnight along for support. After making arrangements, he called Shinso, who answered quickly. Aizawa felt a pang of guilt, knowing Shinso was likely expecting news about Izuku. He informed Shinso that there was no new information but invited him to join the investigation if he felt up to it. Shinso agreed, and Aizawa told him to be ready in 3 minutes, advising him to wear something that wouldn't get dirty. When Aizawa arrived, he found Shinso waiting outside his dorm, looking more tired than usual. Aizawa asked if he was sure he was up for this, and Shinso nodded. Aizawa explained the situation and made it clear that if it became dangerous, Shinso needed to listen to him. He couldn't bear the thought of losing another student. As they walked toward the gate, Aizawa reassured Shinso that they would design him a hero costume over the summer once everything settled down. Shinso thanked him, and Aizawa reminded him to refer to him as Eraserhead and see him as a partner for this case, even if it was just a noise complaint. They approached Hizashi and Namuri, who greeted them, and Aizawa noted that Shinso looked miserable but determined. The man had barely left their apartment all week, only stepping out to teach class. He had always wanted to adopt, and a few years ago, the narrator had caught him crying on the bathroom floor, expressing his desire to start a family. He had been unaware that the narrator had overheard him. During their weekly patrols, they would pass by an orphanage, and the man would gaze longingly at it when he thought no one was watching. He had been overjoyed when the narrator brought home a cat, showering it with affection as if it were a child. The narrator felt guilty for denying them both what they wanted, but they understood it was not the right time. The loss of Izuku had deeply affected him, but the narrator had assured him they would get Izuku back. He knew the narrator was truthful. They needed to hurry, as there might be someone in danger. Shinso was warned to be cautious as they approached the area where a scream had been reported. The man who had called the police was unsure of the exact location, which left them uncertain about what awaited them. As they neared the site, the narrator paused everyone to listen for any signs of trouble. Perhaps the teenagers responsible for the noise had already left. They continued walking, and Hisashi peeked into an old shop with broken windows. The neighborhood was surprisingly abandoned, just 15 blocks from UA, which was in a bustling area. While there were some people around, many seemed to prefer solitude, and a few appeared rather suspicious. Hisashi returned to the group while Namuri stepped into a warehouse, mouthing that it looked creepy as she glanced back. The clutter inside suggested it could be a place for scrap metal scavengers. Suddenly, a quiet voice interrupted their thoughts, asking if a decision had been made. It came from the warehouse next door, and the narrator wondered if it was a drag deal. If the Yakuza were involved, they needed to leave quickly. Hisashi, Namuri, and the narrator exchanged worried glances. The voice grew louder and more aggressive, demanding an answer. The narrator felt a sense of dread at the thought of gunfire. He noticed Shinso staring wide-eyed at the building, panic etched on his face. This was not the usual panic for such a situation. The narrator leaned in closer to Shinso, asking what was wrong, mindful of the need for silence. Shinso's response sent a chill down the narrator's spine. He feared that the League might be involved. The narrator turned to Namuri and Hisashi, who nodded in agreement. He instructed Shinso to stay with them while he scouted ahead, hoping his tone left no room for debate. Shinso nodded, and the narrator moved forward. A tense silence filled the air, and the narrator's heart raced as he realized Izuku could be just beyond the wall. The countdown began, and the narrator felt a surge of urgency. A desperate voice pleaded for mercy, claiming they couldn't afford whatever was being demanded. The narrator's confusion deepened as he heard the muffled sounds of distress. Peering through a window, the narrator's instinct to help kicked in. A man stood in the center of the warehouse, holding a young girl tightly. At first glance, it appeared he had a knife to her throat, but upon closer inspection, it was his finger, shaped like a blade, likely a quirk. The countdown continued, and the narrator's focus sharpened. A phone lay on an old wooden table, and he signaled for his companions to join him. Using his capture gear, he swung into the building unnoticed, climbing up to the rafters. He erased the man's quirk, causing panic to wash over him as he stumbled back, loosening his grip on the girl. This moment was enough for Hisashi to rush in and tackle the man, with Namuri ready to assist. The narrator kept a watchful eye on the situation, concerned for Hisashi's safety. Namuri activated her quirk, and the man quickly succumbed to unconsciousness. The narrator turned to see Shinso comforting the girl and guiding her toward the phone, where frantic voices were heard on the other end, likely her parents, desperate for her safety. I hopped down to join Shinso and the trembling child, picking up the phone. Pro-hero Eraserhead spoke, assuring the woman on the other end that her daughter was safe and that they had apprehended the man who had taken her. The relief in her voice was palpable as she asked if she could speak to her daughter. Eraserhead confirmed he would hand the phone over and explained they were taking the girl to the Mizudafu police station, where her parents could pick her up. He mentioned that the police might need to ask a few questions, but it wouldn't take long. The mother expressed her gratitude, her voice filled with emotion as she spoke to her daughter. The girl greeted her mother softly, and the mother responded with heartfelt apologies, promising to never let anything like that happen again. The girl reassured her that she was okay and that heroes had come to save her. Eraserhead tuned them out as he called Tsukachi, making his way toward the station. He informed Tsukachi about the hostage situation, confirming that everyone was unharmed and that the villain was unconscious. He mentioned that the parents of the hostage were on their way to the station. As the adrenaline faded, Eraserhead felt a wave of misery wash over him, thinking about Izuku. While he was glad they had saved the girl, he couldn't shake the wish that it had been his son they had found. The thought of it taking months to locate Izuku, like the last time, filled him with dread. He worried about whether Izuku would recover from such an ordeal and if he would still want to be a hero. Before long, they arrived at the station, and a car pulled up in front of the doors. A man and woman rushed out, running straight for their daughter. The mother knelt in front of her child, expressing her love and regret for what had happened. The father shook Shinso's hand, thanking him for his help, though Shinso humbly pointed out that it was mostly the efforts of his partners. The family was led inside for questioning, while the unconscious villain was detained. Eraserhead stayed at the station with Shinso to show him the aftermath of a case like this. They watched through the one-way glass as the family was questioned, learning that they had been in a tough situation financially. The mother had been on unpaid leave after her workplace was damaged in a villain fight, and they had borrowed money from a shady individual. When they struggled to repay the debt, the man had kidnapped their daughter. Tsukachi inquired about the time the girl was taken from the park, and the father recounted how they had seen someone grab her around 12. They had panicked and chased after the kidnapper, but he had vanished by the time they reached the other side of the park. The mother recalled receiving a call about 10 minutes later, and the daughter confirmed the time on the phone when the kidnapper had contacted them. Tsukachi gently asked the girl to describe what had happened after she was taken. She explained how the man had grabbed her and threatened her with a knife, leading her to a strange-smelling building. Eraserhead's mind raced as he processed the information. If the girl hadn't been the one screaming, he pulled out his phone and checked his recent calls. The last call to Tsukachi had ended at 12:17, meaning the girl wouldn't have even been at the warehouse yet. He glanced at Shinso, who looked at him with concern. Eraserhead instructed him to follow as they left the room to conduct further investigation. The thought of Izuku crossed his mind, and he felt a surge of urgency. Shinso asked if they were returning to the same street, and Eraserhead confirmed that it was the best place to start. Shinso felt a wave of anxiety wash over him as they approached the block. It was just a noise complaint, right? Even if it wasn't the girl from the case, it probably wasn't anything serious. Still, unease gnawed at him. He regretted getting everyone's hopes up about Midoriya the first time. Present Mike likely felt terrible, and Aizawa, despite his stoic demeanor, was clearly on edge, muttering under his breath and scanning their surroundings with alert eyes. As they neared the area, the streets grew emptier, and the few people around kept to themselves. This was the kind of place Shinso imagined patrolling when he went pro plenty of crime, especially at night, but few civilians meant it was easier to keep his quirk a secret. Aizawa began ducking into buildings, and Shinso followed suit. He peeked into a warehouse through a broken window and felt his heart drop. A voice echoed from inside, demanding something from Midoriya, who was slumped over and tied to a chair. Aizawa rushed to his side, his expression tense. The man inside was threatening Midoriya, and Shinso's instincts screamed at him to act. He took a step forward, but Aizawa halted him with a firm arm, shaking his head. Aizawa's anger was palpable, but it wasn't directed at Shinso. They needed to be logical. Rushing in could make things worse. The man continued to taunt Midoriya, and Shinso felt a surge of panic as he watched Midoriya tremble, a faint light flickering across his skin. He wanted to help, to rescue him from this torment, but Aizawa's warning glare held him back. Midoriya went limp, his breathing labored, and a trickle of blood escaped the corner of his mouth. The sight of his friend in pain was unbearable. The man demanded a response from Midoriya, revealing his cruel nature. Midoriya's quiet plea only seemed to deepen the man's malice, and Shinso's heart ached for him. He felt helpless, but Aizawa whispered a plan, urging Shinso to focus on getting Midoriya out once he took action. With a swift motion, Aizawa burst through the window, activating his quirk as he charged at the man. Midoriya weakly called out Aizawa's name, but the man was quick to react, brandishing a device that threatened Midoriya's safety. Aizawa had no choice but to momentarily back off, his frustration evident. Shinso couldn't stand idly by any longer. He shouted to draw the man's attention, activating his quirk. As the man's eyes glazed over, Shinso felt a surge of determination. Aizawa seized the opportunity, snatching the device from the man's hand while Shinso rushed to Midoriya's side. Aizawa restrained the man, delivering a warning punch that left him bleeding. Shinso quickly grabbed a pocket knife tossed to him by Aizawa and began cutting through Midoriya's restraints. Midoriya flinched at the contact, but their eyes met, and Shinso reassured him that he was there to help. Just as Shinso was about to free Midoriya completely, a commotion erupted at the far end of the room. A purple portal opened, and a group of villains poured in, led by Monoma. Aizawa warned Shinso to retreat, but he stepped protectively in front of Midoriya, unwilling to let him be hurt again. Aizawa faced off against the villains, but it was clear he was outnumbered. The girl who had taken Midoriya from the cafeteria approached Shinso, a sinister smile on her face and a knife in hand. She gleefully recounted her intentions, and Shinso felt a surge of resolve. He would not let Midoriya suffer any longer. Now that she was here, the situation had escalated. The image she painted in his mind made his stomach churn. He felt compelled to warn her not to touch Midoriya, barely managing to block a swing from the tiny pocket knife he had been given. She didn't respond, instead swinging her knife wildly, leaving him little time to dodge. The blade tore through his shirt sleeve, and he felt his breath catch in his throat. Caught off guard, she seized the opportunity to leap onto him, knocking the knife from his hand. They tumbled to the floor, and she ended up on top, pinning him down. Though she wasn't heavy, panic surged through him, and all his training seemed to vanish as he struggled to throw her off. She taunted him, expressing her desire to see the look in Midoriya's eyes when life slipped away from him. The realization of her madness hit him hard. Her hands tightened around his wrists, her nails digging in as she giggled at Midoriya, who was pleading for his life. The desperation in Midoriya's voice was palpable as he begged her not to hurt him, insisting he would do anything to save himself. Their eyes locked, and he felt the weight of Midoriya's pain. He wished he could have expressed his feelings while there was still time. As Toga raised her knife, a deafening scream interrupted. The moment, blasting her off him and making his ears ring. Present Mike rushed over to restrain her while he lay on the floor, his heart racing. Another hero leaped over him, tackling someone who was about to attack Aizawa. His teacher was on one knee, wiping blood from his lip with the back of his hand. Aizawa acknowledged Miruko as she assisted him. He rolled onto his stomach, pushing himself to stand, still disoriented as everything felt like it was in slow motion. He intended to free Midoriya but noticed Midnight unleashing her quirk across the building. He positioned himself behind her as Mike helped Aizawa over to them. Soon, all the villains in the warehouse were subdued, and Midoriya had also succumbed to the effects of Midnight's quirk. The moment he had the chance, he rushed over, grabbing the pocket knife from the floor to free Midoriya's arms. Though drowsy from the quirk, he fought through it, determined to get Midoriya to safety. He promised himself that he would never let this happen again. Checking for injuries, he found Midoriya to be relatively unharmed. Carefully, he picked him up, cradling him to his chest as he made his way back to the other heroes. Aizawa was on the phone, likely coordinating with the police to apprehend the villains. Miruko moved around, ensuring the villains were restrained, while Mike checked Midoriya for injuries with trembling hands. Miruko announced that she would stay behind to monitor the villains until the police arrived, and Aizawa thanked her. Present Mike led them to a car, and he climbed into the back seat with Midoriya, disregarding the seatbelt. He wouldn't be able to use it anyway with Midoriya in his lap, and he refused to let him go. Aizawa attempted to take the driver's seat, but Mike insisted he sit in the passenger side instead. Aizawa, injured and annoyed, settled into the passenger seat, wincing as he did so. His gaze quickly shifted to Midoriya in his arms. Mike joked about having to take care of both of them, to which Aizawa responded with a complaint, urging him to just drive them back to the school. His attention returned to Midoriya, studying his face. Tears blurred his vision as memories of Midoriya's desperate pleas flooded his mind. The guilt weighed heavily on him, knowing that Midoriya had been terrified for his safety. It felt as though Midoriya would have preferred to sacrifice himself rather than see him harmed. That selflessness was part of what made Midoriya so admirable, and it both inspired and terrified him. He couldn't bear the thought of Midoriya getting hurt. Everyone recognized the warmth of Midoriya's smile, but it was more than that. His entire presence filled others with comfort. Even after everything that had happened, being around him felt addictive. He had never experienced such happiness with anyone else, and the fear of losing Midoriya was overwhelming. He hoped that the villains hadn't taken away Midoriya's spirit. He dreamed of a day when he could confess his feelings openly instead of keeping them locked away in his mind, especially during moments of danger. As Izuku regained consciousness, he realized he wasn't sitting in a chair but rather lying on a bed. Confusion washed over him as he wondered where Shota and Shinso were. Panic surged within him at the thought that Toga might have harmed Shinso. He opened his eyes, searching for him, hoping he would be right there beside him. He would let her hug him, burying his fingers in her hair while pulling her close, making her feel safe. She could cry into his shirt about how happy she was, and he wouldn't mind the tears because he was okay, he was fine, he was right there. Her eyes searched Recovery Girl's office, spotting her along with Hizashi and Shota, but not the familiar lilac hair and matching eyes. Where was he? She scanned the room again, ignoring Recovery Girl as she approached. There was no way he could be gone. Where are you? I need you. He was right here. He had to be. She pleaded with Recovery Girl, expressing her need for Shinso. Recovery Girl urged her to calm down, but before she could finish, the door to the office opened, and there were those favorite eyes. He was by her side in moments, pulling her into his chest, encasing her in his arms. He whispered reassurances, rocking them slowly. Her acknowledgement came out as a whimper, and she held on to him tighter, tears spilling from her eyes. She felt an overwhelming love for him. They remained like that until Recovery Girl eventually shooed them out of the room, handing Shota a bottle of painkillers. She explained that Midoriya was physically fine but needed rest, food, and water. He would likely be sore for a few days due to strained muscles, but other than that, he was good to go. Her quirk had done what it could to lessen the pain for now. She then turned to Shota, noting that he was a little worse off but expected him to teach classes as usual. She instructed him to take the painkillers every 6 hours and to avoid anything too strenuous. She asked Hizashi to keep an eye on Shota to ensure he didn't worsen his injuries. Shota grumbled something under his breath as he stood from the cot next to hers and grabbed the bottle. Hizashi lent his shoulder, and Shota threw his arm around him for support. Back in the wheelchair, Shinso pushed her out of the office, keeping one hand on her shoulder. She imagined that made it more difficult to maneuver the wheelchair, but he seemed to manage just fine. Once outside, she noticed it was dark, realizing she had been out for a few hours. Shota and Hizashi walked them to Shinso's dorm, despite her attempts to convince Shota to go to bed and walk less. She hugged both of them for a while before they went inside, surprised by the warmth she felt having them back. She hadn't realized how much they meant to her already. Once they were in Shinso's dorm, they wrapped their arms around each other again. Something in the back of her mind told her this wasn't typical friend behavior, but she let her heart take over for a moment. It made her happy to be this close, feeling reassured that he was here, okay and safe. When he eventually pulled away, it was to get ready for sleep. She took a few minutes to change and brush her teeth, leaving the bathroom door cracked open as always. She took a much-needed shower, and the hot water made her sleepy. Halfway through, while rinsing shampoo from her hair, Shinso called out softly, asking if she was all right. His voice sounded uncertain and nervous. She reassured him she would be out soon, and he told her to take her time. After finishing her routine, she stood in front of the sink, debating with herself. She didn't think she could sleep without some sort of physical reassurance that he was still there, but the embarrassment of asking him to share his bed was almost too much. Taking a deep breath, she wheeled herself out of the bathroom, telling herself she could do it. He had said yes before, and it wasn't just because of her feelings for him. She needed the comfort of his presence. As she called out to him, she was taken aback by the sight of his back, his shoulder blades moving as he pulled a shirt over his head. He turned to face her, a questioning look on his face. She felt her courage evaporate and turned away, unable to continue. She moved past him in the wheelchair, heading toward his bed, but he stopped her with an arm across her shoulder. He gently pulled her into his arms, wrapping himself around her and exhaling into her damp hair. It seemed hug time wasn't over yet. He whispered how glad he was that she was safe, his voice lacking its usual strength. She wrapped her arms around him, melting into his chest, and whispered back that she was glad he was safe too. Moments later, she felt wetness on her scalp. A quiet sniffle escaped him as he tightened his hold around her. Her eyes widened at the sound. Was he really that worried about her that he was crying? Her heart raced at the thought. She buried her face into his chest, closing her eyes and letting her own tears soak into his shirt. Just hours ago, she had felt helpless, watching him in danger, but here he was, very much alive, holding her tightly. Perhaps this would finally be the end of all the pain. All that mattered was that she was in Shinso's arms, and they were both safe. They would rise to the top together, one step at a time. She asked if he could sleep with her that night, not in a romantic sense, but because he made her feel safe. He laughed softly and agreed, moving to help her to bed. He held up the blankets for her to crawl under and then joined her, pulling her into his chest once more. The truth is, they had been part of the plans from the beginning, and there was a very good reason they hadn't been introduced until now. Shinso contemplated whether he should ask Midoriya something when he woke up. He decided against it, realizing that Midoriya was likely traumatized and stressed after being rescued from his second kidnapping in less than 24 hours. It was the worst possible time to risk damaging their relationship. He looked down at Midoriya fondly, watching him snuggle deeper into his chest in his sleep. Shinso's fingers gently threaded through Midoriya's hair, occasionally scratching his scalp lightly. Sometimes, Midoriya would react with a small sound of contentment or push his head slightly into Shinso's hand. He reminded himself that they were taking baby steps, and maybe he should ask Midoriya to call him Hitoshi. The question was how to ask. Perhaps he shouldn't bring it up at all, as it might make Midoriya feel pressured. This was all so difficult. He wished for some sort of instructions. He had never liked someone like this before and was unsure of what to do. After contemplating his options for a little longer without reaching any conclusions, he noticed it was getting later in the morning. He spent 15 minutes trying to replace his body with a pillow without waking Midoriya, not wanting to make him uncomfortable, especially after the last time he had woken up on top of Shinso and seemed embarrassed. Once he successfully managed to shift, he returned to waiting. He considered playing a game or working on something school-related but found himself too nervous to focus. Thankfully, or perhaps not, Midoriya woke up 10 minutes later. Midoriya had not opened his eyes yet but had rolled onto his back, releasing the pillow he had been holding. He let out a small groan and lifted his hand to rub his eyes, pausing just before touching his face. Shinso could practically see the gears turning in Midoriya's head as his eyes flew open, staring at his hand in the air. When Midoriya turned to look at Shinso, they locked eyes, and he seemed to calm down. He admitted that he had forgotten where he was for a moment, his morning voice sounding a bit rougher than usual. He groaned slightly as he pushed himself into an upright position. Shinso asked if he was feeling okay, noticing a wince of pain from Midoriya. Midoriya responded that he felt better than he had expected, joking that the mattress must be magic. Shinso's face flushed red, realizing that Midoriya had actually slept on top of him, not just on the mattress. To change the subject, he asked if Midoriya wanted some water. Midoriya mentioned he would appreciate it and shyly inquired if Shinso had any more of the tea he had made him a few times. He coughed and brought his knees closer to his chest. Shinso proudly informed him that he could make some tea right then and there without leaving the room. He had impulsively bought a coffee machine online while Midoriya was gone, trying to distract himself from worrying about him. Now, he was grateful for the purchase. By skipping the coffee pod and just filling the machine with water, he could brew tea. It was the perfect investment, allowing him to make Midoriya happy while also providing his beloved coffee. He reminded Midoriya to drink a bottle or two of water since he was likely dehydrated, handing him a bottle from his desk. He also promised to make him a cup of tea. Midoriya thanked him, calling him amazing, which made Shinso's face turn red again. He was taken aback by the compliment, hiding behind his hand and wishing the blush would fade. Midoriya was just so cute. Using the process of brewing tea as a distraction, Shinso completely forgot to respond to Midoriya. Midoriya then apologized for being emotional the previous night, explaining that he had been really stressed and had thought he might have died, which had clouded his judgment. Shinso was surprised that Midoriya hadn't noticed his own tears or how he had rushed into the nurse's office when he heard Midoriya call his name. He had probably looked like he was about to have a meltdown. So much for making a good impression. Shinso reassured him that it was okay, stating that Midoriya was handling everything far better than he could. He was just glad that Midoriya was back. He hoped he wasn't being insensitive. They sat in silence for a few moments until Shinso finished brewing the tea and walked it over to Midoriya. He had never acted like this before, second-guessing everything he said. He was genuinely nervous about messing something up, especially since Midoriya didn't see him as a villain like others did. He truly cared about Midoriya's opinion of him. It was hard to believe he was acting so lovesick. It was the kind of thing he used to roll his eyes at in movies. He warned Midoriya that the tea was probably still hot as he handed it over. Midoriya gave him a small smile and shifted to a more comfortable position. Shinso pulled out his phone, suddenly unsure of what to do in the silence. He noticed 5 texts from Aizawa-sensei and opened the conversation. The messages informed him that he and Midoriya had no obligations for the day and should relax as much as possible. Aizawa also mentioned that he would stop by later to give Midoriya his new phone and that the police could wait until the end of the week to speak with him. Shinso quickly replied, assuring Aizawa that Midoriya had just woken up and that he would reach out if they needed anything. Midoriya then mumbled Shinso's name, pulling him from his thoughts. He turned to Midoriya, who expressed concern about a man who had claimed he could fix his hand. Midoriya wondered if Recovery Girl was right and if he would ever be able to use it normally again. If he focuses really hard, he can bend all of his fingers now, which is a good sign, right? He looks up with glassy eyes, and the vulnerability on his face makes Shinso freeze. Midoriya expresses his fear and uncertainty, wishing to be a hero. Shinso sits on the edge of his bed and reassures him, stating that he believes in him because Midoriya is his hero. Tears begin to overflow from Midoriya's eyes as he lowers his head, feeling overwhelmed. He whispers a quiet acknowledgement. The silence stretches on, lingering even after Midoriya stops crying. Shinso feels awkward, wishing he could comfort him more. Eventually, Midoriya's stomach growls, causing him to flush with embarrassment. When Shinso asks if he's hungry, Midoriya nods silently. Shinso offers him a choice to wait or go downstairs, and he notices Midoriya shyly glancing at his wheelchair. After helping him get situated, they make their way down to the kitchen in their pajamas. Upon reaching the elevator, they find a commotion on the floor, making Shinso hesitate. A few kids are rushing toward the entrance, and he soon realizes why. All Might is there. Midoriya's voice is small as he asks if it's really All Might, craning his neck to see. The look on Midoriya's face is difficult for Shinso to interpret, causing him to feel a sense of panic. All Might is supposed to be a good figure, so why does Midoriya look so uneasy? When All Might spots Midoriya, his voice booms across the room, expressing his gladness at finding him and stating they need to talk. He completely overlooks Shinso, who feels a bit ignored. Midoriya sounds timid and confused, which surprises Shinso since he thought they were close. All Might suggests they talk alone and reaches out, pulling Midoriya up from his wheelchair, causing Midoriya to stumble. All Might, in a hurry, insists they walk to the main building while they talk. Midoriya looks back at Shinso with surprise, standing on shaky legs. Shinso feels a surge of protectiveness and considers intervening, but Midoriya manages a shaky smile and agrees to go with All Might. Just like that, they leave, with Midoriya stumbling along, and Shinso is left behind, feeling invisible. All Might doesn't seem to notice the red patches and dried tears on Midoriya's face, nor does he acknowledge Shinso. Shinso feels a knot of worry. All Might not be aware of Midoriya's physical condition and could unintentionally hurt him. Midoriya had just been rescued, and he needs time to recover. The thought of them being separated makes Shinso anxious, fearing Midoriya might panic without him nearby. Pulling out his phone, Shinso struggles to unlock it and find the right app. He dials Aizawa's number, listening to it ring as he explains the situation. Meanwhile, Midoriya walks alongside All Might, trying to suppress the shakiness in his voice. He asks if All Might is all right, determined not to show weakness. All Might laughs heartily, puffing out his chest, and continues walking, keeping a hand on Midoriya's shoulder to help him keep pace. Midoriya wonders if they are going to train, but he remembers Recovery Girl's orders. He asks if that's the case, but All Might clarifies that he needs to discuss something important. As they walk in silence, Midoriya's mind races, and he suddenly realizes that All Might want to talk about his quirk. Panic sets in as he recalls Shigaraki's attempt to bribe him for it, and he reassures All Might that he kept it safe. All Might looks alarmed at the mention of Shigaraki, and Midoriya quickly defends himself, insisting he never revealed anything. All Might sighs deeply, continuing to guide Midoriya toward the main building. He reassures Midoriya that he believes him and that this is part of what he wanted to discuss. As they enter the building, All Might finds an empty classroom to talk in. He still hasn't let go of Midoriya's shoulder, and Midoriya stands nervously, wishing he could feel more enthusiastic about seeing his mentor instead of worried. All Might praises Midoriya for his strength and hard work in becoming the new symbol of peace, acknowledging the trauma he has faced. He mentions that he left to find Midoriya before learning any details about the trauma, but he believes Midoriya is handling things well. This is truly remarkable behavior, and for that, I congratulate you. His expression shifted to seriousness. However, I have come to realize that I am not in a position to properly guide someone with your level of experience due to my own shortcomings in teaching. The curiosity in my gaze deepened. Was he about to introduce me to a new mentor? So much has gone wrong since I introduced you to my quirk, and I bear part of the responsibility. I should never have placed this burden on you. Instead, I should have passed this power to someone with the experience and understanding of what it entails. Not to mention, you are months behind in your training. Now that All for One and his successor are aware that you possess my quirk, this is truly the only option I have. The curiosity began to fade from my face. What was he saying? He sighed, avoiding my question, and transformed into his leaner form. For these reasons, and for your own safety, I must ask you to return One for All to me. I intend to give it to Mirio. He has the experience and the strength to handle it, as well as confront the League of Villains. I am truly sorry, but this is for the best. Return One for All? Was I not good enough? His hand had left my shoulder moments ago, and after hearing his request, I stumbled back against a desk, needing something to support me. I can work harder. I'm sorry, my boy. A wave of sickness washed over me. I understand. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath, willing the tears to stay away. It is a hero's duty to do what is best for the future. If All Might believes Mirio is better suited for the quirk, then I would respect his decision. I envisioned Mirio in my mind, with his bright smile, determined attitude, and quick thinking. He was perfect hero material. Plus, he already had a second quirk that he had mastered to aid him. With a deep breath and what I hoped was a sense of pride, I pulled a hair from my head and handed it to All Might, who took it and folded it neatly in a napkin. Don't cry. Thank you, young Midoriya. You did the right thing. He ruffled my hair gently. I nodded meekly, still struggling to hide my tears. If that's all, can I go now? He gave a sympathetic nod, and I turned on my heel, throwing a simple, good luck, over my shoulder. I walked on shaky feet and aching legs through the building, reflecting on everything. I had lost my mother and my only chance at becoming a hero. Tears began to fall. I had lost my home and the use of my hand. It was becoming harder to see. I had likely lost my friends too. Even if they agreed to be friends with a quirkless kid, it would never be the same, because I would probably never overcome what happened with the League. It was unlikely I would see them again anyway, as I would surely be removed from the hero course. As I exited the building, I began to run, my mind initially set on reaching Shinso. However, my feet had other ideas, leading me instead to the comfort of a parental figure. I found myself outside the teacher dorms. Without pausing, I burst through the glass double doors, relieved they were unlocked. Otherwise, I would have collided with them. I sprinted down the hall, my vision blurred by tears as I glanced at each door. Almost missing the one labeled with the names of Eraserhead and Present Mike, I came to an abrupt stop, losing my balance and falling to the ground with a thud. A pitiful cry escaped me, and I realized my legs wouldn't support me if I tried to get up. Pain surged through me. The sound of a door unlocking barely registered as I struggled to control my breathing. Shota's voice, initially annoyed, shifted to confusion when he recognized my name. For some reason, hearing him speak triggered a fresh wave of tears, and I curled my legs closer to my chest, unable to move from my spot on the floor. Shota muttered under his breath, expressing irritation about All Might's actions, clearly concerned for my well-being. His frustration wasn't directed at me, which brought a small sense of relief, but then I remembered he didn't yet know I was quirkless, and the tears returned, a sob rising in my throat. He approached me gently, offering his support as he said he would help me out of the hallway. Positioned against the wall, the pain surged through him, a mix of a half-sob and a gasp escaping his lips as he struggled to stand. His legs felt as if they were on fire, muscles burning with exertion. He was scooped up and carried into an apartment, the door closing with a gentle push of a foot. He was set down on a worn brown leather couch, and the other person took a seat beside him. For a while, the room was filled with the sounds of sniffling and erratic breathing, while a hand rested on his hunched shoulder, providing a comforting presence amidst the turmoil. The other person gently encouraged him to look up, and after wiping his tears, he raised his eyes to meet a gaze filled with concern. The question came, asking about his time with a renowned hero. The urge to share everything surged within him, but all that escaped was a pitiful declaration of despair. He felt overwhelmed, burying his face in his hands, feeling the weight of his emotions. The comforting hand shifted to rub small, soothing circles on his back as the other spoke again, probing gently. Curiosity mixed with concern prompted a question about his feelings of inadequacy. The response was hesitant, a struggle to articulate the reasons behind his fears. He felt trapped, unable to voice the truth, wishing for someone to confide in. When he looked up again, he noticed the serious expression on the other's face, a promise of confidentiality hanging in the air. The gravity of the situation settled in, and he realized that this moment was crucial, that he could finally share the burden he had been carrying. The young hero felt a mix of anxiety and determination as he confided in his mentor. He admitted to being quirkless, even having an extra joint that made him feel different. Despite this, he had always aspired to be a hero. He leaned closer, seeking comfort, and expressed his fears of being hated. His mentor reassured him that nothing could change how he felt. He was committed to supporting him. He recounted a painful memory of being told he couldn't be a hero. A villain had attacked him at school, but All Might had saved him. He had asked the legendary hero if he could still pursue his dream, only to be met with a discouraging response. The weight of that rejection lingered in his throat, making it hard to speak. The young hero recalled another incident when he had tried to save Kaken from a sludge villain. Despite the anger of other heroes, he had acted instinctively, driven by a desire to protect. His mentor expressed surprise at his bravery, noting how much he had grown since that day. They had watched the news coverage, where he had been referred to as a green bean, due to his small stature. Later, All Might had approached him again, offering to train him as his successor. He explained that his quirk, one for all, could be passed down, but the training was intense. The young hero struggled to keep up, often injuring himself as he tried to adapt to the power he had received just before the entrance exam. His mentor was furious at the thought of All Might's reckless training methods. He pleaded with his mentor not to say anything to All Might, realizing the gravity of his confession. His mentor promised to keep it a secret but expressed doubt about All Might's ability to train him safely. The young hero felt a wave of despair wash over him as he shared that All Might had decided to give his quirk to someone else, leaving him feeling useless and afraid of being bullied again for being quirkless. His mentor's anger flared at the thought of All Might abandoning him. He vowed to train the young hero himself, emphasizing that quirks did not define a hero. If he wanted to be a hero, they would work together to ensure he succeeded by the time he graduated. Despite his doubts, the young hero nodded in agreement, wanting to pursue his dream. His mentor assured him that they had all summer to catch up, igniting a flicker of hope within him. He felt overwhelmed by the challenges ahead, especially regarding his hand, but his mentor reassured him that everything would be okay. Meanwhile, Shinso was on the phone with Aizawa, explaining the situation. Aizawa instructed him to remain calm and wait for All Might or another teacher to return with Midoriya. He expressed frustration over All Might's lack of concern for the young hero's well-being, though much of his muttering was difficult to decipher. Shinso knew that the stakes were high, and he hoped for a swift resolution. It was reassuring to know that I wasn't the only one feeling anxious, even though Aizawa appeared calm and composed. After he ended the call, I took a seat at the kitchen island and nervously stared at the wall for a few minutes until Present Mike burst through the doors of the general education dorms. The moment he spotted me, he jogged over. He informed me that Aizawa needed to speak with me, correcting himself when he almost used my first name. I noticed him grab Midoriya's wheelchair as well, and I quickly followed him out of the building. Once we were out of earshot from the general education building, I asked what was going on. Present Mike explained that Aizawa had instructed him to return to our room as soon as possible and to bring me and the wheelchair. He seemed serious, and then he inquired about Izuku's whereabouts. I mentioned that All Might had shown up unexpectedly about 15 minutes prior and had taken Izuku away to discuss something. I admitted that I had panicked and called Aizawa right after. Present Mike furrowed his brows and speculated that Izuku was likely with his husband and that something might be wrong. We both quickened our pace at that thought. I had visited the teachers' dorms a couple of times for training with Aizawa, but I had never actually gone inside. The building was smaller than the student dorms, with only 2 stories, but each individual dorm was reportedly larger than those of the students. Present Mike led us to a door on the first floor that bore their hero names. The door was unlocked, and we stepped into a small living room. Midoriya was sitting on a plush brown leather couch, dabbing at his eyes with a tissue and taking deep breaths. Aizawa was beside him, offering to take the tear-stained tissue to dispose of it. Present Mike greeted Midoriya warmly, and he looked up at us, managing a small smile. I waved quietly as we approached. Aizawa addressed Midoriya seriously, indicating that he needed to have a talk with him. Midoriya suddenly appeared anxious. Aizawa assured him that he wouldn't mention anything he had said and that he would explain the situation, as it was clear to him now. He promised to return in a few hours. My curiosity piqued as Aizawa stood up from the couch and left. Midoriya nervously picked at a loose thread on his shirt as Present Mike sat beside him. He decided not to pry into whatever was troubling Midoriya and suggested that the 3 of us play a card game. He excused himself to fetch one from the other room. Now it was just the 2 of us. I felt uncertain about what to say. He patted the couch next to him, and I gratefully accepted the silent invitation. I sat a few inches away, but he scooted closer so our shoulders and thighs touched. I asked if his legs were okay, the only thing that came to mind. He nodded, explaining that they felt better now that he was sitting, but he wouldn't be able to stand for at least another 15 minutes since he had run from the main building. He spoke with a hint of guilt. I expressed my surprise at how far he had come. He replied that it wasn't as if he couldn't use his legs, though he huffed in annoyance, not directed at me. He explained that physical therapy had helped him regain much of his muscle mass and strength, but the band had caused damage due to the strain. Recovery Girl had healed most of it, so it felt like he had just overworked himself. He poked at the band with a hint of childish frustration, which almost made me smile. Present Mike returned, plopping down on the floor opposite us and pulling out a game. I reluctantly scooted away from Midoriya to keep our hands hidden from each other. I noticed Mike wink at me, glancing between Midoriya and me, and I felt heat rise to my face, leaving me flustered. He had misunderstood. Midoriya was simply seeking comfort. We played cards for the next few hours, and I made sure Midoriya drank 4 bottles of water to help him rehydrate. Hearing his laughter multiple times brought me joy and calmed my nerves. I had been anxious after All Might had taken him away, especially when I arrived at the teacher dorms and saw that he had been crying. Seeing him laugh and smile reassured me that he was okay, at least for now. Meanwhile, Aizawa was feeling a surge of anger. He had never liked All Might, especially after the things he had said to a kid. Izuku could be a hero with or without a quirk, and he didn't need this irresponsible figure in his life. As he stormed through the main building, he found All Might about to enter Nizu's office. Aizawa confronted him, insisting that he wouldn't step into that office until they had a conversation. All Might greeted him cheerfully, suggesting they could catch up later over lunch, but Aizawa cut him off, demanding to know why his son had come to him in tears and why Shinso had called him in a panic about All Might taking Izuku without his wheelchair. All Might looked confused, and Aizawa clarified that Izuku was his son. All Might expressed surprise and congratulated him, but Aizawa interrupted, refusing to let him change the subject. He was frustrated that All Might didn't even know that Izuku's mother had passed away. It was the only topic on the news for an entire week. The tension in the air was palpable as one parent confronted the hero. The parent felt a mix of anger and concern, wanting nothing more than to return to their child. The hero's demeanor was defensive, but the parent pressed on, demanding answers. The parent had pieced together the truth. They had realized early in the year that the hero had given their son his quirk, training him to be a successor. The parent's gaze was sharp, full of determination. They pointed out that their son had once been registered as quirkless and that the sudden emergence of his power was suspicious. The parent recalled how another student had often boasted about their son being quirkless, making it clear that something unnatural had occurred. The similarities between their son's quirk and the hero's only added to the suspicion. The parent had noticed the hero's increasing absences and the private conversations he had with their son during lunch. It was evident that the hero had chosen their son as his successor, but the parent didn't care about the details. They needed to understand why their son had come to them in tears. The hero hesitated, but the parent's glare intensified, making it clear that they wanted a straightforward answer. Reluctantly, the hero began to recount the events leading up to that moment, from their first meeting with the boy to the recent troubling incidents. The parent listened intently, their frustration growing as the hero described his summer training methods, which involved cleaning up a hazardous area filled with dangerous debris. The parent could hardly believe that such reckless training could be considered preparation for a hero. They were infuriated by the hero's decision to grant their son a quirk on the same day as the entrance exams, questioning whether the hero thought their son could succeed without any fighting experience. As the hero continued, the parents' anger reached a boiling point. They struggled to contain their emotions when the hero explained how he had not searched for their son after he had been kidnapped, believing it would provide him with valuable experience. The parent was incredulous that the hero thought it wise to leave a child to navigate such a perilous situation alone, especially against a notorious villain group. The hero acknowledged that perhaps that decision had not been the best, but insisted that the boy was strong. The parents' frustration boiled over as they expressed their disbelief, emphasizing that their son was traumatized and physically harmed from the ordeal. They pointed out that the hero had failed to notice the wheelchair their son had been using, highlighting the severity of the situation. The hero attempted to justify his actions, but the parent demanded to know why their son had been crying. As the hero concluded his explanation, he suggested that perhaps it would be best for their son to transfer to a general education course, believing it would be safer for him. The parent fought to restrain their anger, feeling the urge to confront the hero directly. The hero continued, explaining that he had to consider the risks involved and that their son had been targeted because of his quirk. He lamented that he could not provide the necessary training and wished he could do more to help. Taking a deep breath, the parent turned and left, heading straight to the office of the principal. The hero followed, looking uncertain. Upon entering the office, the parent requested access to the security footage from the teacher's lounge, believing it contained evidence that could jeopardize the hero's position. The principal appeared hesitant, aware of the sensitive nature of the information. The parent explained their concerns about the hero's impact on the students' well-being, emphasizing that they did not feel comfortable with him training their child or teaching in general. The hero stood by, seemingly at a loss for words, as the principal considered the request. When it concerns the safety of the students, there isn't much choice left. When Nizu was angry, it was a sight to behold. Fortunately, the narrator had never experienced that wrath firsthand, but they had witnessed it enough times to know that it changed a person forever. Within 5 minutes of finishing the tape, All Might had been escorted out of the building by authorities, legally barred from coming within a 2-mile radius of the school. Shortly thereafter, a restraining order was placed against him, preventing him from being near any of the students at UA. This was all done to protect the public image of the former symbol of peace, as tarnishing his reputation would lead to unnecessary complications. A meeting was scheduled for 3 days later to discuss the transfer of One for All to Mirio, with plans for training him with minimal interference from All Might. The narrator wished they could force All Might to return the quirk to Izuku, but that decision ultimately rested with All Might. Nizu would explain the situation to Mirio and ask if he wanted the power. If Mirio agreed, arrangements would be made for him to receive it and begin training, primarily without All Might's involvement. After the meeting, Shota looked across the table and stated that they needed to discuss training. He had returned about an hour ago, looking satisfied, and reassured the narrator that All Might was unaware of the conversation and that they wouldn't be seeing him for a while. Shinso and the narrator stayed for dinner, making the atmosphere somewhat awkward as they hadn't had a chance to discuss the narrator's lack of a quirk. Shota explained that the following week marked the end of the school year. While classes were still to be attended, it would primarily be a time for rest and healing. The first week of summer break would focus on addressing the narrator's hand and preparing for training, which would ramp up in difficulty as their body regained strength and they learned more. Shota planned to revise the summer training schedule due to recent events but assured that they would make it work. He emphasized the importance of taking it easy during the last week of school to ensure readiness for summer training. The narrator needed to understand that pushing through pain could lead to serious injury, jeopardizing their hero career. Shota had arranged for the narrator to see Hound Dog for therapy during hero training classes every day that week. If comfortable, Shinso would drop them off and pick them up, while he worked with the rest of the class. If the sessions went well, arrangements could be made for summer therapy, albeit less frequently. The sudden shift in topic left the narrator momentarily speechless, having forgotten about therapy. Hisashi, noticing the tension, lightened the mood with a comment about scaring the narrator. The narrator took a deep breath, expressing gratitude for all the support received. They acknowledged the care and belief shown in them, especially after the loss of their mother and the promise of training despite their struggles. As emotions threatened to overwhelm, they wiped their eyes, feeling a mix of gratitude and sadness. Hisashi reassured them that there was nothing broken about them, only a little banged up, and that they could work through it. The narrator felt a swell of emotion, wondering if Hisashi would still say that if he knew they were quirkless. Shota met their gaze with a reassuring nod, and the narrator looked around at the supportive faces of Shota, Hisashi, and Shinso, feeling a small smile form. Hisashi then playfully suggested that they should avoid any more emotional moments, joking about the narrator's tendency to cry. The lightheartedness brought a smile to the narrator's face, but it was abruptly interrupted by urgent knocking at the door. Hisashi and Shota exchanged confused looks. Hisashi stood from his chair and called out to the door, announcing that he would handle it. He unlocked the door and opened it wide, revealing a short, blue-eyed man with ginger hair standing in the doorway. It took Hisashi a moment to recognize him as Power Loader, now out of his hero outfit.